Chapter 44, Chapter 44 The Waterfront Widow and the Golden Company. The coastline of the disputed lands stretched like a jagged ribbon beneath the afternoon sun, its rocky edges shimmering where waves crashed in silver foam. Along one sheltered inlet, 4 long, narrow black ships eased into the shallows. Their sails were patched but sturdy, and high above them fluttered 2 banners, the grey-white sigil of the wolf pack and the broken shackle emblem of the Free Army. These were no ordinary vessels, they belonged to escaped slaves from Volantis. Once, they had been forced sailors, branded and broken by the city's slave masters. Now, they were river pirates and sea raiders by choice, preying on the very slaver fleets that had once commanded them. After months of living by the sword, they had finally turned toward the disputed lands after hearing whispers that a new butter king had risen there, a young warlord who freed slaves and defied the great powers of the free cities. When their captains stepped onto the sand, they carried their long swords not as weapons, but as offerings. Their faces, marked by deep scars where slave tattoos once sat, looked stern but strangely hopeful. Sail tattoos, small warship sigils carved into the cheek, had been standard among Volantine naval slaves. When they fled, these men had gouged them out, carving their own flesh to reclaim their identity. Now they knelt before Gendry, laying their swords at his feet. "We will serve you," said Captain Harris, the eldest of the 4, bowing his head. "For you break shackles, and you free the enslaved. Even if the long night is long, even if winter devours the world, we will stand beside you." Around them stood commanders of the wolf pack, officers of the Free Army, and unsullied clad in light armor. Not far off, lines of Free Army infantry practiced with long spears and reloaded crossbows with disciplined rhythm. In this place, order and freedom coexisted, an unlikely combination that made the captains marvel. Gendry accepted their fealty with calm authority. "From this moment on," he declared, "you are the Free Army's naval captains. All men are born free, and under my banner, none shall be slaves." A roar of approval swept through the crowd. The escaped sailors, hardened men who had survived perils most could not imagine, found tears stinging their eyes. Harris stepped closer. "The slaves of Volantis are awaiting you, Lord Gendry. Word of your victories spreads through the Tiger City like wildfire." Gendry placed a strong hand on his shoulder. "Then one day, we will return to Volantis not as fugitives, but as liberators, followed by thousands of free brothers. Long live the Free Army!" The sailors echoed him, voices hoarse but passionate. Then Captain Harris added quietly, "Many of your messages reached Volantis through the widow of the waterfront. I believe the commander-in-chief should consider contacting her." Gendry raised an eyebrow. "Widow of the waterfront?" Harris nodded. "A formidable woman. Famous in Volantis. She remembers her origins, though. She was once a bed slave. She had been trained in Yunkai famed pleasure houses, taught the 7 arts of love to please any master. A Volantine magister named Vagaro had purchased her, fallen deeply in love, granted her freedom, and later married her. Vagaro had owned docks, warehouses, money-changing houses, and ship insurance businesses. When he died, all passed to his widow. Despite her wealth and influence, she quietly aided escaped slaves, and it was through her network that stories of Gendry's rebellion spread like sparks on dry tinder. Gendry stored the name carefully. A contact in Volantis, especially one with gold, ships, and spies, would be valuable in the future. But he also knew that assaulting Volantis would require far more strength than he currently possessed. The city was ancient, proud, and heavily defended. For now, he had the disputed lands to secure. As he escorted the captains toward Firegrass Manor, they passed through golden wheat fields, rows of drying gunpowder herbs, and willow groves swaying under the warm breeze. The captains observed that free folk and freed slaves walked with uplifted heads, not beaten down as they had been in the free cities. Merchants, former knights, and commoners alike obeyed the head wolf's laws. A new nation was taking root. "We came to the right place," Harris murmured, gazing at the thriving camp. "This army, this king, they will terrify the slavers." The gates of Firegrass Manor had transformed into a fortress like Wolf's Denmark walls had been reinforced, moats dug, and filled with jagged stakes. Inside, tents and barracks lined neatly spaced paths. Horses were tethered to the north under the watch of disciplined sergeants. Among them stood a sleek black steed, an elegant gift from the Prince of Dorne. Steward Love welcomed the captains. Gentle by nature, loved by slaves and free folk alike, Love had managed the estate even before the Free Army's founding. His wife and child lived in the manor, and the men respected him as someone who treated all people with dignity. While Gendry integrated his new naval officers into the Free Army, somewhere far across the disputed lands another meeting was taking place, one cloaked in secrecy and tension. The Golden Company's camp gleamed like a miniature kingdom. No dirt or disorder marred its symmetry. Rows of tents stood in perfect formation. Their lookouts scanned the horizon with the precision of veteran soldiers. Horses were brushed, fed, and lined up so neatly that even kings would envy the discipline. And behind the central tents, more than 20 elephants stamped the ground, their enormous bodies adorned with ornate armor plates. The commander-in-chief's pavilion stood at the camp's heart. Woven with gold thread, it was encircled by tall long spear standards. Skulls each dipped in gold crowned the spears. One enormous skull, deformed and monstrous, belonged to the infamous Maelys the Monstrous. Beneath it, a tiny skull the size of a child's fist, believed to be that of Maelys' fused twin, hung like a grotesque ornament. Other skulls bore crushed craniums from battle or long rows of sharpened teeth. It was Cold Iron's tradition. The skulls of fallen commanders and heroes were gilded and raised high until the company returned to Westeros. Inside the pavilion, senior officers argued. "This little bastard is truly mad," one growled, slamming a jeweled dagger onto the table. "He wants to tear the slavers' empire apart and turn the free cities into a funeral pyre." The Golden Company, though called mercenaries, carried themselves like lords. Jewel-studded swords, silk cloaks, ornate armor, and heavy gold armbands adorned nearly every man. Each armband represented 1 year of service, a badge of pride and loyalty stronger than many crowns. Tristan Rivers leaned back in his chair. "Mad or not, he's dangerous. To challenge all slavers at once? The Wolf Pack boy is either the bravest man alive or the most reckless." Though bastards by name, Rivers, Flowers, Hill, Stone, the officers belonged to ancient Westerosi bloodlines. Some bore the surnames of the great houses: Strong, Peak, Roxton, even Mud. Yet names meant little in the Golden Company. Here, glory mattered, not genealogy. Another officer shook his head. "As long as the Wolf Pack banner flies, slaves will flee to him. People fight like demons when freedom is at stake. If we had such men, we could conquer half the world. But we," Tristan reminded them, "are mercenaries, not conquerors. Our purpose is simple: earn coin, protect our brothers, and return home." At that, Commander Harry, dull-eyed, but carried along by the discipline of his men, cleared his throat. "The Magisters of Myr made an offer. Gold and slaves. They want us to attack the Wolf Pack." "A foolish proposal," Tristan answered immediately. "The Wolf Pack's strength is no rumor. Their leader is cunning, fearless, and utterly unrelenting. Think of the Unsullied he crushed, the brave companions he scattered. Think of the dire wolf hosts from the Dance of the Dragons. Even if we win, we would bleed for it." "But we could take the gold," Harry insisted. "Provide armed protection for Myr. We don't need to engage directly. We simply stand near their borders, and they pay us." Tristan looked unconvinced. "Or, we reach out to the Wolf Pack. They want the disputed lands. We want Westeros. We could form an alliance like the 9 Penny Kings once did." "Absolutely not!" Harry snapped. "We support a true dragon. We wait. And when the moment comes, we sail home under dragon fire." Only a handful knew the secret that young Aegon Targaryen lived. Franklin scoffed. "A true dragon? You mean the ragged beggar king and his sister?" The same fool who invited us to dine, and we laughed him out of the room. Harry's face tightened. If not them, Franklin continued, who do we wait for? Destiny? Melees conquered the stepstones with far less. We could do the same. The tent fell silent. Outside, the elephants grumbled and stomped, as if echoing the tension within. At Firegrass Manor, Gendry sat with the 4 newly sworn captains, discussing future naval plans, possible raids, and the political landscape of the free cities. But even as he planned, a heavier truth lingered in his mind. War was coming. Whether from slavers, magisters, or mercenaries, the storm was gathering. And both the widow of the waterfront and the Golden Company were bound to play a part in shaping the future of the disputed lands. Yet for now, Gendry stood resolute. Surrounded by freedmen who believed in him, protected by armies built on hope rather than fear, he felt the rising heartbeat of a new nation. And nations, once awakened, do not easily fall back asleep. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 45, Chapter 45 Island Seizure and Intimidation. Dark clouds pressed low over the borderlands between the Wolf Pack Company's rising territory and the city-state of Myr. For weeks, the Free Army had been making bold, deliberate appearances along the frontier, burning beacon fires, marching in tight formations, and letting their banners flutter high in the wind. Their presence alone caused unease to ripple across the region. Small manor lords, terrified by rumors of advancing slave liberators, fled back to Myr with whatever slaves and valuables they could carry. In the disputed lands, the scent of oncoming war thickened the air like smoke before a storm. The horns of battle, cold, sharp, and unforgiving, echoed day and night, pushing Myrish panic to its peak. Demand for mercenaries surged. Adventurers, sellswords, pirates, and opportunists alike poured into Myr's harbor, all hoping to sell their blades for gold. But the Eastern Front was only a carefully crafted illusion. The true strike was aimed elsewhere, far from Myr's walls, far from the burning borderlands. It began instead on 2 nameless islands scattered among the stepstones, where pirates lounged lazily on their rickety piers, until they heard the thunder of unfamiliar sailors and the sound of disciplined boots. The stepstones were dotted with countless islands, most too small or too barren to hold any value. Only Bloodstone and Grey Gallows Island held any real reputation. The rest were plagued by storms, jagged shores, and a desolation that attracted only smugglers and pirates. But on this day, the sea carried black-hulled ships, swift, silent, armored like beasts. When the longships scraped onto the rocky beach, warriors leaped out, escaped slaves from Volantis alongside the iron-blooded knights of the Wolf Pack Company. Their banners unfurled in the storm winds, the grey-white wolf sigil of the Wolf Pack beside the broken shackle emblem of the Free Army. For the Wolf Pack! For the Wolf Pack! Voices roared across the shore. The pirates, drunk on cheap wine and arrogance, had never imagined the Wolf Pack or the Free Army would attack islands they considered worthless. Their defenses crumbled almost immediately. Men fled to their caves, others grabbed whatever loot they could carry, but few escaped the disciplined ranks advancing against them. By dusk, the islands belonged to the Wolf Pack. Firegrass Manor, a tense meeting. Far from the blood-stained beaches, the atmosphere inside Firegrass Manor was equally charged, though with politics rather than steel. Inside a heavy canvas war tent, lit by lanterns and perfumed faintly with the scent of exotic wine, the Archon of Tyrosha's envoy stood before Gendry, the commander-in-chief of the Wolf Pack Company and the Free Army. Gendry sat casually on a folding chair draped in tiger skin, a gift from Volantine slaves who hailed him as the liberator and the abolitionist. Behind him hung a Myrish tapestry depicting a lone knight mid-hunt. Gendry himself wore a crude iron mask, black and expressionless. At his sides stood 2 unsullied guards, motionless, spears held like frozen lightning. A white-haired maester, smiling faintly, watched everything with sharp, calculating eyes. The Tyroshi envoy studied the so-called Butter King with immediate confusion. Rumors had reached Tyrosh painting Gendry as a monstrous tyrant, an 8-foot giant with a tangled beard, bulging muscles, and a warhammer thirsty for blood. Whispers claimed he collected the skulls of slavers, drank the blood of his enemies, and performed dark rituals to gain supernatural battle frenzy. The reality was different, yet no less unsettling. Gendry was tall, well over 6 feet, but not a giant. His physique was powerful, athletic rather than brutish, and his black hair framed sharp blue eyes that carried both intellect and danger. He looked nothing like a barbarian. If anything, he resembled a deadly noble knight rather than a mercenary. But some rumors held truth. The black iron warhammer resting near his chair radiated a cold, ominous aura. That very weapon had crushed skulls of slavers, bandits, and even Myrish soldiers. Its reputation alone made the envoy's palms sweat. The Tyroshi envoy finally opened a jeweled box and presented it. "First, please accept a gift from our Honorable Archon of Tyrosh to the Commander-in-Chief of the Wolf Pack Company and the Free Army." Inside lay Tyroshi Perbrandy, renowned across the Free Cities, alongside ornate armor crafted in Tyrosh's flamboyant style. Gendry nodded politely. "I appreciate the Archon's gift. But I doubt you traveled all this way merely to deliver fine wine." The envoy forced a smile. Tyroshi diplomacy valued extravagance, and the envoy himself sported the city's signature purple-red dyed hair and beard. Yet beneath the colorful varnish, fear poured from him. The envoy's warning. "You have gained much in the disputed lands," the envoy began cautiously. "But surely the commander-in-chief does not intend to make enemies of half the world? Beyond Myr, there are Lysane fleets, Tyrosh itself, Volantis, even Slaver's Bay." Gendry tilted his head. "Then what solution does the Archon offer to guide my apparently confused self?" The envoy hesitated, then spoke plainly. "Cease your slave liberation propaganda. Withdraw your forces to your original manors. Tyrosh will not contest Firegrass Manor or the lands you initially took. But if you continue expanding, Tyrosh will consider it a provocation, one that may force us into war." The tent grew colder. Even the lantern light seemed to dim. Gendry smiled behind his mask. Since the three daughters dissolved their old alliance, they've hated one another. Myr despises me. But will Tyrosh truly be disturbed if I strike Myr? "You wish for honesty, Commander-in-Chief," the envoy snapped, unable to hide his frustration. "The disputed lands belong to all, yet the wolf pack continues to seize manor after manor. Countless Tyroshi slaves have escaped to join you. You are destabilizing the region and provoking resentment everywhere." Gendry said nothing. "And though our Archon shows restraint," the envoy continued, "he has not yet demanded the return of those escaped slaves." Gendry's voice lowered. "Is that a threat?" "I would not dare," the envoy said quickly. "But you must understand, your actions provoke collective anger. Myr is already negotiating with the Golden Company. You would not wish to add such a formidable foe to your list of enemies." Gendry chuckled. "The Golden Company? Interesting. Because I am also negotiating cooperation with them." The envoy's face fell. "What?" "Indeed," Gendry continued lightly. "They desire Westeros. I desire stability and expansion in the disputed lands. A mutually beneficial arrangement." The envoy's thoughts scattered. If true, it was catastrophic news. If false, it was masterful intimidation. Either way, he had no answer. "This negotiation seems to have reached an unhappy conclusion," the envoy said stiffly. "But I urge you to reconsider." Gendry waved a hand dismissively. "Negotiations that benefit only one side are not negotiations. But do tell the Archon I will send him my blessings." Realizing the danger surrounding him, unsullied soldiers standing like statues and free army warriors glaring like hunting wolves, the envoy bowed awkwardly and rushed out of the tent. Aftermath calculations and warnings. When the envoy had vanished from sight, Gendry leaned back in his chair. It seems Tyrosh may soon join the alliance forming against us, he said quietly. Maester Qyburn, hands folded neatly in front of him, replied, the Tyroshi are the greediest of the three daughters. Their slave trade thrives because they show no restraint. They even raid beyond the wall to capture free folk. They cannot coexist with abolitionists like us. The handsome man, standing near the tent entrance, scoffed. False news about cooperation between us and the Golden Company must have frightened the envoy half to death. This news is not entirely false, Gendry corrected. There is indeed room for cooperation. Qyburn nodded thoughtfully. The Golden Company is politically ambitious. They originated from Westerosi exiles who still dream of returning home. Their distaste for slavery makes them surprisingly potential allies. But they are dangerous friends, the handsome man reminded them. Never forget why they were driven from Westeros to begin with. Their expectations are immense. They fought for the 9 Penny Kings, seized parts of the disputed lands, even occupied Tyrosh itself for a time. Yet they always abandoned those holdings to chase the next invasion of Westeros. True, Gendry said. But many in their ranks come from noble houses of the Reach. Some still maintain old friendships. House Peak, for example. They have sympathizers in Dorne as well. If handled correctly, they may serve our goals. He reached for his warhammer, lightly gripping the cold metal handle. The disputed lands are about to ignite, he murmured. And every ally, dangerous or not, will matter. Wind outside whipped the banners violently, as if echoing the coming storm. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, The Crown of the Controversial Land. The territory ruled by the Lord of the Wolf Pack Company stretched across 2 of the stepstones, a long peninsula of the disputed lands, and several scattered estates beyond the mainland. It was a sprawling domain, rich, productive, and full of opportunity, yet dangerously fragile. Most regions along western Essos were known for fertile soil and abundant harvests, and the Wolf Pack's lands were no exception. But compared to places fortified by mountains, deep rivers, or vast forests, this region lacked natural defenses. There were no high ridges to slow an enemy's march, no deep valleys to funnel opponents, and no strategic depth to fall back to in case of retreat. Every battle fought here had to be won outright. Even a single defeat could shatter the entire line. And beyond these borders, the world was changing. A single slogan, freedom, liberate the slaves, had spread across the disputed lands like wildfire. The Free Army's rallying cry, break the chains, was repeated from village to village, whispered in slave quarters, shouted by rebels, and scrawled on walls in the towns of the Three Daughters and even Volantis. Escaped slaves arrived every day, some from the disputed lands, others from the banks of the mighty Rhoyne, and others who fled faraway plantations and workshops. These desperate masses saw Gendry as the liberator, the one man bold enough to confront centuries of cruelty. Their numbers were swelling. Their momentum was undeniable. Their hope was becoming a force of its own. But not everyone saw this rise with admiration. The magisters of Myr, Tyrosh, Lys, and even the ruling triarchs of Volantis were deeply alarmed. Their political systems, often ruled by councils or democratic assemblies, were slow and indecisive. Endless debates, divided power, and political maneuvering clogged every decision. In contrast, the Wolf Pack Company possessed one rare advantage: clear orders and absolute unity under Gendry's command. Inside Gendry's war tent. The interior of the Commander-in-Chief's tent was buzzing with heated debate. Maps were spread across the table, ink bottles stood uncapped, and carved wooden markers indicated enemy positions. Brightly colored Myrish tapestries hung on the walls, and the aroma of fresh Dornish blood oranges filled the tent. Some oranges had been sliced open, their thick red juice staining the plates like drops of fresh blood, a fitting symbol for the war looming ahead. Gendry, Maester Qyburn, the handsome man, Longspear, the arrow maker, and several high-ranking captains gathered around the table. The first words came from the handsome man as he read a new report aloud. Mir has begun preparing for a second campaign. Their first defeat was painful but not fatal. This time, more magisters have united to launch a full assault. The others nodded grimly. Myrish slavers had long dominated the region with brutality and arrogance. They had whipped countless slaves, ripped families apart, and treated human lives as expendable property. Now, having the tables turned terrified them. They won't allow their world to crumble without a fight, the handsome man added. On a nearby table rested a letter hidden inside a hollowed-out blood orange, an unexpected gift from the Red Viper of Dorne. Gendry unrolled the parchment again. Beware of the Myrish gifts, he read. It appears the Myrish have contacted Dorne and several other city-states. This message is a warning and a gesture of goodwill. Qyburn nodded. Our informants had already uncovered some of this, but Prince Oberyn's warning means he is willing to cooperate. That is worth noting. Mercenaries in motion. The tent fell into a tense silence when the handsome man continued reading the intelligence report. Mir is trying to recruit every mercenary company in the disputed lands, big or small, reputable or infamous. They have approached the Golden Company, the Cat's Company, the Windblown, the Spear Company, the Storm Crows, and even the nearly defunct Second Sons. The Arrow Maker let out a cynical laugh. They must be desperate if they're trying to hire Bloodbeard's animals or the Second Sons. Those groups would sell their own mothers for a gold coin. Longspear leaned forward, speaking with the calm seriousness of a cavalry commander. Even the worst mercenary company can still fight. The Cat's Company has over 3,000 men. The Windblown are dangerous cavalry. And the Second Sons, though few, are veteran killers. Everyone then turned to the question that mattered most. What of the Golden Company? The Golden Company, the most feared and disciplined mercenary force in all of Essos, could shift the balance of the entire war. Qyburn tapped the map with a long ink-stained finger. They are observing for now. Their demanded payment is enormous, even the Myrish magisters struggle to afford it. Also, the Golden Company is unwilling to attack the Wolf Pack directly. At most, they might agree to defend the city-states for a limited period. So they haven't taken a side, Gendry said thoughtfully. If they join us, they gain a future ally for a Westeros campaign. If they join Mir, they secure a fortune. The handsome man asked, should we send envoys to negotiate with them? Gendry shook his head. No. The leaders of the Golden Company aren't fools, they understand the stakes. The policy of liberation. Gendry took a deep breath before speaking again. His voice carried the weight of leadership, seriousness, and grim foresight. What I'm about to say may not be pleasant, but it is crucial for the survival of our cause. Everyone straightened. Our foundation in the disputed lands is built upon liberation, not endless slaughter. Yes, slavers must fall. But reckless killing will only unite our enemies faster. We must not alienate skilled workers or peaceful slaver families who can be persuaded or integrated. He pointed to the map. If we conduct ourselves with discipline and restraint, we divide the enemy. If we slaughter indiscriminately, we unite them against us. War is politics. And politics requires both decisive blows and careful compromise. The officers saluted. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. At your command. Gendry continued. We must also strengthen the Free Army. Numbers alone do not win wars, training, discipline, and loyalty do. He outlined the new training reforms. Wolfpack warriors would train elite northern-style knights and longbowmen. A new infantry corps would adopt unsullied-style phalanx discipline. Bandits or violent slave gangs attempting to exploit the chaos would be punished severely. All recruits, whether escaped slaves or wandering mercenaries, would undergo strict evaluation. A disciplined army will outmatch a chaotic horde every time, Gendry concluded. A crown offered. Then came a moment that changed the atmosphere inside the tent. The handsome man cleared his throat. There is another matter, Commander-in-Chief. Many free folk and wolf pack soldiers have petitioned for you to be crowned king of the narrow sea, the stepstones, and the disputed lands. The words dropped like a stone into deep water. Several officers exchanged worried glances. Some looked hopeful, others afraid. Their military victories had forged a legend around Gendry, and with legend came ambition both from him and from the people. Gendry raised a hand and spoke firmly. Not now. To claim a crown prematurely is to make ourselves a target for every city-state in Essos. He touched one of the blood oranges, its red flesh gleaming like a warning. I would love a crown one day. But that day is not today. For now, we build walls, we store grain, and we expand quietly. If I put on a crown now, every magister, every slaver, every triarch, and every mercenary company would unite to destroy us. The handsome man exhaled in relief. We all support your decision, Commander-in-Chief. Qyburn nodded. Wisely said. We have not yet taken enough territory. Not the stepstones in full, nor a single major city. A crown now would be a mistake. The calm before the storm. The meeting continued for another hour, filled with logistical discussions, scouting reports, supply chain planning, and reinforcement routes across the stepstones. Outside the tent, soldiers trained with renewed intensity, while new recruits lined up for weapon distribution. Blacksmiths hammered out fresh blades, and Dornish merchants unloaded crates of blood oranges on the docks, half fruit, half hidden messages. War was coming. Myr was preparing. The Wolfpack Company was preparing. And the disputed lands long known for chaos were about to witness a conflict that would reshape their fate forever. Yet within Gendry burned the spark of something greater. He turned once more to the blood-red crown sketched on the map. Not yet. But soon. The storm had already begun. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 47, Chapter 47 The Golden Legion's Dream of Returning Home. At the training grounds of Firegrass Manor, two banners fluttered in the rising heat of the morning, one bearing the grey-white snarling dire wolf of the Wolfpack Company, the other displaying the broken shackles of the Free Army. Together they swayed over a field filled with dust, sweat, and the harsh clangor of steel. In the center of the grounds, Gendry fought alone against an entire group of opponents. Around them, a dozen soldiers stood in a loose ring, shouting encouragement, pounding their shields, and letting the fire of the sparring match ignite their blood. Gendry wore a black studded vest reinforced with steel, embroidered with the Wolfpack's emblem. Though clad in armor, he moved with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a man his size. Muscle, instinct, and raw power working in perfect harmony. His opponents, Long Spear and Steel Fist, flanked him from either side, while a trio of Unsullied pressed him from the front. Come on then! Gendry called, taunting them with a wild grin. Hit me harder! What followed was a storm of motion and sound, spears thrusting like striking serpents, blunted training swords slamming against shields, and the sharp metallic music of steel echoing across the field. Long Spear's attacks were fast, precise, almost elegant. Steel Fist, heavier and more brutal, swung his long sword with crushing strength. The Unsullied moved as one body, disciplined and relentless, their blunted spears driving forward like a rolling tide. Gendry absorbed the hits that struck his armor, braced against the impacts, and countered with ferocious force. He felt each opening in the rhythm of his enemies, the slight mismatch between Long Spear's fluid spear work and Steel Fist's heavy blows, the subtle half-second delay in the Unsullied formation as they repositioned. Those smallest flaws were enough. With a sudden explosive movement, Gendry grasped Long Spear's spear shaft, twisted, and snapped it cleanly in half. The break caused Long Spear to stumble forward, shield raised instinctively. Gendry pivoted, slammed his shoulder into him, and sent him sprawling onto his back. Steel Fist's sword whistled toward his helm. Gendry's plate armor glinted as he blocked the strike with a brutal swing of his oak shield. Then his mace came down once, twice, 3 times hammering into Steel Fist's shield until the wood shattered and the man's faceplate caved slightly under the force. Breathing hard, Steel Fist lowered his helm in surrender. Only the Unsullied remained. Unlike ordinary warriors, they felt neither fear nor pain the way others did. Courage, wine and years of unrelenting training had hardened their nerves beyond understanding. They advanced as a single, unwavering wall. Gendry charged directly into them. The Unsullied fought like a machine, no hesitation, no flinching, no wasted movements. But Gendry fought like a force of nature. He ducked a spear, seized the shaft, and yanked its wielder forward before knocking him aside. He battered another's shield until his mace knocked the soldier off balance. His stamina seemed endless, his fury growing sharper and more focused the longer he fought. When the final Unsullied fell to one knee, Gendry stood in the center of the churned dirt, chest rising and falling, steam rising from his armor. A faint tingling spread through him, an awakening of the blood burning in his veins. Bloodline, Storm's blood activated, 40% awakened. It was advancing, slowly but steadily. Yet Gendry could feel he was approaching a bottleneck. To awaken more, he would need stronger opponents. More battles. More pressure. More blood. His inborn talent remained the same, the ancient resilience of House Baratheon. Talent, caste resilience. Descendants of the stag are tall and strong, blessed with vitality and the ability to sire many children, usually black-haired, blue-eyed. Storm's rage. When severely wounded or enraged, attacks become ferocious and overwhelmingly powerful. Across the field, men began cheering. Commander-in-Chief, magnificent! Long live the Liberator! That's our head wolf! Even the Unsullied he had defeated were smiling faintly beneath their helms. Gendry offered each of them a hand, helping them rise one by one. Together, with long spear and Steel Fist limping behind, they headed toward the benches set beneath the shade. The Commander-in-Chief is a warrior born, the handsome man said admiringly. In the stories I've heard, perhaps only Duke Cregan could compare to you. Gendry raised an eyebrow. The Wolf of Winterfell? The Wolf's our hand. Duke Cregan Stark, one of the greatest Starks in history, had once raised an army at 18 to break his uncle's regency, and later orchestrated the famed Wolf's Hour, a decisive maneuver after the Targaryen civil war. Yes, the handsome man continued. Duke Cregan was shrewd and unmatched with a sword. The dragon rider himself acknowledged him. A pity his heir died in Dorne. After that, Winterfell suffered decades of turmoil. Longspear joined in. Many thought Brandon the Wild Wolf would restore the North's glory. Handsome, fierce, a master swordsman, but the Mad King burned him alive. Gendry paused. Do you still miss the North? Longspear exchanged a look with Steel Fist. The North is our homeland, yes. But the disputed lands, this is where we belong now. After we joined the Wolf Pack Company, we ceased being Stark bannermen. Before Gendry could reply, Maester Qyburn appeared at the edge of the field. Our honored guest has arrived, he announced. Gendry's lips curved upward. Good. His plan was moving forward exactly as he hoped. They had intentionally contacted several mercenary companies, Cat's Company, the Second Sons, about a possible joint campaign against Myr, deliberately ignoring the Golden Company. In doing so, they had baited a reaction. And the Golden Company had taken the bait. Their envoy was a peculiar Volantene named Gorly Sidoran, the Golden Company's treasurer and its de facto second-in-command. He was gaunt and pale, his long, blood-red hair slicked with oil. A leopard skin hung over one shoulder, and the golden armbands circling his arms were worth more than some castles. Welcome, friend of the Golden Company. Maester Qyburn said warmly. But the envoy quickly noticed something off. The handsome man, long spear, Steel Fist, and even Gendry himself showed no particular enthusiasm. Still, Gorly smiled thinly. I come in friendship. Our captain wishes to cooperate with the Lord of the Wolf Pack Company. Oh! Gendry folded his arms. How so? You want the disputed lands, Gorlice replied confidently, and we want to return to Westeros. This could be mutually beneficial. Gendry barked a laugh. Around him, several commanders chuckled as well. Even with all their forces combined, they couldn't hope to overthrow the entirety of Westeros's ruling powers. Dear envoy, the handsome man said, we have no ships. And we do not have enough men. Gorlice lifted his chin proudly. Men? The Golden Company fields 10,000, the greatest of all mercenary hosts. 500 knights, each with 3 horses and an attendant. Do not forget the Elephant Corps. And you, Commander-in-Chief, can rally at least 5,000 more. We'd need an entire pirate fleet just to transport such an army, Gendry replied. And the lords loyal to the Iron Throne are well rested and well armed. The sea isn't so wide, the treasurer insisted. If the fierce Melees returned once, we can do it again. And we are not lacking coin. You want Westeros, Gendry said, shaking his head. That is madness. During the era of the 9 Penny Kings, even the combined armies of the disputed lands, Tyrosh, the Golden Company, and countless petty kings couldn't win. Gorlice's expression tightened. The cracks in his confidence grew visible. But we do not ask you to fight, he said stiffly. Only to support us. We will not obstruct your conquest here. You will not obstruct our return home. No, Gendry answered decisively. The risks are too high. The Reach, the Westerlands, the Iron Throne itself, all would be your enemies. For a moment, silence hung heavy. The Golden Company's second-in-command looked defeated. Then Gendry leaned forward slightly. However, he said, letting the word hang in the air, there is a simpler option. Gorlice blinked, hope flickering in his eyes. Myr has hired the Cat's Company and the Second Sons to strike at us, Gendry continued. If the Golden Company attacks Myr from the rear, you will win coin. And it will make the 3 daughters even more dependent on your strength. The tent fell into thoughtful silence. Gorlice Adoran stood very still, weighing the words. Gendry knew he had him. Because every sellsword longs for gold. And every exile dreams of home. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 48, Chapter 48 Lion, Deer, Spider. King's Landing, the Red Keep, the Iron Throne Hall. The feast had begun hours earlier, yet the heat and fragrance of it still clung to the air like a heavy cloak. Roasted boar, honeyed duck, and thick Dornish wine mingled with the perfume of lords' daughters and the sweat of courtiers who had danced too much and eaten far more. Musicians played from the gallery above, plucking their strings with drunken enthusiasm, their melodies swallowed by laughter, clattering goblets, and the endless chatter of nobles seeking attention. At the center of it all sat King Robert Baratheon, massive, red-faced, and thoroughly drunk, leaning heavily against the gilded arm of his seat. Tonight, he was the embodiment of his reputation, a man who lived only for feasts, hunts, and the fleeting thrill of beauty. Ruling a kingdom came somewhere far below on his list of priorities. Robert slammed his goblet on the table, splashing wine across the nearby plates. His laughter echoed like a drumbeat until suddenly, it stopped. His face hardened with drunken irritation as he glared at Queen Cersei across the table. "You stinking woman," he barked, rising unsteadily to his feet. "Don't you dare tell me what to do. I am the king, do you understand? If I say I'm going to hunt boars alone, then I will hunt boars alone." A stunned hush fell over the hall. Conversations froze. Laughter died mid-breath. Sir Barristan Selmy stiffened at the king's right. Renly Baratheon blinked, his smile faltering. Stannis Baratheon clenched his jaw, his face tightening. Littlefinger watched with an unreadable smirk, always quick to observe the cracks in the kingdom's foundations. Cersei's expression did not change, but the color drained from her cheeks. She looked like a marble statue carved from winter ice, beautiful, cold, unyielding. She said not a word. Instead, she rose, gathered her skirts, and walked out of the hall with her attendants scrambling behind her. The queen never fled, but she certainly knew when to withdraw. Jaime Lannister moved to steady the swaying king. "Your Grace, perhaps." Robert shoved him so violently that Jaime stumbled back and crashed into a long feast table, scattering fruit and silver cups. "A fine night indeed," Robert snarled. "Remember your place, Kingslayer, you are my servant." Jaime straightened, expression smooth but eyes burning behind their practiced calm. Golden hair glimmered in the torchlight, and though his smile was razor-sharp, the insult tightened the air around him like a vice. No matter his prowess, no matter his lineage, the name Kingslayer clung to him like a curse. "Of course, Your Majesty," Jaime replied coolly. Renly stepped forward, flashing a light-hearted grin. "Brother, you've spilled your wine. Let me pour you a fresh cup." Stannis shot Renly a look of barely concealed resentment. His younger brother's easy charm and popularity grated on him. Renly was everything Stannis was not: handsome, well-liked, and overflowing with charisma. Joffrey Baratheon, meanwhile, said nothing. He stood stiffly beside the Hound, who lingered like a silent shadow with a face half lost to flames. The boy watched the spectacle with an expression that mixed discomfort, irritation, and perhaps a spark of admiration for his father's explosive temper. Stannis observed Jaime again. Why did the Kingslayer remain shackled to the White Cloak when he could rule the Westerlands as heir? Was honor truly worth more than gold, power, and freedom? But Stannis's thoughts shifted abruptly when Robert roared again. "Where is my good friend Lord Jon? Does no one think to bring the hand to the feast?" Lancel Lannister, one of the Queen's lean and nervous cousins, stepped forward at once. "Lord Jon is with his son, Your Grace. Young Robin is ill." A rare softness flickered across Robert's face. "Poor little Robin," he muttered, though he did not decline the new cup Renly handed him. He drained it eagerly. Stannis's mind churned. Something was wrong in King's Landing. Secrets, whispers, rumors of bastards, and Jon honorable, meticulous Jon searching for them before his death. If Stannis wanted an ally, Ned Stark was too new to the capital. Renly had his own ambitions. The Lannisters were snakes in golden armor. Jon alone would have listened. If only he were still alive. Beneath the Red Keep, deep in its dark belly where secrets clung to the stones, two figures moved through the underground tunnels, footsteps echoing faintly in the oppressive silence. These were no ordinary corridors. Maegor the Cruel had designed them like a spider's web, filled with hidden paths, false walls, and deadly traps. After constructing them, he had executed the builders to guard the maze's secrets. Only the Master of Whisperers traditionally knew every twist and turn. Tonight, that master was Varys. The eunuch's steps were shockingly silent for a man of his size. He wore a half-cloak of leather, heavy boots, and a steel helmet that concealed part of his scarred face. Beneath the armor, he carried a dagger and short sword, rare sights on him, but necessary in the tunnels. Beside him waddled Illyrio Mopedus, his enormous belly straining his ornate robes. His yellow mustache curled like a pair of oily snakes. Each of his fingers glittered with gemstones, some sporting 2 rings instead of 1. Varys lifted his torch to illuminate the darkness. "Stannis is investigating the king's bastards," Varys murmured. "He may have stumbled upon the truth." Illyrio raised a brow. "And what will Stannis do with that truth? Start a war, perhaps?" Varys sighed. "He has no allies. The lion, the wolf, the rose, even his own storm lords do not care for him. Poor Stannis." Illyrio rubbed his fingers together anxiously. "Too early, my old friend. If the lion and the deer clash now, it will ruin everything. We are not ready." "One of our greatest problems remains the same," Varys said. "We have no army." "Perhaps the Dothraki?" Illyrio suggested. "Tens of thousands of screaming warriors." "The Dothraki fear the sea," Varys reminded him. "And they have no ships. Worse still, gifts and promises mean little to them." They ride only for conquest. Illyrio nodded. Still, the marriage between the Kul and the true dragon, if the princess becomes pregnant, we might have a new dragon prince. That could sway Khal Drogo. Perhaps, Varys said softly. But storms rise quickly. We must consider other options as well. Ah! Illyrio muttered, catching the implication. You speak of the mysterious Butter King. Varys stopped walking. Do you remember the blacksmith I once placed a certain child with? Black hair, blue eyes, broad shoulders. Illyrio's eyes widened. You think he is that child? I do, Varys said. Based on his strength and deeds, and the fact that he has escaped my control. If he learns the truth of his parentage, he will challenge the Lannisters without hesitation. Illyrio frowned deeply. My friend, we cannot rely on outsiders. The Butter King has disrupted the slave trade. He turns the world upside down. Our cooperation with him is too uncertain, and he lacks an army. Let him deal with the Myrish invasion first. If he survives, then we may consider him. Varys resumed walking, torchlight dancing across the walls. And what of our lovely Rose and Renly? Illyrio chuckled. Ah, yes. What schemes are the Tyrells hatching? Varys explained. Sir Loras sends letters home, urging his father to offer Margaery as a new queen for Robert. Beautiful, gentle, and young everything Cersei is not. Renly and Loras believe Robert could be swayed. As for Littlefinger, well, his thoughts are his own. And Lord Stark remains patient, though the North does not forgive forever. Illyrio exhaled heavily. The court grows more dangerous by the day. Too many factions. Too many players. My friend, we need more time. I know, Varys whispered. But time is expensive. I will require more funds and 30 new birds. 30. Illyrio almost choked. That many? Young ones, Varys insisted. Intelligent, quiet, able to read, and less likely to die. Young ones are safer, Illyrio agreed reluctantly. But treat them well. They are valuable. Varys offered a rare, weary smile. Of course. But we must prepare for any outcome. If the Butter King survives Myr's assault, he may become another piece on our board. And if he fails? Then we return to dragons, Varys said. To the sea of grass. To fire and blood. Their shadows stretched long across the damp stone floors as they disappeared deeper into the maze, spiders weaving schemes in the dark while the lions roared, the deer drank, and the realm unwittingly marched toward chaos. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 49, Chapter 49 The Cat Gang's Attack. The Old Gods Above. Warriors, protect us. Lady of Spears, watch over us. God of Light, grant us victory. Before the battle began, every soldier whispered to their own gods. The Wolf Pack Company prayed to the Seven and the Old Gods of the North. The Unsullied murmured in honor of the Lady of Spears. The free army coming from the disputed lands turned toward Arhillar, the Lord of Light, or to Lys, Goddess of Love. A battlefield always revealed the diversity of faith as clearly as it revealed fear. From the battlements of Firegrass Manor, Gendry watched a black mass of soldiers rising on the distant horizon like a storm tide. The mermen had returned this time with overwhelming numbers. Their second offensive was nothing short of desperate. The Archons of Myr had set aside all internal disputes and hired nearly every mercenary company they could buy, the Cat's Company, the Spear Company, the infamous Second Sons, and countless other sellswords from every back alley of Myr. It seems the free knights we stationed along the road did only limited damage, the handsome man said grimly as he stood beside Gendry. They did what they were meant to do, harass the enemy and drain their morale, Gendry replied. In the end, the true test is here, at the gates. Longspear tightened his grip on his spear. The mermen have also stationed 20 warships along the coast. They're preparing a combined land and sea assault. The Tyroji even let their fleet pass freely. The mermen had learned from their earlier defeat. This time, they would attack from two sides. But the coastline near Firegrass Manor was long and rugged, landing would be difficult. The real threat was the army marching straight toward them. The coast cannot be fully blockaded, Gendry said. The disputed land's mouth is too wide. And do these men truly dare to land on hostile shore? There's another threat, Maester Qyburn warned. The blood plague. Beware of the mermen throwing infected corpses over the walls. The blood plague, silent, deadly, had destroyed countless armies since the Dawn Age. Qyburn looked pale merely speaking of it. The old maester has a point, the handsome man admitted. But Bloodbeard doesn't strike me as clever enough for such schemes. He wants the manor intact. He wants loot. Myr is bleeding itself dry for this war, Gendry said. So we will bleed them back. After this, we will seize every manor and town that belongs to them. We'll crush the mermen until they can no longer stand. We follow the original plan, Gendry continued. Like hammer and anvil, we'll break the Blackfire rebels just as the King's Party armies once did. After today, our reputation will be known across the free cities. The others echoed a firm, yes. Gendry's anvil was Firegrass Manor itself, now a fortress of sharpened stakes, strengthened moats, and towering defences. Several smaller manors in front of it had been evacuated and converted into open traps. Runaway slaves helped clear fields and reinforce fortifications. The manor's walls bristled with newly installed large trebuchets and scorpion ballistas machines that would chip away at the enemy line and morale. Gendry's hammer consisted of 400 knights, the elite fist of the Wolf Pack Company, supported by 2,000 free army soldiers who would follow him outside the walls when the time came. In the surrounding woods, Dick the Fletch led guerrilla longbowmen, ready to strike from hidden ridges and thick forests. From atop the walls, Gendry finally saw the symbols of the attackers: the snarling cat banner of the Cat's Company, the broken sword of the Second Sons, the long spear emblem of the Spear Company. The mercenaries had arrived. Bloodbeard led the Myrish center. The Second Sons formed the left wing. The Spear Company took the right. Thousands of infantry followed behind. At the rear stood 3 massive trebuchets. About 6,000, Gendry murmured. But Bloodbeard is their true strength. Longspear nodded. The Second Sons' cavalry is poorly equipped. Their armor is inferior. Bloodbeard's elite numbers no more than 1,000. The others are common cell swords or hastily gathered free knights barely trained. Gendry turned to the handsome man. Treasurer, once I ride with the cavalry, the manor is in your hands. The handsome man bowed with theatrical seriousness. I will live and die with the manor. Dash. On the merman's side, Bloodbeard, enormous and loud as a warhorn, cursed while adjusting his long sword. His fiery beard bounced with every angry huff. Damn that brat! If not for those guerrilla slaves, we would have reached this cursed manor by noon, he roared. Bloodbeard was a beast of a man, notorious for his fondness of wine, women, and slaughter. The Cat's Company obeyed him because he was stronger, louder, and fiercer than all of them combined. Those empty manors on the way, every shell we broke had a pack of stubborn slaves inside. Bloodbeard continued. Cost us too many brothers. Marrow, commander of the Second Sons, grinned with excitement. He was tall, pale green-eyed, and had a waist-length red gold beard that made him look like some ill-tempered giant. His company's reputation was so vile that most free cities refused to hire them. Crush this boy quickly, Marrow said. He has taken too many Myrish manors. There must be enough gold inside Firegrass Manor to drown in. He could have bought us off with gold at the start, Marrow continued. But he resisted. Bloodbeard snorted. Small gains are worthless. Take the manor, and the gold and slaves will be ours. Look alive, bastard of the Titan, opportunities like this are rare. He glanced toward the Spear Company. And keep an eye on those horsemen. They have plenty of mounts but little courage. They'll bolt at the first sign of trouble. The Cat's company was primarily infantry, about 2,700 foot soldiers and 300 cavalry. The Second Sons had roughly 500 mounted fighters. The Spear Company had the most cavalry, 800 riders, making them unpredictable. Then Bloodbeard shouted, "Trebuchets! Pull!" The 3 giant trebuchets rolled into position. They bore proud Myrish names, Wolf Slayer, Lady of Myr, and Glory of Myr. "Marrow!" Bloodbeard barked. "Send men to guard those beauties." "Of course, Commander," Marrow replied with a mocking bow. "You are the rightful leader, after all." The central Myrish formation stretched in deep ranks, but they did not advance. Instead, the trebuchets unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 Massive stones hurled through the sky, soaring toward Firegrass Manor. On the walls, Gendry clenched his jaw. "If those trebuchets continue, our defenses will crumble. I must destroy them." Firegrass Manor was strong but not invulnerable. The walls could not withstand repeated strikes from 3 siege engines built specifically to tear them down. Gendry strapped on his black scale armor, layered with fine Myrish silk that shimmered and could deflect arrows more effectively than chain mail. He mounted the black stallion gifted to him by the Red Viper, one of the finest Dornish horses ever bred. On his saddle hung a spiked warhammer, an arak taken from a defeated foe, and a dark oak shield. Behind him, Longspear rode silently, leading 400 knights armoured head to toe in steel. Behind them, a soldier carried the grey-white banner of the wolf pack, its roaring wolf's head fluttering in the rising wind. The storm of battle had begun. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 50, Chapter 50 The Storm's Carnage. Grammar corrected, expanded smoothly, readable, faithful to your original plot. Stones tore through the night sky like vengeful ghosts, shrieking as they descended upon the streets of Firegrass Manor. The darkness trembled with each distant thud. Massive rocks, hurled by the Myrish trebuchets, landed with explosive force, cracking walls, smashing roofs, and shaking the ground beneath the defenders' feet. Yet, for all their fury, the Myr people had not managed to fling these monstrous stones deep into the heart of the manor. Most projectiles struck the outskirts, the walls, the battlements, the parapets, and the tall defense towers. Even so, the constant bombardment made the entire manor feel like it was trapped inside a thunderstorm of stone. Bloodbeard's army had arranged their siege machines, the 3 daughters trebuchets of Myr, into a perfect killing formation. He kept them firing relentlessly, day and night, turning the assault into a rhythm of terror. But night was not an enemy to everyone. In the cover of darkness, the escaped slaves of the Free Army moved like shadows. Their familiarity with the terrain allowed them to strike swiftly, vanish into the forested edges, and reappear elsewhere like ghosts. They ambushed, sabotaged, and disrupted the Myrish forces again and again, giving Gendry's defenders precious breathing room. Tonight was the hour of the wolf, the longest, coldest, and darkest hour of night. For many gathered at the East Gate, this would be the final night of their lives. There was a calmness in the air, the heavy silence before a storm's roar. Gendry stood at the front, leading 400 wolf pack cavalry. Behind them marched 2,000 warriors, 400 wolf pack infantry, and 1,600 Free Army soldiers. Steel Fist commanded the wolf pack infantry, while Grey Wolf led the Free Army warriors. These men had trained under the Wolf Pack Company, the Unsullied, and Gendry himself. At last, they looked like a true fighting force. Grey Wolf marched at the very front with 15 Unsullied, their bronze helmets glinting in the flickering torchlight. Each Unsullied carried 3 long spears, a short sword on their hip, and a shield strapped across their back. Their smooth, expressionless faces reflected unwavering discipline. Other warriors guarded the manor's gates. The south gate bore the heaviest pressure. The north gate remained the quietest. Once battle erupted, the hidden longbowmen spread across the western outskirts would join the fight, raining long-range arrows when they heard the horn signal. Holding the manor defensively would have been safer. But the settlement, even with its recent expansions, was not strong enough to endure an endless siege. The slavers' rage was relentless. For Gendry, the only path was forward. Attack before being suffocated. He addressed his warriors. You have trained with me, with Steel Fist, with the Unsullied. You are the best warriors. Freedom! Freedom! The free army roared, their voices trembling with determination. Each of them knew the truth: if they lost, they would be dragged back into chains if they survived at all. Slavers did not spare escaped slaves. Gendry continued, raising his voice above the restless murmurs. Our plan is set. I will lead the cavalry charge. Once the gates open, ride at full speed. Head straight for their mercenary scum and those trebuchets at the rear. When their ranks try to reform, outflank them. Attack from the sides and the rear. And above all, never charge Longspears head on. Longspear stepped forward. Remember the priority: destroy the trebuchets. We can't hope to capture the 3 daughters of Myr, they're too well built. Dismantle them, burn them, do whatever you must to stop them. Steel Fist added, kill as many mercenary captains, Myrish nobles, and slave masters as you can. Burn their tents, especially the large ones. Big tents mean important targets. Grey Wolf raised an arm. And hear this well: no taking slaves. Slaves are our allies. We fight for them. Gendry nodded in approval. Exactly. Now listen carefully. When the cavalry smashes their lines and a gap appears, you follow. Crash through that opening and cut down as many enemies as possible. Spare slaves whenever you can. Focus on leaders, nobles, and officers. And if you're in danger, retreat before being surrounded. Steel Fist saluted. His 400 heavy infantry were well armoured and battle-hardened, the backbone of Gendry's infantry assault. The Unsullied formations were powerful but rigid, requiring time to assemble. The cavalry's job was to by that time disrupt, confuse, and delay the enemy until the Longspear formation could be completed. Gendry lifted his horn. Listen for this. Charge when you hear the attack horn. Retreat when you hear the retreat horn. The manor still stands, and the enemy dares not step within crossbow range. Understand your strengths, he reminded himself silently. Avoid their sharpest edges. Drain them. Strike when they tire. He favoured the Dornish tactic known as blunting the spear, sidestepping the strongest enemies, then attacking their weaknesses. The horizon to the east began to glow softly with dawn's first light. The darkness thinned as if the sky were holding its breath. Thousands of lives would hinge on the decisions made today. Gendry slipped on his wolf head helmet. He tightened his gorget, adjusted his Myrish brocade cloak, and gripped his heavy mace. Its dark surface gleamed coldly in the early light. His shield slid comfortably onto his arm. He did not pray to the gods, but today, he made an exception. He whispered to the warrior for strength as fierce as a storm, and to the crone for wisdom to guide his men. Longspear raised his weapon high. Maybe I will die in a woman's arms or on a cold battlefield, but not today. The warriors surged forward like a tide of steel. Knights mounted their horses, tightened straps, and pulled on helmets. The scraping of steel, the clatter of hooves, and the beating of shields merged into a single rising roar. Long live the wolf pack! Long live the wolf pack! Kill! Gendry bellowed, raising his warhammer. The cavalry charged, first 400 armoured riders diving into the battlefield like a single iron fist. Bloodbeard hesitated for a moment. Then the seasoned mercenary commander snapped back to instinct, barking orders. Free mercenaries! Charge! Cat's company form long spears. Hold the line. He couldn't risk his elite 300 knights of the Cat's company, not yet. Where is the spear company? Bring the 800 knights quickly. Commander, a scout shouted breathlessly. The spear company is under attack. The enemy's longbowmen ambushed them. Some of those longbows shoot nearly 300 yards. Cowards! Useless fools! Bloodbeard roared. Did we not have scouts? How did no one find them? They were well hidden, Commander. The terrain favors them. Bloodbeard cursed again. He no longer counted on the spear company. Perhaps the enemy's attack was only a feint testing the center and the second sons on the flank. If so, he had to hold steady. Gendry lowered his mace. Charge the second sons. This was the main target. Once a proud mercenary band, the second sons were now a ragged shadow of their former might. Their armor was cracked, their weapons dull, and their morale shattered. The wolf pack cavalry slammed into them like a tidal wave. The second sons' formation collapsed instantly. Warriors screamed, shields splintered, and horses reared as the force of the charge shattered their lines. The bastard of the Titan blew the horn desperately, calling for reinforcements. But the chaos around him drowned his efforts. His men tried to reorganize, shouting orders, but fear had already sunk into their ranks. Gendry's warhorse smashed through their formation. He swung his mace, each strike crushing armor, bone, and flesh. The heavy blows shattered skulls and flattened helmets as if they were made of tin. The cavalry rode behind him, pouring into the broken ranks, cutting down enemies left and right. Gendry's path was clear. Destroy the second sons. Burn the trebuchets. Outflank and slaughter the enemy's core forces. The storm had begun and it showed no mercy. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, The Golden Company deploys. Blazing battle fire raged around Gendry as he swung his heavy mace and charged into the ranks of the second sons. Tall and broad-shouldered, Gendry towered like a storm-born giant. Behind him thundered the Wolf Pack Company Knights, grim northern warriors in dark armor, their strength and ferocity unmatched. Gendry was the storm's heir, and today, he would deliver the tempest's fury. Whoosh! 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 The Cat's Company had not expected such a fierce frontal assault at dawn. Panic spread through their lines as a volley of arrows failed to slow the wolf pack's advance. Bloodbeard, cruel but battle-hardened, barked orders, but even he could not hide the unease in his voice. Long live the wolf pack! Under their black and grey banner, the wolf pack knights advanced in full plate and scale armor. Such lavish armament was rare outside the north, yet here in the wealthy disputed lands, they had forged an army of iron. Amid the blaring war horns, Gendry led the spearhead formation like an arrow through flesh, unstoppable. His warm arose and fell with brutal rhythm, crushing everything in its path. Knights who dared block his charge were shattered, skulls split, chests caved in, ribs snapping like twigs. Gendry fought like a man possessed, a blacksmith of death forging ruin with every swing. To him, battle was just another form of hammer work, measured, relentless, perfect. But men were not steel, they broke too easily. His horse, a proud Dornish steed, snorted and trampled corpses underfoot. Gendry's strikes were clean and efficient, heavy downward blows, quick parries, brutal counterattacks. His movements embodied the pure essence of war: faster, higher, stronger, deadlier. Talent made a warrior great, discipline made him invincible. Gendry possessed both in abundance. Through years of relentless training and the raw gift of strength, he had become the pinnacle of human battlecraft, a beacon among warriors. Long live the wolf pack! The northern knights howled as they slaughtered without pause. The second sons began to crumble. Their armor was thin, their weapons inferior, and their spirit weaker still. Seeing the wolf pack charging through their ranks like wolves through sheep, panic took hold. The second sons were no strangers to retreat, and soon the field was littered with fleeing men. Reform the line! Hold the line! Roared Marrow, the bastard of the Titan, commander of the second sons. Desperation cracked his voice as he shouted orders and sent riders to beg aid from the Cat's Company. Useless! A bunch of useless curs! The second son's banner, its sword emblem broken, flapped weakly in the wind as their formation disintegrated. From Firegrass Manor, wolf pack infantry surged forward behind their shields, while Free Army warriors assembled in support. Bloodbeard's face twisted in fury. Watching the second sons collapse, he realized the danger. Their failure would doom them all. Go! Rescue the second sons! I want them alive, he bellowed, dispatching 150 riders and several hundred mercenaries to aid them. To the rest of you advance. We must break the front before the Unsullied form their tortoise shields. Once they do, we're finished. Push forward. Marrow watched helplessly as his army of liars and cowards disintegrated. They were scum, but they were his only hope. He shouted again, his voice echoing across the field, but it was too late. From the chaos emerged Longspear, his weapon gleaming, death following in his wake. The spear thrust toward Marrow with merciless speed. Damn it! Where is Cat's company? That bastard Bloodbeard! Marrow cursed, drawing his steel sword. He raised his shield, barely blocking the first thrust. But the second caught him beneath the arm, slicing open his armpit. Blood poured down his side. Bastard! He roared in agony. His movements slowed, his breath ragged. Longspear pressed the attack. Marrow lifted his shield again, but the spear flicked aside and drove into his throat. Panic flared in his eyes. Coughing blood, Marrow spurred his horse, desperate to flee toward the Cat's company's lines. But a dark steed suddenly blocked his path. Upon it rode the head wolf. From beneath a crude iron mask, Gendry's eyes burned like twin storms. His mace came down with the weight of a mountain. Marrow parried the first blow, but the force shattered his sword. The second strike smashed through his helm, splitting skull and bone. Blood and brain sprayed through the air as the bastard of the Titan toppled like a felled oak. The bastard of the Titan is dead. The cry echoed over the battlefield. Cat's company riders and free knights, witnessing Marrow's brutal death, faltered. None dared advance, instead, they scrambled to regroup. By the time the second sons managed to form a shaky line, the wolf pack knights had already shifted direction, charging straight for the three daughters of Myr. Their heavy cavalry crashed into the defenders like a storm from the north. The Myrish slave soldiers panicked. "We surrender," they cried. "We surrender." They turned their weapons not on the wolf pack, but on their own masters, the second sons and free mercenaries. Within moments, the wolf pack knights overran the defences. The mighty catapult wolf slayer was torn down with chains, followed by Glory of Myr and Lady of Myr. The battlefield dissolved into chaos. Free mercenaries fled in all directions. Those of the second sons who survived threw down their weapons and knelt before Gendry. At their head rode a man with a broad face, brown skin, and a broken nose. His thick grey hair was streaked with age, his black almond eyes betraying Dothraki blood. He bowed from his saddle. "We surrender, great liberator head wolf, commander of the wolf pack company and the free army." Gendry regarded him coldly. "Who are you?" "I am Ben Plum, once of the second sons. My brothers have chosen me to surrender on their behalf to the Wolf King." "Good," Gendry said. "Marrow is dead. Take down your banners and fight with us. You're skilled at running away, let's see if you're half as good at attacking." Brown Ben grinned. The Wolf King can rest assured the second sons always side with the victors. At his shout, the riders turned their horses and joined the wolf pack, charging toward Cat's company's exposed flank. The sound of horns rolled like thunder. Arrows rained from the west, unleashed by the long bowmen under the arrow maker's command. In the east, shield walls locked tight, and spear formations advanced relentlessly toward Bloodbeard's lines. Meanwhile, the destruction of the three daughters' catapults crushed Myrish morale. Their free mercenaries broke ranks, fleeing despite the overseer's whips. Useless. All of them useless. Bloodbeard's eyes were bloodshot with fury. The catapults are gone. The second sons traitors. The slaves cowards. Damn them all. He looked around and saw his line faltering, his flank collapsing. "The second sons have defected," shouted a scout. They're cutting off our retreat with the wolf pack and the slave soldiers. What? Bloodbeard's world tilted. He had always known these mercenaries were fickle, but not like this. Commander. Longspear's spear company has turned against us too. That was the final blow. Bloodbeard's vision darkened. He should have waited for the wind blown, or better yet, the Golden Company. Commander. We must retreat. If we stay, we all die. Retreat? Bloodbeard's roar was part rage, part despair. But before he could move, a messenger galloped up, face white with terror. Commander. The scouts report banners to the rear. Golden Company banners. They've deployed elephants. What? Bloodbeard turned. His heart stopped. In the distance, golden skull banners fluttered in the wind. Between them lumbered massive war elephants, their armor glinting beneath the rising sun. The Golden Company had rejected Myr's call and joined the wolf pack instead. Bloodbeard's fury drained away, replaced by dread. It's over. He whispered. His great frame trembled. It's all over. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Wolves in Gold. Under the banner of the Golden Company, its knights charged onto the battlefield, striking from behind at Bloodbeard's Cat Company and the free mercenaries led by the Myr. The Golden Company's war elephants played a particularly crucial role. Bloodbeard and the Myr's offensive quickly collapsed, and the free mercenaries fled in panic. The Spear Regiment and the Second Sons both surrendered to the wolf pack and turned their blades on the Cat Regiment and the Myr. On the hilltop, the high-ranking commanders of the Golden Company gathered together, watching the ever-changing tide of battle. The arrival of the Golden Company had completely sealed the Cat Company's fate. Each spear around them was topped with a gilded skull. One skull was unusually large and grotesque, though the head beneath it was only the size of a child's fist. It belonged to the ferocious Maris and his unnamed brother. The other skulls were less remarkable, save for the ones that had been smashed open or bore rows of unnaturally sharp teeth. They fought beautifully. The wolf pack's elite troops are formidable, just like those northerners. I didn't expect they could train runaway slaves so well, said Golisadoyan, the treasurer of the Golden Company in a Valentine. Lansano Mar, the intelligence officer from Lys, added, Bloodbeard may be rude and bloodthirsty, but he's not useless. That man has some skill. His harassment, flanking maneuvers, and use of cavalry are all quite adept. Even without our help, he was doomed. Still, he has the ability to work with us. Your ideas are too risky, sighed Harry Strickland, the homeless commander. He was the leader of the Golden Company but feared war. Homeless Harry did not look like a warrior. He was obese, with a large, round head, pale grey eyes, and sparse hair combed over his balding scalp. What good are a few slaves when the liberators, the slave owners, and the governors come rushing in from all sides? When the enemies of this boy, the slave owners and governors, arrive, what use will a handful of slaves be? We have no choice, Harry. The butter and cheese merchants of the free cities can give us gold, but they'll offer no other help, said Franklin Falk. If we help the wolves, we'll offend all our biggest clients. If the Liberators' war fails, he'll be ruined before we even reach Westeros, Harry muttered, dejected. As planned. Harry cleared his throat nervously. What plan yours, or Fatty's? Someone mocked. We're tired of this wandering life. Maris Blackfire crossed the sea with the help of the Copper Kings. Why can't we? The wolf pack is strong, and these freed slaves are becoming a real army. Once the Liberator takes the disputed lands and Myr, he can help us cross the narrow sea. Robert Baratheon won the Iron Throne without dragons, so can we. Even if things go wrong and the people don't rise up, we can retreat across the sea, just like the Cold Irons did. Harry shook his head. Too many risks. Not really. We haven't broken any agreements. We didn't sign a treaty with Myr. We're simply showing goodwill to the Liberators by defeating Bloodbeard. Mercenaries fighting each other isn't unusual. The mermen were bound to suffer a crushing defeat, and the cat company was doomed to be wiped out. If the liberators take advantage of this victory and defeat the third daughter, we'll formally ally with them. If luck turns against them and the third daughter strikes back, she'll have to rely on us even more and pay handsomely for it. Either way, we win. It's a perfect arrangement. Then let's charge. Franklin Falk laughed heartily. Let's give the liberators a hand. That boy's got courage, he's a true warrior. Pecker grinned. I'd rather die in Westeros than rot away in this accursed land, leaving my children to keep wandering. Marco Mandic chuckled. As for me, I'd prefer to live well, rich lands and a fine castle to my name. Franklin Falk slammed his sword hilt into the ground. Then let's help the Wolf King first. And I'll cut down a few rotten apple Falk bastards while I'm at it. The commander looked as if he'd been struck. Are you all out of your minds? One by one, the officers of the Golden Company raised their swords and charged down the hill. The last to do so was their reluctant commander, Homeless Harry. The enemy army collapsed like a house of cards. Bloodbeard saw the wolf pack soldiers advancing, heavy infantry clashing with the Free Army's lighter troops. He watched as mercenaries threw away their weapons and fled into the woods. Even his elite vanguard was breaking apart. The combined shield wall of the wolf pack and the Free Army surged forward, while grey and white wolf pack banners rolled across the field like storm clouds. Axes, great swords, and spears flashed amid the chaos, bringing death in every direction. Success! Gendry breathed a sigh of relief. The Free Army's formations were crude at best, far less disciplined than the Unsullied. But the Unsullied were too costly and inhuman to maintain. That was why the wolf pack's cavalry and infantry charges were vital. Behind them, the Longbowmen, led by the arrow makers, launched wave after wave of fire arrows. Flames rained down upon the fleeing mercenaries. Long live the wolves! Long live the liberators! Cried Steel Fist, leading the wolf pack infantry, while Grey Wolf commanded the Free Army. The combined forces surged like a flood. The Cat Company and mere mercenaries who tried to resist were quickly swept aside and slaughtered. Bloodbeard was enraged. I've lost this battle, but I still have a chance. I'll return to Myr, raise new soldiers, and take my revenge. He spurred his horse and galloped toward the rear. But Bloodbeard was too conspicuous to escape. Tall, broad-shouldered, his face fierce and red, his great beard braided into a thick rope. At a small river, Bloodbeard met Gendry face to face, their armies clashing violently around them. You brat! You've ruined me and now I'll ruin you! Bloodbeard roared. He drew his long sword, its edge flashing like a venomous shadow. His strikes were fast and brutal. Gendry raised his warhammer and rushed forward. He countered, feinted, and then swung with crushing force. Bloodbeard's blade slashed toward his face, but Gendry dodged with cat-like agility. The warhammer struck Bloodbeard's chest with a thunderous impact. The mercenary leader staggered back, gasping, as his ribs cracked beneath his armor. Still, he fought on, his long sword slashing in furious arcs. Gendry parried the first blow, blocked the second, and deflected the third thrust aimed at his heart. Their movements were so fast that onlookers could barely follow them. A resounding crack echoed. The warhammer crashed into Bloodbeard's ribs again, shattering more bones and denting his armor. Bloodbeard roared in pain, twisting away to draw another weapon from his horse, a dark Valyrian steel arak, its edge glinting like black smoke. Die, he bellowed, slashing at Gendry's head. Gendry ducked low. Bloodbeard's speed was fading, his strength faltered. Gendry's warhammer came down like a falling star, smashing into Bloodbeard's temple. The helmet caved in with a sickening crunch, and Bloodbeard fell to the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth. Gendry stood over the corpse and picked up the Valyrian arak. Its long, smoky blade gleamed faintly. It was said the Windblown also possessed such a weapon. This was a rare prize. Why hadn't Bloodbeard used it earlier? Perhaps he preferred a longsword, or maybe he underestimated his foe, saving the arak as his final trump card. Either way, it had cost him his life. The cavalry charge thundered on, trampling Bloodbeard's body beneath hooves and blades. "What a fine piece of iron!" cried one of the Golden Company knights, rushing up to Gendry. They had witnessed the brutal duel and now saw the mangled remains of Bloodbeard lying lifeless at his feet. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Sweeping Through Controversial Lands. Gendry's wedge-shaped column pierced the enemy ranks like a sharp spearhead, and in the chaos, he personally struck down Bloodbeard. The Second Sons, the Long Spears, and the Golden Company knights joined his onslaught, iron armor clashing against steel, fists of fury pounding through the battlefield. It was a storm of knights, roaring and unstoppable. Long live the wolves! Long live the free army! Break the shackles! Kill these mere slave owners, someone shouted, and the cry echoed across the field. The knights charged through to the far side, and Gendry quickly reorganized his troops. With precision and authority, he launched a second charge that swept from the manor's front gates to its very back, bringing the battle to a decisive end. Steel Fist, Lance, and Grey Wolf led their wolf packs and free army infantry in relentless pursuit, securing a total victory. Gendry and the officers of the Golden Company rode across the smoldering battlefield. With Bloodbeard dead, the Cat Company's morale shattered. The once powerful mercenary group second only to the Golden Company crumbled into dust. After this crushing defeat, the people of Myr were struck with terror. Throughout the disputed lands, resistance waned, and the wolf packs and free army were poised to sweep across the entire region. An exiled army, yet remarkably well trained, Gendry observed. His eyes swept over the ranks of the Golden Company, its officers and common soldiers alike. The Golden Company was indeed wealthy, and their discipline showed in every movement. Their mercenaries flaunted their riches with the arrogance of the newly rich. They wore jewel-encrusted swords, ornate armor, silk robes, and heavy gold necklaces. Most distinctive were the golden armlets that each man wore, each one representing a year of service in the company, each one worth a lord's ransom. "Congratulations on your great victory, Commander-in-Chief," said the homeless Harry, offering polite praise. He couldn't refuse the officers' requests, so he had no choice but to play along. "I should thank you as well," Gendry replied casually. "Had you arrived any later, the Golden Company might have come straight to my wolf's lair to celebrate their victory instead." Behind him, Long Spear, Grey Wolf, and the others stood silent, blood still fresh on their armor, their presence radiating a fierce, battle-forged energy. Gendry understood the Golden Company's strategy perfectly. They had waited, watching from a distance, and only advanced when the battle was all but decided, when the Cat Company and the Myr alliance were already doomed. It was not a rescue but an act of opportunism, adding icing to the cake rather than giving aid in a crisis. "You must be joking, Commander," Harry said, mustering what courage he could. A treasurer by nature, not a warrior, he felt small and fragile before Gendry's commanding presence. "Please understand," said Golasidoyan of Valentis, the Golden Company's treasurer, "the Golden Company is a force of 10,000. We cannot afford to act recklessly or interfere in every local conflict. We merely wish to offer a token of goodwill," added Intelligence Officer Lansano March. "The Golden Company will not hinder your campaign, Commander." "And what of the Golden Team?" Gendry asked, testing their intentions. "Warriors respect warriors," Lansano replied smoothly. "The Golden Company admires a hero like you, Commander. We support you as a future king, and perhaps, in return, we may one day count on your aid. Westeros is, after all, our true home." Gendry's laughter was sharp, though not unkind. "Have you truly thought this through? You're far too optimistic. The king has Jon Snow, Barristan, and the Kingslayer at his side, not to mention the armies of the Vale, the North, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands, and the wealth of Highgarden and Casterly Rock behind him." Leswell Baker raised his fist. "We've been exiles for a century, but we still have friends in the Reach. Highgarden's power isn't as absolute as Mace Tyrell believes. We have allies in Dorne as well. We've waited for generations, the intelligence officer added. We can wait a little longer. The Queen grows more arrogant each year, and Lord Arryn grows older by the day. Duke Renly has ambitions of his own. Our time will come, Commander. The Golden Company, though stationed far from Westeros, still kept close watch on every rumor crossing the narrow sea. In my view, Gendry said bluntly, your dream of returning home is nothing but a bubble. 100 years ago, neither warrior Daemon Blackfyre nor Cold Iron Agar Rivers succeeded. Why would you fare any better now? Perhaps, said Franklin Foggaw, another of their officers, but remember that King Doran once had Bloodraven as his advisor, and his sons Baelor the Spearbreaker and Makar the Hammer stood united behind him. Today, the Iron Throne is far less stable. There may yet be opportunity. The counterattack on Westeros is a grand and perilous task, said the homeless Harry, his tone careful. It may take a year, 5, or 10, no one can say. But we desire friendship, Commander. When the time comes for the Golden Company to cross the narrow sea, perhaps your wolves could offer assistance. He exhaled softly, relieved to speak of a distant future rather than immediate plans. There was still room for negotiation. As long as the Golden Company doesn't stand in the way of my conquest of the disputed lands, Gendry said, I see no harm in offering you my friendship. His tone was vague but intentional. Both sides were making empty promises, but so long as the Golden Company didn't obstruct the Wolf Pack's advance, such mutual assurances would do no harm. That's excellent news, Harry said with visible relief. The new Wolf Pack bears no hostility toward the Golden Company, on the contrary, your cooperation strengthens both sides. After the Golden Company withdrew, the Long Spear Company, led by its commander, formally surrendered to Gendry. He accepted their allegiance easily, bringing 800 cavalrymen into his growing army. Soon after, Brownie arrived with what remained of the Second Sons. Following Merrow's death, the survivors had elected Brownie as their new commander. The Second Sons are ready to pledge allegiance to you, Commander-in-Chief, said Benplin, the newly elected leader. He laid his long sword at Gendry's feet, then knelt in surrender. You look quite different, Commander, Gendry remarked, studying him. Brown Ben was a peculiar man, broad-faced, brown-skinned, his nose crooked and his grey hair thick and unkempt. His large, almond-shaped black eyes betrayed both age and experience. There were lines at their corners, testaments to years of hardship. I carry the blood of Bravus, the Summer Isles, Ibi, Qohor, the Dothraki, and Dorne, Brown Ben said proudly. I even have a drop of Targaryen blood. Look at our commander's such kindness. Gendry said to Longspear, his voice layered with irony. Brown Ben grinned foolishly, trying to appear humble and harmless. I know your story, Brown Ben, Gendry said coldly. You wear the face of a kind uncle, your smile full of warmth and wisdom. You tell fine stories and act as if you care for all men. But it's all a mask. That smile never reaches your eyes. Behind it lies greed and calculation. You are always hungry, and always wary. Gendry's words struck like a blade. Brown Ben froze, fear creeping up his spine. Around Gendry stood Longspear, Grey Wolf, and other wolf warriors silent, their hands on their weapons. Their eyes were cold iron. They were no longer mere mercenaries but forged wolves of war. A single order would end him. Commander-in-Chief, you can't do this. Brown Ben pleaded. I've already surrendered. A defeated army could not afford pride. Cunning alone could not substitute for valor. You're not entirely useless, Gendry said, his tone softening just slightly. At least your men are skilled at retreating. How many remain? More than 400, Brown Ben answered quickly. As everyone knows, Gendry continued, the Second Sons are notorious for breaking their oaths. The mermen fear us now, especially the Wolf Pack's fury. What do you mean, Commander? Brown Ben asked cautiously. To be frank, I don't trust you, Gendry said flatly. The second sons are too cunning, too selfing. I could wipe you all out here and now, but I think you might be of better use alive. You'll return to Myr. You know what I expect. I understand, Commander-in-Chief. Brown Ben said immediately. He realized what Gendry intended, to use the second sons as spies and informants, serving as insiders for the wolf pack under the guise of mercenary service to the mermen. You've already made one mistake, Gendry warned. Don't make another. If the second sons betray me again, when I march on Myr, I'll show you what the wolves do to liars. Brown Ben swallowed hard. Rest assured, Commander. There are old mercenaries, and there are bold mercenaries, but there are none who are both old and bold. I won't make the wrong choice again. This time, I'll stand with the victor. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Yoram Mormont, the Great Bear. Bloodbeard is dead, and the Cat Company is wiped out. The second sons surrender. The Long Spear Regiment surrenders. The fall of the Cat Company tolled a death knell for Myr, a grim omen for its governors and slave masters. The slaves of Tyrosh and Lys, hearing of Myr's collapse, rose in agitation. Chaos and rebellion swept across the cities. In this war, the Wolf Pack and the Free Army had won a resounding victory. Bloodbeard's Cat Company, once fierce and feared, was annihilated after its leader fell in battle. The second sons, whose commander the Titan's bastard Marrow was slain by Gendry, laid down their arms under their new leader, Brown Ben Plum. Brown Ben, however, would later claim he could not abide the Wolf Pack's control and rejoined Myr's service. The Long Spear Regiment defected mid-battle, swearing allegiance to the Wolf Pack. Meanwhile, Myr's three governors, who had retreated with 2,000 mercenaries and slave guards, were overwhelmed by a slave revolt. Some were captured by Gendry's men, others fled back to Myr in disgrace to deliver the disastrous news. Myrish warships that had supported the army hastily retreated to Myr's harbor upon hearing of the army's destruction. Rumors spread that the Golden Company had secretly aided Gendry's forces, but regardless of the truth, one thing was certain: in the disputed lands, no armed host remained capable of challenging the Wolf Pack and the Free Army. Long live freedom! Across the disputed lands, cries of rebellion echoed. The slave uprisings at the Three Daughters Manors grew fiercer by the day. Many plantation lords had already fled back to the cities before the Free Army even arrived. Aside from the chaotic hub of mercenary activity known as Crown Town, and a few vassal estates near the Three Daughters, the disputed lands had fallen entirely to the wolves and their allies. The Wolf Pack's influence soon spilled beyond these territories, spreading into Myr's vassal lands like wildfire. Their advance was relentless, reminiscent of the wars of the Nine-Penny Kings. Yet their methods were entirely different. The Nine-Penny Kings had ruled through mercenaries, pirates, and gold, holding sway by force and fear. Gendry's Free Army, however, conquered manors and liberated slaves, transforming them into laborers and soldiers, a living tide of freedom. At the edge of Myr, Gendry's three massive siege engines stood like mountains, casting long shadows over the city's walls. Myr now stood isolated, its port and lands surrounded by the Wolf Pack. Each catapult had been given a name: Wolf Pack, Liberator, and Freedom. The sight of these towering engines alone was enough to fill Myr's governors with dread. "Commander-in-Chief, you clearly have the strength to take Myr," said a burly, dark-skinned man beside Gendry. "So why don't you strike?" The man was Sir Yoram Mormont, once of Bear Island, an exiled knight from the north. Though middle-aged and balding, his frame was still powerful, his arms thick with muscle. A soldier of both honor and exile, Yora had become a valuable ally, one who understood the politics of Westeros and now fought to regain his worth under a new banner. Gendry stood gazing at Myr's distant walls, the faint light of dawn glinting off his steel armor. "There's no rush, Yora," he said calmly. "War is not a game. I don't want my beloved Myr, the city of craftsmen, reduced to ashes. Myr was no ordinary city. In Gendry's eyes, it was the crown jewel of the free cities, a haven of artisans, the source of weapons, armor, and endless wealth. To destroy it would be folly. Yora nodded, understanding. For him, this campaign was also redemption, a chance to prove himself to the Wolf King. Even if the North had cast him out, carving a place for himself in these lands was a new beginning. While Myr remained under siege, Gendry bled it dry. The city's governors, desperate to stave off total ruin, paid immense reparations in gold. From captured nobles, Gendry seized warships and armories, turning their own strength against them. Our next goal lies elsewhere, Gendry said one evening to his closest companions, the handsome man, the long spear, the steel fist, and Yora the bear. So what's your next move? Yora asked. Gendry only smiled, his eyes glinting like polished iron. He appeared poised to strike Myr, but his mind was already elsewhere. His true aim was not the city before him, it was the Stepstone Islands. If we seize the Stepstones, he said finally, we'll encircle both Tyrosh and Myr by land and sea. Tyrosh will choke before they realize what's happening. He still remembered Tyrosh's treachery, their fleet's betrayal in Myr's last war. Now, vengeance and strategy aligned. I've planted spies inside Myr, Gendry continued. Outside, we've taken their estates and granaries, and built our catapults. When the final step is in place, we'll see how long they can endure. War, to him, was not merely battle, it was politics in motion. Military victory laid the foundation for lasting rule. A direct assault won't work against the third daughter, he mused. Her cities are ruled by merchants and cheesemongers, not soldiers. To conquer them, you need ships, not swords. Yora frowned. Will all this movement in the disputed lands draw King Robert's attention? The handsome man nodded thoughtfully. Sir Yora, you know King Robert better than any of us. What do you think he'll do? The Robert I once knew was a great warrior, Yora said grimly. But that man's long gone. The crown now dances to Lord Jon Snow's tune. He gave a low chuckle. I met the king once, during the Ironborn Rebellion. He was bold then, a true knight, fierce and handsome. Now? He's just a fat drunk, chasing women, wine, and the ghosts of old battles. Other than whoring, drinking, and hunting, he likely cares only for exterminating the last Targaryens, Yora went on. He hated Prince Rhaegar more than anyone. The Free Cities wars won't trouble him. Even so, said the long spear cautiously, the Iron Throne still holds power. Eddard Stark, Jaime Lannister, Stannis Baratheon, Randyll Tarly, men like them could still act. Perhaps, Gendry replied, but the Iron Throne's reach ends at the Narrow Sea. Robert's realm is too divided to interfere here. He turned his gaze toward the horizon. Our greater concern lies eastward. Myr's envoys are already seeking allies in Tyrosh, Lys, and Volantis. Some even whisper they've gone as far as Slaver's Bay. Volantis. Yora spat. That serpent's nest once invaded Myr. It could do so again. True, Gendry agreed, but remember Volantis is ruled by the Elephant Party now. They're merchants, not soldiers. They won't stand idly by as the slave trade collapses, but they're cautious. The Elephant Party, he explained, had governed Volantis for centuries after the Bloody Century Wars. Comprised of traders and lenders, they believed in conquering the world through commerce, not conquest. Many of their founding members had even been women visionaries who helped overthrow the old Tiger Party. Since then, the elephants had controlled most consulships and trade routes. Still, Gendry said, they rarely march to war. Even if they plan one, they'll wait for the next election. Only when the Tiger Party returns will they act. He spoke with certainty. His network of spies was vast: Qyburn's agents, Golden Company informants, and sailors loyal to him. Information was his sharpest blade. Besides Volantis, Yora said suddenly, we should also worry about the Ironborn. The room fell silent. Even Gendry's expression darkened. The Ironborn have recovered since their last defeat, Yora said grimly. They're greedy raiders, ever hungry for gold and glory. They've already begun harassing the disputed lands and the stepstones. It wouldn't surprise me if they turned their longships against us next. Then let them come, Gendry said coldly. We'll feed them to the sea. His voice carried the weight of iron, unyielding, dangerous, and absolute. The Great Bear gave a half-smile. Aye. But remember, Commander, the sea's teeth are sharp. Even wolves can drown. Gendry looked out once more toward Myr, its towers gleaming faintly under the fading sun. Smoke rose from distant manors, ships drifted idly in the harbor, too afraid to sail. Around him, the Free Army camp bustled with life-liberated slaves, northern knights, and mercenaries now bound by one name, the Wolves. Let them fear, Gendry said quietly. Fear is the first step toward freedom. The Great Bear crossed his arms, nodding slowly. Then we'll give them plenty to fear. The wind carried their words eastward toward Myr, toward the sea, and toward the uncertain dawn of a new age. The wolf pack had conquered the disputed lands. But the world beyond the narrow sea was vast, and Gendry Baratheon's storm was only beginning to rise. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Messenger of the Rose. The Golden Wine, a large merchant ship from Qingting Island, sailed smoothly across the calm sea, its bow slicing through the waves like a giant's finger cutting through blue silk. The seas are much calmer now that the Greyjoy rebellion has been quelled, said a Redwyne sailor cheerfully. The Ironborn are behaving themselves, and there's no longer a powerful pirate king on the stepstones. That foolish King Balon is a thing of the past. The narrow sea now belongs to King Gunpowder Grass and his slave whelps, another sailor said mockingly, uncorking another bottle of fiery liquor. But none of that matters, as long as I still have fire liquor and pear brandy to drink. Balon Greyjoy's rebellion had become a laughingstock. His attempt to restore the Ironborn's ancient glory ended in disgrace. His 2 elder sons perished in the war, and his youngest, Theon, was sent to the north as a hostage. As for Balon himself, he was forced once again to bend the knee to the Iron Throne. They always find something new across the narrow sea, said Garland Tyrell, who had already removed his green robes and gold rose badge. Taller and stronger than most, with a neatly trimmed beard, he now wore a purple cloak and blue armor, the colors of House Redwyne. The Highgarden guards accompanying him had also changed their colors. Garland knew he had to pay close attention to the shifting power across the narrow sea. The reshuffling among the 3 daughters was bound to affect Westeros once again. The situation reminded him of the old wars between the Triarchy and the Targaryens, and the 9 Penny Kings' invasion of the Stepstones after taking the disputed lands. The Spider's spies are everywhere, Garland thought. There must be some even in the halls of Highgarden and Green Pavilion Island. But the Spider is unpredictable, there's no need to be overly nervous. Varys the Spider was indeed a man of deep schemes, but not all of them were for the Iron Throne. He wisely never tried to dissuade the king from his friendship with Highgarden or Renly. Is the Gunpowder King a devil? Marjorie asked curiously. She, too, had changed into a beautiful blue dress and veiled her face. Even so, her slender figure and gentle eyes remained unmistakable. To the slave owners and governors, yes, Garland replied. But to the slaves, he is their savior. She tilted her head slightly. What kind of man is the commander of the wolf pack? I've heard his story, Garland said, his tone thoughtful. Vengeance drove them to fight in the disputed lands. He must be powerful, mercenaries only worship strength. And he must be ruthless, otherwise, he could never have crushed the slave masters' cities beneath his feet. Then shall we go and discuss cooperation with him now? It's not about cooperation, Garland said, his eyes sharp. But I must meet the Gunpowder King and his army. Wherever the wolf pack marches, a meeting with them will give me confidence. The disputed lands are also a granary. The Gunpowder King controls plantations, gunpowder fields, orchards, and wheat farms. That's a fortune. But is that Highgarden's army? Marjorie asked. Highgarden's forces have the advantage in numbers and equipment, Garland admitted. But war isn't only about that. Highgarden has missed too many opportunities. War, he knew, depended on many things: numbers, courage, command, logistics, and strategy. The Northern Army might lack the Reach's armor or the Westerland's gold, but the Winter Wolves had still been a formidable force during the Dance of the Dragons. The Reach was rich and fertile but also divided. House Tyrell had always been a latecomer in war. During the Dance of the Dragons, they stayed neutral. In the Blackfire Rebellion, Longthorn missed the Battle of the Red Grass Field. And during Robert's Rebellion, they fixated on the Siege of Storm's End, missing the larger picture. Marjorie began to understand. The Tyrells believed their true power did not match the crown they sought. That was why they were so eager to prove themselves. I want to meet this commander, Garland said with ambition in his voice. I want to see if he's a conqueror, a miser, or a pleasure seeker. The Wolf Pack now ruled a port they had seized in the disputed lands of Freeport. Their grey and white wolf banner flew proudly above its towers. This was their domain. Ships from across the world crowded its harbors. The docks, large and small, were packed with vessels loading and unloading cargo. Since the Wolf Pack had taken control, a new harbor had been built to handle the growing trade with their leader's free army. Garland saw all manner of ships, warships, whalers, trading galleons, vessels from Lys, Tyrosh, Pentos, even Karth. Though the port could not match great cities like Volantis or Karth in size, it thrived nonetheless. The Wolf Pack had already taken over many of the trading routes once held by Tyrosh and Myr. Garland Tyrell observed with fascination the Free Army's customs officers and garrison. The former slaves, now freed, were full of vigor and discipline, devoted soldiers of their liberator. The Freeport garrison wore light chainmail and carried shields and short spears reminiscent of the Unsullied, but they wielded Myrish crossbows, a blend of SSE craft and discipline. Despite their simplicity, they radiated spirit and purpose, perhaps even more so than the elite Wolf Pack knights. Gendry had appointed Captain Harris, a runaway slave from Volantis, as head of customs and the navy in the disputed lands, while Yoram Mormont commanded the port guard. "Please, come in, honored guests," a clever but humble dockworker greeted them when the Redwyn fleet arrived. He led them to the House of Freedom, the grandest and most bustling inn in Freeport, though in truth, it was owned by the Free Army. Highgarden's secret demand for gunpowder herbs soon drew Gendry's attention. He was more than willing to receive envoys from the Reach, though their meeting would remain hidden from prying eyes. Garland and Marjorie entered the House of Freedom with curiosity, ascending to its highest floor. They wondered which of the Wolf Pack's officers would meet them. Outside the chamber door stood Yoram Mormont and a silent grey-armoured warrior. The Grey Wolf soldier gestured for them to enter. Garland, judging from his face and posture, guessed he was an Unsullied. If so, then the man inside must be no ordinary leader. His heart quickened; he might finally meet the one they called the Gunpowder King. With Marjorie beside him, he pushed open the door. Yora's eyes followed them silently. He recognized them immediately, though they did not recognize him. His expression was complicated. In a sense, he was family. When Yora had first married, Garland and Marjorie had been too young to remember their impoverished uncle from Bear Island. Yora's wife and Lord Mace Tyrell's wife were sisters, both daughters of Lord Leighton Hightower of Oldtown. Lady Aelry Hightower, the second daughter, was Mace's wife. Yora's second wife, Linus Hightower, was Leighton's youngest daughter. Garland and Marjorie stepped into the sunlit chamber. There, standing by the window, was a young man bathed in golden light. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his hair short and black, his eyes a deep, stormy blue. He wore a greyish-white wool coat the colour of the wolves, but over his face was a dark iron mask that hid his features. "Welcome, envoys of Highgarden," said Gendry, his voice cold and metallic, like steel drawn from the forge. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 56, Chapter 56 Walking with Roses. Gendry set aside the map of the Stone Steps Islands he had been studying and turned to greet his visitors, two distinguished guests from House Tyrell of Highgarden, the second son and the youngest daughter of the Duke himself. Rising from behind his desk, he descended the steps to the dining table where food and wine awaited. "It is an honor," Gendry said warmly, "to have the golden rose of the green fields grace my humble quarters." He gestured toward the carved oak chairs at the long table, inviting them to sit. "I had assumed envoys from the Redwinds had come to negotiate, but it seems I am even more fortunate. I am receiving the children of the Lord of Highgarden himself." Garland Tyrell smiled, both polite and curious. "It seems the Commander-in-Chief has already guessed our identities. I confess, I did not expect the famed wolf pack commander to be so young, or so perceptive." Though his tone was gracious, Garland's mind was elsewhere. Rumors said that the wolf pack had already surrounded Myr. If so, why were they delaying their attack? Was this meeting with Highgarden truly more urgent than the capture of a city? "Thank you for your hospitality, Commander," said Marjorie Tyrell with a musical laugh. "We should have greeted you in the traditional colors of Highgarden, green and gold, but time did not permit such courtesy." Her laughter faded as she removed her silk veil. Gendry's eyes met hers, and for a heartbeat he forgot the war entirely. Marjorie's long, chestnut curls framed a face as soft and radiant as spring sunlight. Her eyes were gentle, bright, and filled with quiet curiosity. Her smile was sweet but not without purpose. Beauty, intelligence, and influence all in one woman. She was, indeed, the perfect rose of Highgarden. "I must thank my chief intelligence officer," Gendry said, turning toward the corner of the room. "He's the one who recognized your lineage before I did." Sir Qyburn meet Sir Garland and Lady Marjorie Tyrell. Only now did the Tyrell siblings notice the elderly man standing near the shadows. Qyburn was grey-haired and unassuming, his expression mild, but his gaze sharp as a scalpel. Though he looked like a kindly old scholar, both visitors knew that men like him rarely survived so long without being dangerous. Qyburn bowed with courtly grace. "An honor, my lady." "Ser." Gendry chuckled. "That good-for-nothing Mace Tyrell, he may lack wisdom, but at least he's raised his children well. The eldest is clever, the second both learned and brave, and even the youngest son has managed to tie himself to Renly. As for the lady before me," he added with a half-smile, "she understands her duties far better than most nobles twice her age." Garland smiled faintly, unsure whether to take that as a compliment or a jest. As they spoke, the siblings observed Gendry's quarters, a commander's study rather than a lord's chamber. The furnishings were practical and severe, a Myrish tapestry depicting some long-forgotten battle, shelves lined with weathered books and maps, and walls hung with weapons. The black-scaled plate armor standing in the corner bore scratches and dents, but no ornament of gold or jewels. Beside it lay an array of weapons, a spiked warhammer, a yew longbow, and, most striking of all, an unsheathed Valyrian steel arak, its dark blade rippling faintly with smoky light. "This is a disciplined man," Garland thought. "He could drape himself in gold if he wished, yet he does not. Such restraint is more dangerous than greed. It speaks of ambition." "To business, then," Garland said at last, leaning forward. "Commander, we've come with a humble request. Highgarden wishes to purchase a quantity of gunpowder herbs." He did not name a price. Highgarden's wealth was well known, and generosity was implied. Gendry's eyes gleamed with interest. "Highgarden's gold and grain are welcome, of course," he said, "but I seek something else in return." "Oh!" Marjorie tilted her head slightly. "And what would that be, Commander?" Gendry's tone hardened. "The Stepstone Islands have long been infested with pirates and slave traders. Their fleets raid honest merchants, their harbors shelter scum. I intend to bring order there, but for that, I'll need the cooperation of the Reach." You want the stone steps, Garland murmured, realization dawning. He paused, measuring his words. That is, a bold move. If you control the step stones, you can choke both Tyrosh and Myr from sea and shore alike. It would make you master of every trade route from the narrow sea to Dorne. Gendry's expression did not change. Bold, perhaps. Necessary, certainly. Garland hesitated. But the stepstones are Westerosi territory. They should fall under the jurisdiction of the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne. Gendry laughed softly. The king can scarcely hold King's Landing, let alone a few rocks in the sea. Let's not pretend otherwise. His gaze sharpened. Highgarden and the Redwinds are bound by marriage, are they not? I want the Redwind fleet to continue its voyages but under my agreement. The stepstones will fall under my command. Garland frowned. The royal fleet is not your concern, Sir Garland, Qyburn interrupted smoothly. The king has other matters demanding his attention. He won't notice the change in command, not yet. Garland exchanged a wary glance with his sister, then nodded slowly. Very well. I will convey your request to my father. Gendry leaned back, satisfied. There's no rush. The future offers many chances for us to cooperate before the long winter ends. The long winter. Garland repeated, surprised by the certainty in Gendry's voice. You speak as though it were upon us already. Winter is always coming, Gendry said quietly. We of the North remember it better than anyone. You'll remember too, soon enough. Garland studied him in silence. The young commander's calm felt almost prophetic, as if he could already sense storms that the rest of Westeros had not yet glimpsed. After a pause, Garland ventured, and the Golden Company, what are your thoughts on them, Commander? Gendry considered for a moment. They are a company of exiles, he said at last, but no less a formidable army for it. Many of their officers, Garland added cautiously, are men of the Reach nobles who lost their lands generations ago. With your support, they might yet come home. I understand, Gendry replied with a knowing smile. But understand this as well, Sir Garland, I intend to decide my own alliances. Let them court me if they wish, as you do. But in the end, it will be my choice. Garland exhaled softly, relieved. The young commander's ambition was vast, but his reason still intact. Under a grey and clouded sky, the Tyrell siblings remained in the disputed lands for several days. Gendry, in an unusual display of hospitality, took Garland hunting in the hills, shared wine by the fire, and sparred with him in the training yard. They found they shared a soldier's respect, both valuing discipline, endurance, and strategy over empty titles. As for Marjorie, she spent much of her time observing rather than speaking. She had met kings, knights, and courtiers aplenty, yet few men intrigued her like the masked commander of the wolf pack. His voice was deep but not cold, his manner direct yet never crude. When she looked into his eyes, sharp, storm-colored, always alert, she imagined the man beneath the steel. Perhaps he was like the blade he wielded, newly forged, bright, and dangerous. On the fifth day, Gendry invited them to the parade ground. Under the twin banners, the Grey Wolf of the North and the White Star of the Free Army, his troops drilled with brutal precision. Knights thundered past in wedge formations, their spears angled like fangs, while infantry advanced in steady, iron lines. Every shout, every step, every motion struck the air like a drumbeat. Garland watched in silent admiration. What a formidable army, he murmured. At the head of the cavalry rode Sir Longspear, the commander of Gendry's horsemen. 800 knights followed him, former mercenaries of the Longspear regiment who had bent the knee after Myr's fall. Now they wore the wolf pack's black and silver armor, their loyalty paid for not with coin but with cause. The infantry was led by Sir Steelfist Burley, relentless, his soldiers armored in scales and steel. They trained like men who had already accepted death, moving with grim unity. No silk, no ornaments, only the chill gleam of disciplined war. Even the Free Army, once a rabble of freed slaves and laborers, had become something greater. Their ranks moved with surprising coordination, blending Westerosi tactics with the rigid discipline of SSE phalanxes. Spears, shields, bows, every motion drilled into muscle and bone. Garland studied the spectacle, unease creeping into admiration. This army, he thought, might one day rival the Golden Company. The wolf pack has numbers, discipline, and purpose, three things that no sellsword host can ever buy. He knew then that the Reach would need to tread carefully around this northern-born general. Gendry Baratheon might still speak like a man of the people, but he was building an empire. Their days together passed quickly. When the time came for the Tyrells to return to Old Town's coast, the parting was unexpectedly heavy. Gendry accompanied them to the harbour, his black cloak fluttering in the cold sea wind. Marjorie turned once more toward him before boarding. "You are unlike any commander I have ever met," she said softly. "If the North breeds such men, perhaps we have misjudged it." Gendry smiled faintly beneath his mask. "Perhaps." He watched their ship vanish beyond the waves, the golden rose of Highgarden fluttering at its stern. The scent of sea salt mixed with the faint fragrance of roses, fleeting and distant, like memory itself. On the deck, as the wind tousled her curls, Marjorie leaned toward her brother. "He reminds me of someone," she whispered. "Brother, don't you think so?" Garland turned to her, puzzled. "Who?" She gazed out toward the horizon, where Gendry's dark figure still stood at the pier. "Renly," she said at last. "He reminds me of Renly." Garland said nothing. He only looked back at the fading shore, at the man who commanded armies, tamed mercenaries, and spoke of winter as if it were already upon them. And for the first time, the air of Highgarden felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, King of the Narrow Sea. Renly. But Renly wouldn't have such a big bastard. On the bow of the ship, Marjorie Tyrell recalled the image in her memory, a handsome young man, carefree and cynical. Duke Renly had slender limbs, broad shoulders, smooth, straight charcoal black hair, azure eyes, and a warm, gentle smile. "People say Renly is as handsome as the king was in his youth. That's why so many lords are eager to support him," Garland reminded his sister. "We can't see the Liberator's face, but his hair, eyes, and build are very similar to Duke Renly's. Yet, he's stronger and more robust. Duke Renly is elegant and slender, while the Liberator is solid and powerful. If he's the king's son, then everything makes sense." Little Rose's eyes sparkled with realization. The Baratheon line is known for its strength and stature. Most of its members are tall and broad, much like the Laughing Storm. It is their mark, just as the Starks bear wolf blood and the Targaryens their silver hair and purple eyes. Still, his demeanor is entirely different from Renly's. "He's a hardened warrior," Garland observed thoughtfully. "Renly grooms himself, wears cologne, and jokes with Littlefinger at court, but he's no true fighter. He wastes his time on courtly trifles. The Wolf King beneath the Iron Mask is nothing like that. He's just like the king in his youth. Blood and warmers are his companions." Garland was wise and perceptive. Unlike his brothers, he did not see Renly through rose-tinted eyes. How could the king have such a large illegitimate child? Marjorie frowned. To her, the notion seemed absurd. Having an illegitimate child was scandalous, a grave offence against the sanctity of marriage. For high-born nobles, it was a breach of their vows, and if the child was conceived before marriage, it was an even greater sin against the marriage contract. Duke Eddard's late brother, Brandon the Wolf, had been a passionate man, infamous as the blood-stained longsword. Yet, despite his womanizing nature, he fathered no bastards and pursued Catelyn Tully out of duty and honor. Like most true-born sons of noble houses, Brandon understood the difference between passion and obligation. "That's just the kind of man the king has always been, self-willed and indulgent," Garland explained. Before his marriage, when he and Lord Eddard were fostered in the Vale, he fathered an illegitimate daughter with a maid. Even after marrying, his lusts never abated. He fathered Edric Storm on his brother's wedding bed. I've even heard whispers that the Queen has been cleaning up after him, murdering his bastards in their infancy. Things are getting interesting, Garland continued, chuckling. Soon there will be a new player at the King's Landing table. The Gunpowder King is larger than Joffrey, stronger than Renly, and commands a vast following across the narrow sea. He'll be drawn into the game soon enough. Then let's make sure we play our part, Marjorie replied. There's never been a place for a rose in King's Landing, Garland said quietly. Our family's original plan was to fully support Lord Renly, but now we must secure a more favorable position for House Tyrell. Who becomes king is less important, what matters is that you become queen. Father dreams of seeing his grandson sit the throne, but he must learn not to put all his eggs in one basket. House Tyrell aspired to play the same role as House Lannister, ruling through influence and marriage. In the current court, the Lannisters wielded immense power, both through their gold and their armies. With its wealth and resources, House Tyrell could rival them, if only they played their hand wisely. But the king is still alive and he's a bastard, Marjorie said, uncertain. Renly's ambitions were already bold, could there truly be someone even more ambitious? Times have changed, sister, Garland said calmly. Without dragons, thrones are won by armies, war horses, and food stores. King Robert's crown was forged through war, alliances, and his mighty warhammer. His blood may carry a hint of dragon fire, but it was his steel and his strength that won the realm. Compared to that, the beggar king's dragon blood means nothing. Robert's throne was never as sacred as the Targaryen one. Even bastards with great power often dream of crowns, Garland added. Just look at Daemon Blackfyre. Inside the cabin, Maester Qyburn approached and bowed. Your Highness, the Tyrell's wealth is renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps you could draw even more from them. The roses are indeed rich and full of grain, Gendry replied. They've been excluded from court for too long, no wonder they're plotting their own schemes. His tone was thoughtful but cold. The Tyrell's true rivals were the Lannisters, who had long dominated King's Landing through gold and marriage. It was only natural that the Tyrells would seek the same path. The Tyrells are powerful and greedy, Gendry mused. Let them wait for now. We'll continue with our original plan and sweep through the Stone Steps Islands. Beneath the azure sky, the grey and white wolf banners fluttered proudly as the wolf pack fleet sailed across the narrow sea. The fleet was a motley collection of vessels, riverboats, captured black ships from escaped slaves, and several merchant vessels. Though smaller than true warships, their crews were seasoned sailors, skilled in navigating the treacherous waterways of the Stone Steps archipelago. The ships glided through narrow channels and wind-carved pillars of stone with uncanny ease. To the liberators. To the kingdom without slaves. On small islands scattered across the sea, escaped slaves had long turned to piracy or banditry. Yet, when the liberators' message spread, many came forward bringing their ships and pledging allegiance to the new cause. The people of Myr watched anxiously from afar. Catapults stood ready on their city walls, and fear lingered in every heart. The wolf pack fleet launched a surprise assault on the pirate strongholds of the Stone Steps Islands. Though it was only a feint, the pirates were no match for disciplined soldiers. Ship after ship fell to the wolf pack. The nameless islets were swiftly conquered, their forts burned, their captains executed, and their banners replaced with the snarling wolf. Only two strongholds remained unconquered, Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island. Bloodstone and Grey Gallows truly live up to their reputations, Gendry said grimly as he gazed at the smoking horizon. The fleet had already raided Bloodstone's outer docks, plundering shipyards and seizing vessels, leaving the pirates trapped and starving within their rocky redoubts. Your tactics are brilliant, Your Highness, said Qyburn admiringly. Bloodstone and the Steppe Isles are built upon sheer cliffs and riddled with deep tunnels. The pirates hide in their stone fortresses, hard targets to breach. Even Prince Daemon once struggled to conquer them with his dragon. There's also the wider world to consider, Gendry replied. Tyrosh is in ruins, the Ironborn are still licking their wounds after the Greyjoy rebellion, and Dorne keeps to itself. These pirates have no allies, no trade, no food, and soon, no water. They'll starve long before they surrender. Bring up my spoils, Gendry ordered. The Unsullied dragged forward a line of prisoners, pirates and adventurers from every corner of Essos. There were red-haired Tyroshi, pale-skinned Lyseni, olive-faced mermen, and black sailors from the Summer Isles. Their wrists were bound with coarse ropes that had already drawn blood. I want warships and sailors, Gendry said coldly, but I won't pay for them. Damn you! The drowned god will punish you, snarled a grey-haired Ironborn among the captives. His words dripped with defiance. Then give my regards to your drowned god, Gendry replied. At his signal, 2 Unsullied stepped forward. They struck the Ironborn across the face, cut out his tongue, and nailed him alive to the prow of a ship. His muffled screams echoed across the deck until the sea silenced him. Gendry respected skilled men, but obstinate fools had no place in his army. These ships and this island are mine now, he said, his voice carrying over the deck. You have 2 choices, submit and serve me, or die like him and meet your god beneath the waves. The Unsullied lined the pirates up, while crossbowmen raised their weapons from a short distance away. A moment of tense silence followed. Then, a single pirate fell to his knees and cried out, "King of the Narrow Sea!" The others, desperate and terrified, followed suit. "King of the Narrow Sea! King of the Narrow Sea!" The chant rose from trembling lips, echoing across the ships and over the waves until it became a roar. Gendry stood at the prow, the sea wind whipping his cloak. Beneath the iron mask, his eyes burned with cold fire. The Wolf King had claimed his new crown. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, The Fall of Mill. King of the Narrow Sea. Gendry repeated, savoring the title. To others, it might sound glorious, but to him, it meant something far greater. He was no longer just a warrior or a commander, he was about to become the sole ruler of the Narrow Sea, the Stepstone Islands, the Contested Lands, and the 3 Cities Alliance. King of the Narrow Sea is no new title. Maester Qyburn reminded him. Many have claimed that crown throughout history. The King of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones has risen and fallen countless times. This crown, Gendry said quietly, is not so easily earned. Perhaps only by winning over the 3rd daughter can it truly be called a crown. He knew this was a golden opportunity. The Ironborn and Dornish were still recovering from their wars, and the fragile alliance of the 3 cities Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh had collapsed. None of them had the strength or focus to look eastward. It was a rare window of time. If he could fully conquer the Stepstone Islands, he would control the sea routes between Myr and Tyrosh, cutting off their lifelines and securing the Narrow Sea for himself. Gendry turned his gaze toward the pirates kneeling on the deck of the black ship. These men had once come from Westeros, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, but now they were all pirates. They knelt before him like lambs before the slaughter, trembling, begging for mercy. Yet, remembering their years of plunder and bloodshed, no one in his company felt inclined to forgive them. Tell Harris, Gendry ordered, to split the fleet into 2 groups. One will continue patrolling the Narrow Sea, blockading Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island, watching for any support from the Lyseni fleet. The other will sail immediately to Mill Harbor. I have given the people of Mill many chances. He could have simply used his catapults to annihilate Mill from afar, but brute force would only rally the city-states and their people against him. Too much bloodshed would unite his enemies. Gendry also valued what Mill possessed: its artisans, its craftwork, its ships. He wanted Mill intact. Yes, Your Grace. And you? Gendry's voice turned to the pirates still kneeling before him. Now is the time to prove your loyalty. My fleet will soon strike at Myr from the sea. You will be the vanguard. You've made your living on the waves, do not disappoint me. Serve me well, and you will share in the spoils. Killing these men outright would have been wasteful. Better to let them serve a purpose to turn their lawless skill against Myr itself. We are willing to join the wolf pack fleet, cried one of the pirates. We are willing to serve the commander-in-chief, shouted another. They dared not meet his eyes. Those who had defied him earlier had already been slain by the Gunpowder King and his unsullied guards. The surviving pirates understood the choice before them: die now, or gamble their lives in his service. Faced with such odds, even desperate men found obedience preferable to execution. Milton, a shining city of artisans built in white marble, its towers rising above a bay of silver-blue water, was now gripped by fear. Mill is doomed, many governors cried. The nobles and slave owners had retreated into the fortified inner city, abandoning the outer districts to chaos. They no longer trusted the commoners or slaves who filled the outer streets. Slave uprisings were spreading, and the once proud city guard was powerless to restore order. The ruling governors of Mill could now rely only on their private militias and hired mercenaries. The wiser among them had already fled with their families and treasures to Pentos or Lys, leaving the rest to face ruin. Bloodbeard is dead. Titan's bastard is dead. The Cat Gang is gone. The Spear Gang has defected. The Wind Gang won't fight, and the Golden Gang refuses orders. Bad news poured into the governor's council chambers like a flood. Since the corpses of Bloodbeard, Titan's bastard, and the Death Governor had been returned to Myr, despair and fear had consumed the city. The governors no longer trusted their mercenaries or their citizens. Their armies had been broken, their allies scattered. The only force capable of standing against Gendry, the Golden Company, had chosen neutrality, and rumor said they had secretly joined with the Wolf Pack. From Mill's high city walls, the people could see the three massive siege engines looming to the east, monstrous catapults known as the Three Wolf Crows. Ironically, they had once been built to defend Mill against Gendry's armies, but now they stood ready to hurl destruction upon Mill itself. A long stretch of the Valyrian road led straight toward the city's eastern gates, and along it, the Free Army's camp sprawled in disciplined formation. Deep trenches ringed the encampment, lined with sharpened stakes. Rows of tents stood in perfect order, with wide pathways between them. The banners of the Free Army flew high, grey and white wolves against storm blue cloth. Armored soldiers patrolled the perimeter with crossbows and rifles, and along the other two sides of Mill, more Free Army detachments formed a tightening noose. Mill is surrounded on three sides, the citizens whispered. Everyone knew the truth: the wolves had seized every vassal town and estate belonging to Mill. Trade routes were cut, merchant ships were captured or sunk, and famine began to stalk the city. The slave masters prayed desperately for aid from Tyrosh, from Lys, from Pentos, even from mighty Volantis, but no help came. Then one morning, a cry went up from the watchtowers. At sea! There's a fleet approaching. Our reinforcements have arrived. The people of Mill crowded onto the ramparts, gazing toward the horizon where black specks appeared on the glittering waves. The outlines of ships slowly took shape: sleek, fast-moving vessels. The Myrians wept with joy. Their pleas for help, they thought, had finally been answered. But as the ships drew nearer, hope turned to horror. The banners that snapped in the wind bore no familiar sigils: not the three-headed god of Tyrosh, nor the goddess of pleasure of Lys, nor the black tiger of Volantis. Instead, they saw the banner of the grey and white wolf, the standard of the Free Army, the same army that had shattered their defences and broken their chains. "What are the Tyroshi doing?" cried one governor. "They let the wolf fleet slip through their patrols. The Stepstone Islands must already have fallen, or the Tyroshi have surrendered." A deep horn blast echoed from the Free Army camp outside the city. Boom! 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 The siege horns of the wolves sounded again, shaking the ground beneath Mill's marble towers. The catapults that had been hurling stones now flung leaflets over the walls instead, messages of surrender. "Long live the Free Army! Long live the Free Army!" The chants rose like thunder from the plains. Steel Fist and Grey Wolf led their soldiers from the trenches, the Free Army surging forward in tight formation. The 3 wolf crows' catapults turned once more, launching fire and stone upon the city's walls, delivering final judgment on Mill's fate. The wolf pack's fleet entered the harbor from the sea. Mill's warships, undermanned and commanded by trembling captains, offered only token resistance. Many of their crews were slaves, their loyalty uncertain. Some ships fled, pretending to seek reinforcements, while others were captured outright. Within hours, Gendry's banners flew over the docks. "Beautiful ships," he murmured as he surveyed the captured fleet. "My grand navy is finally complete." The Mill fleet was far larger and finer than his own collection of converted merchant vessels and pirate ships. Now, with their sleek hulls and polished prows under his command, Gendry possessed a true fleet, one worthy of a king. Inside the city, chaos reigned. The slaves rose in open revolt, breaking chains and storming their masters' mansions. They overturned the old order, shouting the slogans of freedom. The streets burned with vengeance. "Down with the slave masters! Freedom for Mill!" Some of the city gates were thrown open from within, allowing the free army to surge through. "The inner city has fallen," cried a soldier, breathless with disbelief. "The inner city has fallen. The Second Sons have opened the gates." Then came an even greater shock. The Second Sons, mercenaries infamous for their shifting loyalties, had once again betrayed their employers. This time, they had opened the gates not against the wolf pack, but for them, ushering Gendry's soldiers into the heart of Mill. The city that had once been a beacon of art and industry now burned in the smoke of its own downfall. By dusk, the banners of the Free Army flew from every tower. The people of Mill, slave and citizen alike, watched as Gendry Baratheon, the Storm's bastard turned Wolf King, rode through the gates of the conquered city. The King of the Narrow Sea had claimed his crown. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, The Conquerors of Myr. The boundless sky stretched over the blue sea, reflecting the brilliance of the beautiful white city ahead. The great gates of Myr stood wide open, and an endless array of warships large and small filled the harbor, blockading the coast. Grey and white banners fluttered in the wind, and as the triumphant knights marched into the city, the clamor of battle gave way to a heavy silence. Steelfist had already led part of the Free Army inside to maintain order, aided by Brown Man's Second Sons regiment. Gendry rode atop his sturdy Dornish steed, his gaze sweeping over the city of Myr, the city of artisans, the fairest of the 3 daughters. Behind him followed 500 of his most elite wolf pack knights, all clad in black plate armor, their ranks resembling a forest of steel. Next came the pike regiment, less imposing but equally disciplined, and behind them marched the infantry of the wolf pack and the Free Army. Long live freedom! Long live the Commander-in-Chief! The roar of liberated slaves filled the streets. They flooded every avenue, cheering their liberators. Yet among the crowds, the city's nobles and governors were conspicuously absent. Some had fled, others hid in their manors. In Myr, the ratio of slaves to free citizens was roughly 3 or 4 to 1, the slaves were, without doubt, the majority. "Don't damage those beautiful workshops and docks, it would be a waste," Gendry said to the spearman beside him. "And I don't want to hear of looting or raping in the chaos." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief," replied Longspear, saluting sharply before departing with a squad of Free Army soldiers. During the siege, the city had fallen into anarchy. Bands of rioters and criminals prowled the streets, former mercenaries, escaped slaves, and opportunistic robbers taking advantage of the confusion. But as the disciplined army entered the city, order was swiftly restored, and the lawless were ruthlessly purged. Maintaining order was paramount. In this age, few armies were truly disciplined. Tywin Lannister's soldiers, and even the northern warlords, were infamous for their cruelty. Tywin himself had allowed his men to ravage the Riverlands like dogs of war. Only a handful of commanders, Stannis Baratheon and Randyll Tarly among them, were known for their strict discipline. To prevent chaos, Gendry had divided responsibilities among his officers. Steelfist would handle order, Sir Cobb intelligence, Handsome would oversee the city's wealth and spoils, and Captain Harris would control the fleet. It was a system designed for efficiency and accountability. My army, my steel, they must be disciplined and resolute, Gendry thought. The wolf pack prided itself on its discipline, and even the free army, drawn from the oppressed lower classes, proved far more reliable than any band of mercenaries. Ben Brown, Gendry said, turning to the kneeling man before him. You led the Second Sons through hardship and humiliation. Your service has been considerable. I am but a loyal servant of the Commander-in-Chief, Brown man replied, trembling. I dare not claim any credit. In truth, the Second Sons had sided with Myr's governors, but when defeat loomed, they had thrown open the city gates to let the wolf pack in. With only a few hundred men, they had little choice. Against overwhelming power, schemes and betrayals meant nothing. You've done well, Gendry said evenly. I expect you to remain in Myr and help maintain order. You know these old Myrish nobles better than most. Yes. Brown man swallowed hard. The task would make him many enemies. The old nobility still held influence, and rooting them out would draw their hatred. Yet he had already betrayed them, there was no turning back now. Enter the city. Gendry commanded, raising his whip. The columns moved forward once more. Myr, the first great city he had conquered, lay before him. Yet victory on the battlefield did not mean complete triumph. The old order still lingered, hiding in the shadows, plotting to return. Myr was in disarray. Its governors had fled, and their once proud regime had collapsed like a withered leaf scattered by the autumn wind. Many noble mansions stood empty, their owners vanished. Gendry established his headquarters in the governor's mansion, a grand white estate at the heart of the city. In its elegant council chamber, he met with the white-haired Qyburn to discuss the city's future. Myr is the first major city under our control, Gendry said, studying the maps spread before him. The administrative system we establish here will become the foundation for all others. Conquering Myr is only the beginning, he continued. The true challenge is ruling it in the long term. Qyburn nodded thoughtfully. Short-term conquest is meaningless, true domination endures. He recalled history's lessons. After the Bloody Century, all three daughters Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh had been conquered repeatedly, yet each had eventually reclaimed its freedom. Volantis had once ruled Myr and Lys for 2 generations. Later, Tyrosh had been under the control of the cunning Silvertongue Aquis for nearly a decade during the War of the Nine Penny Kings. Destruction brings rebirth, Gendry said. If Myr's old order cannot bring peace, then we shall forge a new one. We will rely on freed slaves and common citizens to stand against the old slave traders and nobles. Only then will Myr truly change. It was the world he envisioned, a realm free of chains, where power was earned by merit and loyalty, not birthright. After the abolition of slavery, many of the newly freed flocked to his banner, willing to fight for a new life. Qyburn's expression grew grave. What concerns me most is the shifting balance of power. Every time a nation has tried to dominate the three daughters, others have risen to oppose it. When Volantis expanded, Bravus, Pentos, and even the Stormlands stood against them. And if we abolish slavery, our greatest threat will again be Volantis, especially with Tyrosh and Lys so close. Gendry nodded. While we prepare for war, we must also restore Myr's strength. I will reorganize its power structure completely. There will be no governor's council. Instead, we'll establish a new city council filled with runaway slaves, artisans, and merchants loyal only to us. Myr will have no governor. I will serve as its interim consul until a new order is secure. Qyburn smiled faintly. Govern. That's a good word. The meaning is clear from the first syllable. For now, Gendry would rule as consul, but his ambitions reached farther. Only after subduing Lys and Tyrosh could he truly claim to be king of the Narrow Sea. Just then, footsteps echoed down the marble hall. Captain Harris, commander of the Wolf Pack fleet, entered with a wide grin. A tremendous prize, Commander-in-Chief, he announced. All 140 ships of the Myrish fleet remain in port. They're ours now. Only 70 escaped with the fleeing governors. In other words, Gendry said, rising from his chair, we now command the seas. Yes, Commander. Harris replied proudly. When combined, our fleets form a force greater than any single realm's. The Ironborn fleet in Westeros fields about 100 ships, the Redwyne fleet has around 200, and the Royal fleet totals 210. Gendry considered this. And with the ships of Myr added to ours, our total stands at 140 major warships, Harris said. Alongside them, we have 200 smaller vessels stationed throughout the Stepstones, plus countless transports, cargo ships, and merchant vessels. In naval power, we are now unmatched in the narrow sea. A slow smile spread across Gendry's face. From the black-armored knights of the Wolf Pack to the liberated people of Myr, his dominion was expanding by steel, by sea, and by wool. The conqueror of Myr had risen, and the narrow sea would soon tremble beneath his banners. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 60, Chapter 60 Encountering Daenerys. Gendry's palace stood proudly upon the seashore of Pentos, a cluster of 7 tall towers rising like weathered sentinels above the foaming tides. Their high brick walls were softened by pale green ivy, which crawled upward in lazy spirals, as though even plants in Pentos sought to impress visiting lords. The Pentoshi, after all, were fond of giving lavishly, strategically, and always with purpose. To them, gifting was a more profitable form of diplomacy than waging war. In the past, they had built courtyards for horse kings and merchant princes. Now, one of those courtyards had been presented to the newly crowned mercenary king of Myr. Since it was the corpulent Illyrio Mopedus footing the bill, Gendry had not refused. Inside the palace hall, the air was heavy with fragrance: pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and lemon zest mingled with the salty wind from the sea. Flickering torches cast rippling light across tapestries woven with scenes of Valyria's doom. A group of unsullied, silent, and stern, stood guard near the arched doors. Gendry entered with Sir Yoram Mormont at his side. Behind them trailed several officers of the Free Army and a few wolf-bannered drivers who had escorted their commander to this strange city of spice and silk. These cheese merchants have nothing but gold, Yoram muttered under his breath, his voice edged with northern bitterness. Gendry hid a faint smile. He knew well the reason behind the older man's disdain. Yora's wife had run off years ago with a wealthy trader from Lys, leaving him bankrupt and dishonored. Ever since, Mormont had loathed merchant lords with the quiet fury of a man wronged by both love and coin. Although I've never met the Targaryen princess, Yora said suddenly, they say she's an inhuman beauty. Gendry glanced sideways at him and smirked. Maybe the girls would like you more if you changed your clothes, old bear. Yora raised an eyebrow. His thinning hair caught the torchlight, and though age had begun to etch lines into his broad face, his shoulders remained as square and solid as ever. He was dressed plainly: wool, leather, and a dark green cloak embroidered with a black bear standing upright on its hind legs. That's always been my style, Commander, Yora replied gruffly. If a woman cannot see beyond appearance, she's not worth my time. Gendry laughed under his breath and shook his head. Hopeless. An old bear from the north, balding, brooding, and wrapped in wool, wasn't exactly the image of a Pentoshi heartthrob. The hall's 4 black lanterns burned with oil-scented fire. Beneath the vaulted arches carved with twin stone leaves, a eunuch stepped forward. He had a powdered face and a shrill, syrupy voice that rang through the marble chamber. The narrow sea, the Stepstone Islands, the disputed lands, the sole ruler of Myr, commander of the Wolf Pack and Free Army, Lord Warhammer. The announcement echoed like the toll of a bronze bell. All conversation ceased. Dozens of eyes turned toward Gendry, a tall, broad-shouldered warrior clad in black velvet and steel. Tonight he bore no Warhammer, but a Valyrian steel scimitar, its dark edge glinting faintly in the lamplight. All sorts of eyes, he thought. Among the gathered crowd, he saw every type of man and monster Pentos could offer: assassins from Tyrosh, mercenaries from Volantis, a red-robed priest so fat he could have been Illyrio's twin, and a hulking brute from Ibn with arms like tree trunks. Several lords from the Summer Isles lounged nearby, their faces dark as polished ebony, rings of coral and gold glimmering on their hands. Gendry's gaze swept over them like a blade. So this is the great crossroads of the East, he mused. A city that never fights, yet thrives on the wars of others. Outside, the Dothraki waited half a dozen Khals who had come out of curiosity or greed. Illyrio had not dared summon Khal Drogo himself, but these other horse lords were impressive enough. They stood like bronze statues, with braided hair hung with silver bells and beards bound in iron rings, their eyes sharp as falcons. The Tyroshi envoys watched Gendry with thinly veiled fear. The rise of his wolf pack on the stepstones had cut too close to their trade routes. The red priests, meanwhile, regarded him with fanatic curiosity, murmuring prayers to their fire god. There is only one flame in this world, the fire of our healer. One of them, the obese monk, waddled up to Gendry, his breath reeking of incense. We came here to see the princess, Gendry said coldly. Save your sermons. At his gesture, Yora stepped forward, scowling, and the red priest quickly withdrew, grumbling to himself. Moments later, a commotion stirred near the gates. A small army of servants appeared, carrying a massive gilded palanquin across a makeshift bridge laid over the courtyard fountain. On it sat Illyrio Mopetus, bejeweled and glistening with sweat, his robe straining over his enormous belly. Beside him were two pale attendants, the long siblings fanning him lazily with peacock feathers. Two servants entered first, holding ornate oil lamps whose blue glass shades shimmered like sapphire flame. Then the curtain of the palanquin parted, and the long-anticipated guests emerged. First came a young woman. A soldier of the Free Army offered her his hand as she stepped down. Her movements were careful, almost reverent. Her brother followed, a lean, pale young man with silvery hair, clutching a borrowed sword far too large for him. Last came Illyrio himself, wheezing as he descended, supported by three sweating servants. The eunuch's shrill voice rose again. Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name. King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. And his sister, Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone. Accompanied by his magnificence, Illyrio Mopetus, Magister of Pentos. The crowd murmured. Titles cost nothing in Pentos, and Illyrio scattered them like confetti. The three newcomers stepped into the moonlit courtyard. Tall white pillars surrounded them, each wrapped in ivy that shimmered silver beneath the moon. The air was thick with anticipation and the faint hiss of torches. Daenerys Targaryen walked nervously beside her brother. She knew full well that this night was not her choice, it was a transaction. Her brother and Illyrio had arranged her marriage to a warlord from the west, a mercenary king who would trade armies for a bride. She was the only woman in the courtyard. Illyrio began his introductions with oily enthusiasm. The men by the pillar are Lord Morocho and his son Logalo. The gentleman with the green beard is the brother of the Grand Magister of Tyrosh, he said, his fat fingers gesturing in every direction. Then his small eyes gleamed as he turned toward Daenerys. And more importantly, my little princess, there stands the mercenary king himself. You may call him Warhammer, or Archon, or Commander-in-Chief. Behind him, the exiled knight of West Eros, Sir Yoram Mormont of Bear Island. Daenerys's gaze flickered from the northern knight to the tall man beside him. Yora bowed stiffly, his expression unreadable. She felt a strange comfort at seeing a man from her homeland, though his presence was shadowed by exile. But it was the man beside him, the so-called mercenary king, who drew her full attention. He stood motionless, watching her. Even across the courtyard, Daenerys felt the weight of his gaze, heavy as a tide. The stories she had heard were true. He was tall, taller than most Dothraki, built like a predator from some ancient world. Despite his size, there was a fluid grace to his stance, a restrained energy like a storm waiting to break. His hair was black as midnight, his eyes a deep, unwavering blue eyes of tempered steel, eyes of men who had seen war and lived. But his face was hidden behind a mask of rough forged iron. The featureless plate concealed everything but those piercing eyes. Why a mask? Daenerys wondered. Is he scarred beneath it? Or simply hiding? Truly worthy of being called the first beauty, Gendry murmured under his breath. Her beauty was indeed otherworldly, silver-gold hair that shimmered like liquid moonlight, skin as pale as fresh snow, and eyes the color of polished amethyst. She was the last scion of a dying house, the final ember of dragons long extinguished. Illyrio approached Gendry, waddling like a great pink seal. He extended his ring-encrusted hand, the gems glittering like drops of blood. "Your Excellency," he said with his practiced sweetness, "please follow me. I would be delighted to help conclude this most splendid alliance." Gendry studied him silently. He knew Illyrio's type: scheming, self-satisfied, and always playing both sides. The Magister's friend in King's Landing, the Whisperer Varys, surely knew of Gendry's birth. Illyrio might even find it amusing to arrange a marriage between Robert Baratheon's bastard and the last Targaryen. Still, Gendry inclined his head. "I will thank you, Magister." Let Illyrio think this was his jest. Fate, perhaps, was playing its own. Gendry crossed the courtyard, his black cloak trailing behind him like a shadow. The white wolf embroidered on his chest caught the torchlight, its eyes gleaming faintly silver. He wore no crown, carried no scepter, yet his presence alone commanded silence. Power clung to him like a second skin. Daenerys's breath quickened as he approached. The air between them seemed to hum. He stopped a few paces away and inclined his head, not a bow, not yet, but a gesture of respect. "Your Grace," he said, his voice deep and resonant. Daenerys lowered her gaze, uncertain. "My lord." Gendry's blue eyes studied her carefully, almost gently. Beneath the iron mask, a faint warmth stirred a memory of another silver-haired princess he had never met but whose blood once ruled the realm that had scorned him. In that moment, Daenerys saw the man behind the title. Beneath the armor and mask, there was something more: strength, yes, but also restraint, loneliness, and perhaps even sorrow. Why does he hide his face? She wondered again. Is he beautiful, or broken? Around them, the banquet began. Servants brought forth platters of roasted duck, honeyed almonds, and fragrant wine. Laughter returned to the hall, though now every word felt sharper, every glance more watchful. Viserys hovered nearby, his pale eyes gleaming with greed as he measured the man who might win him his throne. Illyrio whispered in his ear, fanning the flames of ambition. "He commands 10,000. With his fleet, Westeros is but a crossing away." But Viserys' pride clouded reason. He saw not an ally, but a tool. Gendry, for his part, ignored him. His attention lingered only on Daenerys, on the way her fingers trembled slightly as she lifted her goblet, the way she tried to appear regal though her heart raced. When the musicians began to play, Illyrio leaned close and whispered, "Would you care to dance with the princess, my lord? It would please the crowd." Gendry's eyes glinted through the mask. "A king does not dance," he said softly. "But perhaps, a soldier may." He extended a gloved hand toward Daenerys. For a heartbeat, she hesitated, then placed her small, pale hand into his. The hall fell silent again as they stepped onto the marble floor. The music swelled, slow and haunting, echoing through the sea-swept palace. For the first time that night, Gendry removed his gauntlet, and his bare hand met hers, warm, rough, real. And though neither spoke, both knew something had shifted. The mask remained, but Daenerys thought she saw a flicker behind it, a faint smile, or perhaps the ghost of one. Fate, cruel and vast as the sea outside, had brought them together. Whether it meant salvation or ruin, neither could yet tell. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 The Truth. Did you see the way he carries himself? Viserys demanded, his tone sharp with agitation as he turned to Daenerys. Mercenaries live on the edge. Failure means death. The Wolf King has never lost. He's the liberator of the contested lands, just like Aegon the Conqueror. That's how he's climbed so high, so fast. But I don't want this, Daenerys said softly. Her eyes lingered on Gendry. His dark gaze burned with strength and resolve, yet there was warmth there too, an almost disarming kindness. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his arms strong and corded with muscle, the body of a blacksmith rather than a prince. Daenerys thought bitterly that even if he had been a hideous monster, Viserys would still have given her away. Her brother's temper was like wildfire, it flared at the slightest spark. But Gendry, he was something else entirely. Fierce, untamed, and proud, more wolf than man. And Daenerys, caught between fear and fascination, reminded herself that this was no courtship, it was a bargain. She was being traded like a coin, to leave Pentos and follow a stranger into the unknown. Viserys, she whispered, desperate, please let's go home, brother. Home. Viserys' voice rose, trembling with rage. Our home is gone. Burned, stolen, lost. How can we go home? Daenerys' tears glimmered in the torchlight. Was that truly home? Dragon's Stone? King's Landing? The Iron Throne? Or only memories of a kingdom long turned to ash? I want you to perform well this time. Viserys snapped suddenly, his face twisted. You will marry this mercenary king. We need his army. With 20,000-30,000 men, 200 ships, I'd trade anything. I'd let you sleep with every one of them, even the horses and the ships, if that's what it took. So be grateful it's only the king you have to lie with. Now smile, and make yourself presentable. Daenerys quickly brushed away her tears as the portly Magister Illyrio approached with a beaming smile, Gendry following at his side. Straighten up, Viserys hissed, jabbing a finger at her chest. At least try to look like a woman. Gendry stopped before them and took Daenerys' hand gently in his. She flinched but didn't pull away. All the flowers tonight pale beside you, princess, Gendry said with quiet admiration. Daenerys lowered her gaze, her cheeks warming. She was small and slender, her chest barely there, yet her beauty was undeniable. Silver hair like moonlight, eyes the color of lilac fire. It was a beauty that would one day make her legend, but now she felt only fragile and lost. Gendry's voice was deep and sure, like steel striking an anvil. His words held power, and she felt that power pull at her heart despite herself. She hesitated, then nodded timidly. Illyrio's grin widened. The arrangement had gone smoothly. The alliance between the Wolf King and House Targaryen was sealed. But then Gendry turned to him and said, Governor, I think the treaty needs one small change. I appreciate all your efforts, but I've decided to wait. I will not marry the princess until she comes of age. Until then, I'll be her guardian. The smile froze on Illyrio's face. For a moment, he looked as though someone had struck him. Wait. That was not in the plan. A delay meant no army, no campaign. Daenerys was only 13. His mind raced. As the consul pleases, Illyrio said finally, forcing a gracious tone through clenched teeth. Of course. These Westerosi are worse than the Dothraki, he thought darkly. If he won't be bought, I'll sell the truth instead. Gendry paid him no further attention. Then I shall take my fiancée for a walk, he said, and, ignoring both Illyrio and Viserys, led Daenerys toward the quiet gardens beyond the hall. This won't do. Viserys burst out, trembling with fury. The usurper sits on my father's throne. I will not wait another day. If I'd known this, I'd have given my sister to the Horse Lord instead. Gendry did not look back. His unsullied guards turned cold eyes on Viserys, their faces expressionless as steel. For the first time, the so-called Dragon Prince fell silent under their gaze. Illyrio shrugged heavily. "Your Grace," he said, "you've waited most of your life. What difference will a few more months or even a few more years make?" Yoram Mormont, standing nearby, added coolly, "The commander will not forget your friendship, Magister. He will repay you in kind. But all must proceed according to his will. Those who beg favors from power should learn humility, not arrogance." Viserys' face went crimson. "Mind your tongue, Mormont, or I'll cut it out. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. A dragon does not grovel." Yoram met his glare with quiet contempt, and Illyrio stepped between them, smiling nervously to defuse the tension. Viserys spat the words like venom. "I'll spare you for now, Northman, but remember this, a true dragon never forgets." Dash. In the garden, the air was cool and still. The fountains murmured softly, and moonlight spilled across the flowers like silver dust. Gendry dismissed the guards and attendants, keeping only the faint rustle of leaves for company. He gestured for Daenerys to sit beside him on a marble bench beneath the arbor. There were many blossoms that night, roses, lilacs, jasmine, but none, he thought, as radiant as the girl before him. He took off his cloak and draped it gently over her shoulders. The wool was coarse, smelling faintly of smoke and steel, yet its warmth was comforting. Daenerys hesitated, then whispered to herself, "I am Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, Princess of Dragonstone. The blood of Aegon the Conqueror runs in my veins." She was frightened but defiant. In her mind, she imagined that the king might demand her body here and now, crude and thoughtless. Yet instead, he had chosen to wait. That alone confused her more than she cared to admit. "I have a gift for you," Gendry said softly, producing a small chest. Inside lay a slender crown shaped like a dragon, its body wrought of gold and its eyes two gleaming rubies. It was delicate, beautiful, made for a queen. Daenerys gasped. "This is Queen Rilla's crown," Gendry said with a faint smile. "I had it brought from the free cities. It cost me dearly, but I thought you should have it." Her fingers trembled as she lifted it. For the first time in years, she felt a piece of her lost dignity restored. "Thank you," she whispered. "I want you to see me," Gendry said quietly, and then removed the mask that had hidden his face. Daenerys looked up and froze. He was strikingly handsome. His face was clean and strong, all sharp lines and symmetry. His hair was thick, dark as midnight, and his eyes a deep blue, clear as the sea after a storm. "Do you want to know who I really am, Dany?" he asked. She nodded slowly. "This is a secret," he said, his voice low. "I'm telling you because I trust you. I'm like you, Daenerys, I have no home. I fled King's Landing and made my way here. I used to be a blacksmith there, before I joined the mercenaries." Daenerys's eyes widened. In her heart, she already felt his story was no ordinary one. "What about your family?" she asked. He hesitated, then said, "I'm a bastard. My mother died when I was young. My father, he's powerful, but he never cared for me. He only loved his pleasures and his wars. His wife wanted me dead. If I hadn't run, I'd have been killed like the rest of his bastards." A chill ran through Daenerys. She thought of the whispers she'd heard, the usurper's strength, his temper, his cruelty. And suddenly the truth struck her like a blade. "You?" Her voice faltered. "You're his son?" Gendry's expression was solemn. "Yes. I'm the bastard of the usurper. The one they abandoned. I hate the Lannisters as much as you do." Her heart pounded in her chest. She wanted to recoil and yet she couldn't. He was her enemy's blood, but his eyes were honest. He had risked his life, and even now, he stood before her with no crown, no claim, only sincerity. He reached for her hand, and she didn't pull away. "We are both outcasts," he said softly. "Abandoned by our families, by our kingdoms. But perhaps fate meant for us to find each other. Daenerys swallowed hard, her thoughts a storm of fear and longing. Then I will give you a home, she said finally, her voice trembling. She leaned forward and kissed him. His lips were warm, hers, cool as snow. I am the blood of the dragon, she thought fiercely. I am fire. And though he was the bastard of her family's greatest enemy, she saw in him not the usurper's shadow, but a man forged by pain and tempered by will. In his arms, she no longer felt powerless. They were both the forgotten two lost children of war, drawn together by fate and loneliness. And for the first time, Daenerys Stormborn felt that the story of her life was only beginning. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Scandal. That slut's hooked up with the mercenary leader of Myr. King Robert roared, slamming his fist on the council table. His voice thundered through the chamber. Even though he was older, fatter, and gruffer than in his prime, he still carried the force of a king. It won't be long before that harlot bears a brood of bastards who'll come across the narrow sea to take revenge on us. And that fool Viserys let me make this clear: I want them dead. That's merely a dalliance between a young girl and a mercenary commander, Robert, said Jonathan, calm and dignified despite his years. The old man's blonde hair had faded, but his blue eyes remained sharp behind his hooked nose. They are not married yet. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait? The king barked. Last time, it was because of your interference that I missed a perfect chance to have him killed. What's the background of that mercenary leader? Asked Renly, deliberately composed in his finely cut green doublet, which made his handsome features stand out even more. That mercenary king is related to you, Lord Renly, Varys replied softly, his powdered hands twisting together as his lips curled into a faint smile. Renly raised a brow. Related to me? That's strange. How could I be connected to a mercenary across the narrow sea? Varys, Jon said firmly, make yourself clear. Duke Jon's expression darkened. Robert, that mercenary leader is very likely your bastard son, he declared with quiet conviction. His build, his past, his temper, his fighting spirit, even his eyes and hair. Varys nodded theatrically. Indeed. Around the time this mercenary king rose to power, a young apprentice vanished from a blacksmith's shop in King's Landing. Gendry, son of a tavern wench. A handsome boy with black hair and blue eyes, sent there as an apprentice by a powerful patron. One day, he discovered a great secret and fled the city. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to the king. Every man there knew that any illegitimate child born to the king after his marriage to Cersei, if discovered, rarely lived long. A scandal, whispered Renly, a touch of amusement in his tone. An explosive scandal. I have such a son. Robert muttered in disbelief. Gendry. He looked stunned. The king had no idea how many women he had bedded, much less how many bastards he'd fathered, and he had never cared. The only one he'd ever remembered was his firstborn, a daughter named Maya. Too many coincidences, Robert, Jonathan said gravely. This isn't chance. It was likely around 283, right after we won the war. In the year 279, when you were 17, you fathered your first child while staying with Eddard in the Vale, Jon reminded him. It fits. Robert rubbed his temple. Storm's End, King's Landing, the Vale, the Westerlands. I've had women everywhere. I never kept track. But if what you say is true, by the 7, the boy's grown into a king of his own. He let out a loud, uneasy laugh that soon died. By the gods, how am I supposed to summon this boy back across the narrow sea to see if he's truly mine? Even if he is, he's already thrown in his lot with the dragon spawn. A traitor to House Baratheon. Renly leaned back, laughing heartily. This is quite the farce. My brother's bastard son, joined with the last Targaryens and the remnants of the Golden Company, the Black Fire blood. Truly an alliance of restorers. Enough. Stannis snapped, his voice cold as iron. He glared across the table, his jaw tight. Your bastard son, brother, has landed us in grave danger. Bastards are born of lust and lies, they grow up faster, wilder, more treacherous. Debauchery and betrayal run in their blood. Mir lies just across the sea. That fleet will return sooner or later with the Targaryen orphans at their helm. The memory of the Blackfire Rebellion still haunted the realm. Once again, the Baratheon throne faced the threat of rebellion, perhaps even from Robert's own blood. I can't sit idle and let them land on our shores, leaving Joffrey to deal with this mess. Robert thundered. And what of those damned royalists still hiding among us? Who knows how many wait for the dragon's brood to return? He spat and slammed his goblet down. And keep this from Cersei. I don't want that nagging harpy shrieking in my ear about it. Jonaran hesitated. His heart was heavy with a secret Stannis had already confided to him, one that kept him awake at night. Should we attack them? Stannis pressed. His tone was sharp, but his eyes betrayed calculation rather than eagerness. We do have a fleet, but it's not ready. Training takes time. And besides... He paused. I cannot act personally. Patricide is a sin no man can atone for. Varys chuckled, the sound dry and serpentine. If the death of one can save millions, Lord Stannis, then one life is but a small price to pay. Renly folded his arms. Viserys and his sister should have been killed long ago, but you, brother, listen to Lord Jon. Daenerys and Robert's children, Jon said quietly, are still just children, perhaps not even 16. To kill them would be a sin against the gods and against honor. We must slaughter every last Targaryen. Robert bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. He deserves to die. Renly said, almost gleefully. We have no choice, Varys murmured, feigning sorrow. What a pity, what a pity. Jonaran felt utterly alone in the chamber. Surrounded by ambition, deceit, and bloodlust, he could sense the kingdom teetering toward madness. Perhaps, he thought, he should summon someone wiser, perhaps Eddard Stark. Your Majesty, said Sir Barristan Selmy, his voice steady and resonant, fighting on the battlefield is an honorable act, but murdering children is shameful. Even if one of them is your bastard, he cannot simply be condemned by rumor. I must support Lord Jon's counsel, show mercy where you can. Grand Maester Pycelle coughed, his long throat rattling. He cleared it several times before speaking. My lords. My order serves not merely the ruler, but the realm itself. I served King Aerys faithfully, as I serve King Robert now. I hold no ill will toward his daughter. Yet if another war were to erupt, how many soldiers would die in the fields? How many villages would burn? How many children would be torn from their mothers' arms and slain? Would it not be wiser, more merciful, to sacrifice one life and spare thousands? He stroked his long white beard, his face weary but cunning. Much more merciful, Varys echoed smoothly. Ah, Grand Maester, beautifully said. Indeed, had the gods been careless enough to grant Daenerys a son, a legitimate son of both Baratheon and Targaryen blood, the realm would surely drown in war. Littlefinger, who had been silent until then, finally spoke, his tone sly and confident. My lords, perhaps words can do what swords cannot. Let me take my tongue across the narrow sea, perhaps I can persuade that misguided young man to abandon Daenerys and her brother. Abandon Daenerys? Sir Barristan looked skeptical. Littlefinger smiled. Gold, rewards, titles. Let us see if Gendry, this good boy, can still resist temptation. You're thinking too simply, Renly sneered. Gendry commands Myr and the disputed lands, holds Daenerys's claim, and may yet gain the Golden Company's support. You think you can buy him with a castle and a chest of gold? Man proposes, gods dispose, Lord Renly, Littlefinger replied silkily. Perhaps your good nephew has merely been misled. I will greet him with smiles and gifts, and if that fails, well, there's always poison and daggers. The question, my king, is, what gift shall we offer? Gold and a castle. Robert thundered, his face red with drink and anger. But he'll never be counted among the royal family. I'll not parley with a traitor no matter who he is. He rose to his feet, his voice echoing through the hall like a storm breaking over the mountains. No matter what, he's my son. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Lisa Tully. A strong lineage. Inside the tower of the Prime Minister, the elderly Duke of the Eyrie, Prime Minister Jonaran, murmured to himself as he paced back and forth in his study. On the wall hung a sword forged for him by Lady Lisa Jon Snow, which he wore whenever he sat on the Iron Throne in place of King Robert in King's Landing. The blade shimmered faintly in the lamplight. Silver threads embroidered along the fuller depicted the mountain skies, the hilt was carved into the shape of an eagle's head, and the guard spread into two wings. As high as glory, Duke Jon Snow thought bitterly as he gazed at the falcon sword. As high as glory, he should be like an eagle soaring freely in the mountain winds, not ensnared by the countless traps of King's Landing. On his desk lay a colossal tome borrowed from the equally aged Grand Maester Pycelle, the genealogy and history of the major noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, with many descriptions of lords, ladies, and their children. The volume was vast, yellowed, and painfully dull, yet John read it with a zeal born of revelation. I may have discovered the truth, he whispered. The hair of every one of the king's bastard sons was as black as night. This was the reality, whether it was Edric, Mia, the newborn babes of King's Landing's brothels, or those scattered across the narrow sea, they all shared the same dark hair. And then there was the Queen. Cersei's behavior grew more arrogant each year, her cruelty as sharp as her father's. She was bold enough to commit adultery, John realized. What he once thought a mere temperament of vanity, the king's killing of his bastards, now appeared a deliberate erasure of evidence. History bore witness, no matter how far Jon Snow traced back through the thin, yellowed pages, gold always yielded to black. Grand Maester Maryleen recorded the last union between Stag and Lion over 90 years prior. Tywin Lannister wed Gwyn Baratheon, the family's third son. Their only child, a stillborn boy, was described as large, with a good appetite, and a full head of black hair. 30 years earlier, a Lannister man had married a Baratheon daughter. She bore him 3 daughters and a son, all with black hair. Poor Robert, John sighed, acknowledging Stannis's grim suspicion. Queen Cersei Lannister's children were not Baratheons at all, but the offspring of her own brother, the Kingslayer. Clever Lon stole sunlight to dye his hair gold. The Lannisters truly are descendants of liars and thieves. I must restore order to this realm, John resolved. But I can't act rashly. Striking at the Queen's children would stain my honor and provoke the Lannisters' wrath. I need a careful plan. Send the Kingslayer to the wall, deal with the children quietly, and preserve the dynasty. In the fragile Baratheon realm, Lord Jon Snow had long been the architect behind every careful patch and alliance. Damn these Lannister women, and that Kingslayer, he muttered. The dynasty, lacking dragons, already wobbled on weak foundations, relying heavily on his steady hands. Whether it was courting the Lannisters, marrying into the Westerlands, or forging a tenuous accord with the Martells, every step had been part of Jon's grand design. Yet now, his masterpiece, the alliance with the Lannisters, had become the root of all disorder. What was meant to consolidate the crown's power had birthed chaos instead. While John pondered the crisis, the door opened. His wife, Lisa Tully, entered the study. She had the signature blue eyes of House Tully, small but stern lips, and long, reddish-brown hair cascading down her waist. Time had not been kind. In her youth, Lisa had been a delicate, beautiful girl, slender, shy, and bright. But after marrying Jonaran and enduring multiple miscarriages before finally giving birth to her son Robert, her figure had softened and her features aged. Though 2 years younger than her sister Catelyn, she now looked 10 years older. Her once radiant skin had turned pale beneath layers of powder. "What do you need me for, my lord?" Lisa asked sharply as she stepped inside. It's nothing grave, John said gently. Our good Robin is of age. When he grows a bit older, the young lords will take their pageboys and foster sons. I want to send him to Dragonstone as Lord Stannis's adopted son. John's tone was calm, even kind, though behind his eyes calculation flickered. He was older than Lisa's father, Lord Hoster, and though there had never been love between them, he had always treated her with a sort of patient tenderness. Her influence, though volatile, was not without effect. She had placed her cousin, the Blackfish, in his service, and relied heavily on her confidant, Littlefinger. You're taking my Robin away from me. Lisa's voice broke into a shriek. No. You can't. There are enemies everywhere. She was trembling now, her hands clutched against her chest. 5 miscarriages, 2 at the Eyrie, 3 in King's Landing and 2 stillbirths had left her scarred, both in body and mind. Robert Arryn, frail as he was, had become her world. After her last stillbirth, paranoia took root, she saw foes in every shadow. My dear wife, calm yourself, John pleaded. Robin is 6 years old, the heir to the Eyrie, not a babe at the breast. Everything I do is for him. For his future, and for the Vale. I knew it. Lisa screamed, her eyes wet with fury. You never loved me. You only married me for my father's army. I remember his words that I should thank the gods a great lord would take a woman who'd lost her maidenhead. I hate him. And I hate you. Those things, John sighed, his wrinkled face full of helplessness. Why bring them up again? Their marriage had been built on politics and duty, not affection. She had entered his household as a fragile girl burdened with shame, he had taken her as a bargain sealed in war. Enough, my lady, John said softly. I was merely seeking your opinion. He guided the still trembling Lisa from the room, enduring her bitter mutters and curses with weary patience. When the door closed, the study fell silent once more. Only the aged yet unyielding Duke Jon Snow remained, surrounded by the ghosts of his choices. He stood by the window, looking out at the pale dawn rising over the vale. A chill wind whispered through the mountains. His thoughts drifted to his lost wives, the ones he had truly loved, the heirs who had died too soon, some on the battlefield, others burned by the Mad King's madness. All for that cold, thorny iron chair, he whispered. I must endure. For the realm. For my son. His mind turned again to Stannis. They had never been close, both rigid men, both bound by principle. But Jon saw in him a man who could restore order. Sending Robert Arryn to Dragonstone was not sentiment, it was strategy. Few great lords could be trusted now. Once the scandal of the Queen's children was revealed, Lord Tywin Lannister would surely turn against the crown. The north was too far and too cold, and Robin's health would fail there. Besides, Lisa loathed her sister. Renly? Jon trusted that ambitious boy even less. The kingdom must return to its rightful path, Jon thought. The king's marriage is invalid, his heirs illegitimate. Stannis, by law and blood, is the true successor. He paused, exhaling slowly. Stannis may be stern and unloved, but he is just. When Robert remarries and begets a new heir, Stannis will stand second in line. That is how it must be. In a way, Jon and Stannis were cut from the same stone, inflexible, principled, and burdened by duty. But duty weighed heavy tonight. What happens when the throne stands heirless? Jon wondered. What will those ambitious men do? The bastards and the dragon princess across the sea, the sly Renly, Lord Tywin lurking in Casterly Rock. All these players were dangerous, but the greater threat lay within the scandal, the Queen, and the succession itself. I must endure, Jon told himself again. Only by staying alive can I navigate this storm. Not only for Robert, but for my son. He closed the great tome on his desk, its dust rising like smoke. Lisa will understand, he whispered to the empty room. Once she knows my intentions, she will understand. Outside, the mountain wind howled like an eagle's cry, echoing through the halls of the airy proud, lonely, and high as glory. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 64, Chapter 64 Dragon Egg Fossil. In this disputed land stood a newly erected grey-white castle, its banners fluttering proudly in the sky, the grey wolf of the wolf pack, the broken shackle emblem of the free army, and now, a black banner bearing a red dragon. After the wolf pack and the free army had seized most of the disputed lands in the city of Myr, Gendry grew accustomed to living near his old gunpowder grass plantation. Following extensive renovations and relocations, a new stronghold, the Wolf's Lair, rose in its place. A moat bristling with spikes surrounded the outer perimeter, while sturdy white towers crowned the inner walls. In the gardens of the Wolf's Lair, Daenerys stood beside Gendry, her silver-gold hair glinting in the sunlight. Illyrio said these were dragon eggs from the Shadowlands beyond Asai, fossilized over millions of years, yet still radiant and beautiful, she said softly. This is indeed a priceless gift, Gendry replied, but that fat man never gives anything for free. Illyrio Mopedus had given up both Daenerys and her brother to Gendry's care, but not without receiving compensation, gold, fine silks, and the finest crafts of Myr. Before them lay a bronze-bound cedar chest lined with the richest velvet. Upon it rested 3 massive eggs. Daenerys gazed at them with wonder. They were the most beautiful things she had ever seen, each one distinct, their shells patterned like jewels. She lifted one carefully with both hands, expecting fragile porcelain or glass. Yet it was far heavier, solid as stone. Tiny scales covered its surface, each catching the orange glow of sunset and flashing like hammered metal. One egg shimmered deep green, mottled with bronze-like specks. Another glowed milky white, veined with streaks of gold. The last was black as midnight, rippled with dark red whorls like flames moving beneath the surface. Drogon, Viceroy, Rhaegal. Gendry murmured. With that whisper, the wheel of Daenerys's fate began to turn. I will cherish them forever, Daenerys said, her eyes alight. She had heard countless tales of dragon eggs but never seen one, let alone held them in her own hands. May I? Maester Qyburn asked. As a former maester turned scholar and strategist and Gendry's trusted mentor, he was more than qualified to examine them. These are relics of sorcery, Qyburn said after circling the eggs. The very foundation of House Targaryen's power. Even fossilized dragon eggs are worth a king's ransom. He gestured toward them one by one. Green and bronze, white and gold, black and red. If dragons were to hatch, their scales would mirror the colors of their shells. The old legends are true. No 2 dragons were ever the same. Gendry nodded. He knew more than most about dragons, and not only from stories. A trace of dragon blood flowed in his own veins. But I fear, said Maester Qyburn, that no living dragon eggs remain in this age. A living egg? Daenerys asked, eyes widening. Yes, Princess, Qyburn replied. Had these been alive, even the governor of Myr would never have parted with them. The Targaryens guarded their eggs with their lives, kept them sealed in vaults and crypts beneath Dragonstone and the Red Keep. Over centuries, many hardened to stone. They became fossils. Even so, Gendry said, Illyrio was generous. He must be planning something. He studied the black egg, its red ripples burning in the dusk. Those eggs may be fossils, but they'll make both Illyrio and Varys regret their schemes before long. The fat man believed fossilization was final, that no magic could wake stone. But he had not foreseen 2 things: magic's slow return to the world, heralded by the reappearance of the White Walkers, and the ancient whispers that even a fossilized egg might stir again if bathed in blood and fire. Will they ever hatch? Daenerys asked quietly. I'm afraid not, Princess, Qyburn said firmly. Even newly laid dragon eggs often failed to hatch. For fossils, the process is irreversible. Daenerys lowered her eyes, disappointment shadowing her features. Come now, Daenerys, Gendry said gently. Take them with care and don't neglect your studies. She smiled faintly. You'll come see me, won't you? Of course, he said. She lingered a moment longer before the guards escorted her and the chest away. The fading light gilded her silver hair as she disappeared into the castle. When she was gone, Gendry turned to Qyburn. The fat man's generosity surprises me. 3 dragon egg fossils, he must have more hidden away. Most likely, said Qyburn. Rumor has it Illyrio once dealt in smuggled dragon bone, perhaps even keels of old dragon skeletons. Such a man would have no shortage of channels. Gendry frowned. And what of the Targaryen relics? All the dragon eggs said to be left after the doom of Valyria, where did they go? That mystery has never been solved, Qyburn replied. Even after the dragons died, the dragon kings hoarded many eggs. They experimented on them, some even used 7 eggs at once at Summer Hall. But after the fall of the Targaryens, no record remained of those eggs. None were found when Robert Baratheon took the throne. I'll find them, Gendry said quietly. The true ones. Somewhere in Dragonstone, the Red Keep, or Summer Hall, they're waiting. They belong to me and Daenerys, to our bloodline. Qyburn inclined his head. The princess is loyal, my lord. She depends on you. With the education and courtly training she's receiving, she'll one day bring great honor to Westeros. But her brother Viserys, he continued with hesitation, is another matter. He's older, higher in succession, and far less stable. His mind festers with envy. Still visiting brothels? Gendry asked. Yes. Illyrio assigned 2 Unsullied to guard him, but he remains reckless. He claims you broke your promise to restore his throne and despises how our soldiers treat him like a fool. Your lineage, your origins only deepen his resentment. Gendry shrugged. Let him rot. As long as he keeps his distance from me and Daenerys, I won't lift a finger. A man like him will drink or whore himself to death soon enough. It was Illyrio who exposed your parentage, Qyburn said. I know, Gendry replied coldly. And he isn't working alone. There's someone in King's Landing feeding him information. There must be, Qyburn agreed. The fat man has an insider, clever, influential, and dangerous. Then we must treat Illyrio not as a friend but as a rival, Gendry said darkly. He and Varys used Daenerys as bait. Whatever game they're playing, it isn't for our benefit. All merchants are like that, Qyburn said. Their loyalty lasts only as long as their profits. Gendry's gaze shifted toward the distant sea. Enough of the fat man. We have more pressing matters: Tyrosh, Lys, Volantis, and the powers across the narrow sea. Qyburn nodded. Tyrosh controls the Black City, positioned within the island chain. Once our fleet blockades it, taking the city won't be difficult. The greater challenge lies in consolidating our rule, keeping the exiled governors and their mercenaries from stirring rebellion. That will demand manpower, gold, and time. Gendry's jaw tightened. Then we'll give them neither rest nor mercy. As the last rays of the sun slipped beyond the horizon, the 3 dragon eggs in the princess's chamber glowed faintly in the dark green, gold, and red like embers waiting to breathe again. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 65, Chapter 65. Littlefinger the Messenger. Littlefinger had intended to step into the fair, white city of Myr, but the customs envoy who met him informed that the ruler would instead receive him in the newly established Wolf's Lair, deep within the disputed lands. Wolf's Den, Wolf Pack. Littlefinger muttered under his breath, feeling a faint chill. The very words filled him with unease. Could it be that the shadow of House Stark still lingered to haunt him? The old wound left by that northern family seemed to reopen in his memory, as sharp as ever. Weary from his long journey, Littlefinger finally arrived at the Wolf's Den, the heart of this new kingdom. It resembled less a castle and more a vast military camp. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Peter, greeted a middle-aged man with the unmistakable features of the north. Yoram Mormont had exchanged his old armor for a greyish-white leather suit, though the proud sigil of the Great Bear still gleamed upon his chest. Yora led Littlefinger through the bustling camp surrounding the wolf's lair. "The regent awaits you, good messenger of the Iron Throne. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lord Yora," said Littlefinger with a smile. "I still remember your valorous deeds from days long past." "That was another life," Yora replied coolly. "Now I am only Yora, the loyal servant of the consul." The big bear's expression was steady, yet his eyes held a quiet contempt. He had heard tales of this smooth-tongued man, his challenge against Brandon Stark, his schemes in King's Landing, and how he rose by charming the likes of Lady Lisa. But Littlefinger only smiled. "These stubborn northerners," he thought to himself. "Always proud, always blunt. If the king's bastard grows up among them, he'll be another Brandon the Wolf, straightforward and easy to manipulate." As they passed through the camp, Littlefinger's sharp eyes took in every detail. Grey and white banners fluttered across the barracks. The air rang with the clang of steel and the clash of spears. Soldiers drilled in formation, preparing for war. The stronger men, broad-shouldered and fierce-eyed, wore armor marked with the dire wolf sigil. They were the elite wolf pack soldiers. The leaner ones, clad in lighter chain or tanned leather, were clearly freed slaves and common recruits from across the lands. Regardless of their origins, their numbers were immense, tens of thousands of trained fighters. Coupled with the wealth of Myr and a growing fleet on the narrow sea, this new power could indeed make the Iron Throne tremble. The game was already chaos enough: wolves, lions, stags, eagles, fish. Littlefinger mused. "I only meant to involve the dire wolves, yet now wild stags from across the sea leap into the fray. Very well then. I must win and take my share." Dash. The ruling tent at the camp's center was vast but austere. Inside, Littlefinger saw a massive warhammer resting beside a steel shield marked with a rough, iron mask. "So, the bastard truly is his father's son," Littlefinger thought grimly, as an unsullied servant pulled aside the curtain for him to enter. "I am Peter Baelish, treasurer of the council and envoy of the Iron Throne," he began with practiced grace, bowing low. "It is an honor to meet Lord Gendry, the lord of the contested lands of Myr, the Stepstones, and the Narrow Sea." He wore his signature heavy cloak fastened with a silver mockingbird. Across from him stood a tall, broad-shouldered young man. For a fleeting moment, Littlefinger thought he saw Renly Baratheon, but the resemblance ended quickly. This man's chin was firmer, his brows thicker, his expression harder. His short dark hair and muscular frame spoke of a blacksmith's life, not a nobleman's ease. "So this is Robert's bastard," Littlefinger noted silently. "A hammer instead of a crown suits him better." Before Gendry could speak, an old man with a mane of white hair at his side addressed Littlefinger. "I bring gold, fine wine, and a father's love," Littlefinger announced smoothly, raising his voice. "His Grace offers you a fief on the Blackwater River and a title of your own." A ripple of laughter filled the tent. To these men, such an offer sounded like an insult. "And what are the conditions?" Gendry asked, his voice calm but edged with steel. The laughter died at once. "It would be difficult for you to harbour both Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen," Littlefinger said carefully. "But if one were to be sent away, it would not harm your honor and would ease the Iron Throne's mind. I've heard Tyrosh and Lys are hiring sellswords. Surely the commander-in-chief could use more friends." Gendry gave a short, cold laugh. "The Iron Throne's generosity overwhelms me. I have no choice but to decline." Exactly as he expected, Littlefinger thought. This was never about agreement. It was about leverage, and he had come with too few cards to play. No matter. Once the scandals in King's Landing came to light, the so-called mercenary king across the Narrow Sea would find himself entangled as well. "Why didn't Jonaran come himself?" Gendry asked suddenly. "The Prime Minister bears the burden of 7 kingdoms, Littlefinger replied quickly. "Age and illness keep him from travel. As his loyal servant, I have come in his stead." Gendry's lips curved faintly. As expected of Littlefinger, your silver tongue truly shines. Why not stay a few more days? I'm in need of a finance minister, and they say you can make gold grow from gold. Commander, Littlefinger stammered. Would you refuse my invitation, Lord Peter? Gendry rose to his feet, towering over him. A cold shiver ran down Littlefinger's spine. Around him, the burly northern officers and silent unsullied guards watched with stony faces. His strength lay in whispers and gold, not in a camp of warriors across the sea. If he were taken here, he would vanish from the world of power he'd built in King's Landing and the Vale. Your Highness, he said quickly, forcing a smile, I am honored by your generosity, but your good father still requires my service. I remain the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I see, Gendry said. A loyal servant indeed. Yora, he added with a wry grin, perhaps we should present Lord Peter with a parting gift. Before Littlefinger could react, Yora seized him by the shoulder. Outside, his own guards from King's Landing were already subdued. They dragged him to 3 enormous catapults, relics of the siege of Myr now aimed toward the distant horizon. In the past, these beauties were called the 3 Maidens of Myr, Yora remarked grimly. What are you doing? I'm here under a flag of peace. Littlefinger cried, struggling as wolf soldiers bound his hands. The great machines groaned as the ropes tightened, the sound sharp and metallic in the air. Don't joke like that. Commander-in-Chief, I protest, stop this madness. Littlefinger screamed, his voice breaking. But the rumbling continued, relentless. The wind howled through his hair as the catapult arm strained higher. Tears stung his eyes. That same sense of helpless terror flooded back the memory of a young man bleeding under Brandon Stark's sword, of realizing too late that schemes and words mean nothing before raw strength. This isn't King's Landing, he thought bitterly. No webs, no whispers, only steel. Then, desperate, he shouted, wait! I bring news, terrible news from King's Landing. Jonaran is dying. Commander, forgive me, this intelligence is worth more than gold. At once, the order came to stop. Shaking and pale, Littlefinger was dragged back into the tent. Only Gendry and a few unsullied remained. I suspected as much, Gendry said quietly, his tone unreadable. But you are loyal indeed to survive and still serve. Poor Jon. Littlefinger muttered. With me and Lady Lisa by his side, his days are surely numbered. When the hand dies, King's Landing will burn. Jonaran had been Robert's loyal friend, but never Gendry's. The realm would soon lose its balance, and in the chaos, new powers would rise. Gendry leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a low growl. I don't care for your intrigues, Baelish. Remember this, you stand in the wolf's camp now. Littlefinger bowed deeply, forcing a trembling smile. Yes, Commander. I understand. Outside, the camp roared with the sound of hammers and marching feet. The wolf pack was preparing for war. And Peter Baelish, once the master of whispers, had learned a painful truth: across the narrow sea, the game was played not with words but with iron. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, The Death of Jonaran. Duke Jon is going to die. Gendry said, looking at the map on his desk. Qyburn's face twisted slightly, and he shrugged. For an old man who has been struggling to keep the country afloat, old Jon has lived quite a long life. Jon's death wasn't just due to old age, Gendry said mysteriously, withholding the full truth. Jon was essentially ruined by Lady Lisa and Littlefinger, that wicked pair. Chaos in Westeros may be just around the corner. Qyburn said with certainty. For years, King Robert has been a womanizer and a drunkard. Queen Cersei is arrogant and power-hungry, and only old Jon has been keeping the kingdom from falling apart. Once the hand of the king dies, the king will surely be disoriented, forced to find someone to clean up his mess and indulge his pleasures. He'll have no interest in us. To be frank, Gendry harboured no ill will toward Lord Jon. Yet Jonaran, the architect of the Baratheon dynasty, had not solved the problems that plagued it, he merely delayed them. There was no way around it, the new dynasty wasn't strong. The king was a drunkard and a womanizer. The Lannister queen was vicious and arrogant, expanding her influence in King's Landing, while the king's brothers could not be trusted. I believe the only person King Robert can still trust is Duke Eddard, the handsome man replied confidently. The wolves are on the other side of the narrow sea. Have you been keeping an eye on the political situation in Westeros? Qyburn asked. The narrow sea isn't far, and the north is the homeland of wolves. We've been following news about House Stark. Now, however, they had migrated across the sea to make a living. The wolves, though of northern blood, were no longer vassals of House Stark. When the Northerners marched south in revenge during the War of the Usurper, the Wolf Pack's then commander did not order an advance. Very good, Gendry urged him to continue. At the heart of the War of the Usurpers were the deer, the eagle, the fish, and the wolf. Lord Eddard and King Robert were the adopted sons of Lord Jon Snow. Lord Horst married his two daughters to Lord Jon Snow and Lord Eddard Snow. Later, Lord Jon Snow arranged the marriage between the king and the Lannisters. Now that Lord Jon Snow was dead and Lord Hoster ailing, Lord Tywin Lannister was the only other qualified candidate, yet King Robert wouldn't be so foolish as to allow the Lannisters to completely control King's Landing. There was also the harsh Stannis, but unfortunately, the king didn't trust his brother. With Lord Jon Snow dead, it seems the dire wolves are about to enter the fray, Gendry said, sensing that the gears of fate were turning and that the Game of Thrones was about to begin. Let Westeros run wild. Otherwise, if we put pressure on them, these fragmented powers might reunite. With Lord Jon dead, our opportunity has arrived, the handsome man said, careful not to be misunderstood. Not to wage war on the Iron Throne but to attack Tyroth. This is a good opportunity. Tyrosh still counts on the support of Rhys, Valenthai, and the Iron Throne. The Wolfpack's fleet had travelled from the Stepstone Islands to Milford Sound. As a major island in the Stepstones, Tyrosh must also be subdued. Tell Ozzy, return some of the fleeing mill warships and the governor to us. Otherwise, this will be the start of war. King's Landing is certainly in chaos because of the Prime Minister's death, Gendry continued. But will Pentos, Rhys, and Valentes intervene? And what about mighty Bravus? Bravus opposes slavery, Rhys and Valentis are slow to act and indecisive. Pentos has wealth but no manpower. The window of opportunity is brief. The fleet across the narrow sea would not arrive in time. Gendry anticipated the pressure from their expansion toward Tyrosh. We need to meet with envoys from all sides and stall them, he ordered. In the Red Keep's throne room, the coffin of Jonaran lay in state. He was about 80 years old, perhaps the oldest prime minister in memory. 4 white knights stood on either side of the coffin, an honor befitting his service, though the old man could no longer see it. Jon Snow had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a hooked nose, though he had lost most of his teeth, half were gone when he married Lisa Tully. The death of this elderly man, who had greatly contributed to the founding of the Baratheon dynasty, was a tremendous blow to the king and the realm. Before his death, Lord Jon Snow had kept calling Robert, repeating to his wife, Lisa Tully, and King Robert, the race is strong. His words soon slurred, and by the next morning, he was dead. My dear foster father, I wish you could come back to life. We used to chat and drink together. Perhaps I should have spent more time with you, King Robert murmured over his foster father's corpse. Robert! Robert! Jon's last words were about my Robin, your majesty. Lady Lisa cried frantically to the king. He will grow up healthy and inherit the Eyrie. My lady, your beloved Robin is destined to inherit the Eyrie. I think it would be better for him to go to the Westerlands and become Tywin Lannister's adopted son, Robert suggested. Tywin Lannister has never adopted a son before. You should feel honored. My dear Robin can't leave me. Nobody can take him from me. Lisa shrieked, her hysteria ruining the king's mood. King's Landing is full of evil people. They killed my John. Crazy woman. Robert thought bitterly. John died because he couldn't bear it anymore. The remnants of the true dragon across the narrow sea, the question of the hand of the king. God, how I wish you could return to help your poor adopted son. Robert sighed, staring at John's lifeless face. Your Majesty, Varys said in his sweet, careful tone, though the loss of Lord John is grievous, the most pressing matter is to appoint a new hand of the king. Yes, yes, that is crucial. Robert agreed. He had long neglected the council, relying entirely on Jon Snow, ruling in name only. Now, he had to make decisions himself. But choosing a hand was no simple matter. Too much power was at stake, and loyalty was rare. His relationship with Stannis was strained, Hoster Tully was ill, Doran Martell was an enemy, and Tywin Lannister was far too arrogant. Eddard. Robert muttered, recalling his youth in the Eyrie, the only time he truly trusted someone. He wanted Eddard to govern the realm and command armies, while he himself would return to drinking and pleasure. Your Majesty, came a soft voice. Robert turned to see the blonde woman in red, Queen Cersei. Her relationship with Jon Snow had been distant, so her sudden visit was unexpected. I've come to mourn the passing of the Prime Minister, Cersei said smoothly. The realm is in crisis, and you need a strong, loyal hand of the king. My father, Lord Tywin, is capable and utterly devoted to the realm. Enough, woman! Robert roared. I am the king. I'll make my own choices. When I take up my warhammer again, I'll win everything. Very well. Cersei snapped. The trouble you're in caused by your bastards and the remnants of the Targaryens, you can deal with it yourself. Dash. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, The New Era of Chaos. 298 years after Aegon's conquest marked the dawn of a new age, another turbulent era began. At the start of this year, two great events shook the Seven Kingdoms: the rise of a new power across the narrow sea and the sudden death of Jon Arryn, the hand of the king who had ruled Westeros in Robert Baratheon's stead for 15 long years. Following Jon Arryn's death, his widow, Lady Lisa Tully, and their young son, Robert Arryn, fled the capital overnight, returning to the Vale. At the same time, Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone and First Lord of the Sea, withdrew to his island fortress. King Robert, baffled and helpless at their flight, cared little for politics. The Red Keep, the royal court, and even the city watch of the Gold Cloaks were riddled with corruption as porous as a sieve. Dash. In the Westerlands, at Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister walked beside his brother, Sir Kevan, through the Great Hall of Heroes. The hall was lined with the gleaming armor of countless Lannister knights, lords, and kings, a proud testament to their golden lineage. The Hall of Heroes was famed not only across the Seven Kingdoms but even beyond the narrow sea. Here rested the Lannisters and their kin who had died in glory, immortalized in steel and gold. Poor old Jon, he died so quickly, so suddenly, Tywin said in his deep, measured voice. Tywin was a tall, broad-shouldered man in his early 50s. Since his hair had begun to thin, he had taken to shaving his head completely, leaving only a close-trimmed golden beard at his temples. His pale green eyes glimmered faintly with gold, cold, keen, and utterly without warmth. Since the death of his wife, Tywin seldom smiled. To him, fear was far more reliable than affection. Now that Lord Jon is dead, Sir Kevan said, and you are the king's father-in-law, the royal family owes us thousands of golden dragons. The realm is in turmoil. The king's bastard and the Targaryen remnants are said to be stirring again across the sea. For many years, Sir Kevan had been Tywin's most trusted lieutenant, loyal, reliable, and discreet. Slightly overweight and nearly bald, Kevan's square jaw and broad shoulders gave him an air of quiet strength. His trimmed beard and golden hair mirrored the family's proud hue. Absolutely not, Kevan, Tywin said sharply. That war was fought by the eagle, the wolf, the stag, and the fish. Robert never had the courage to invite me to court. He trusted old Jonaran and his childhood friends more. Even so, Kevin pressed, your talents as hand of the king are known to all. Yet Robert chose to walk a path without guidance. Tywin's mouth curled into a thin smile. Poor Robert isn't completely witless, after all. The gods forbid anyone stand above the king. Cersei's letter says that Lisa Tully, that fat, hysterical woman, and Stannis have both fled, Kevin added. That's the troublesome part, Tywin replied, his tone cool and calculating. With Jon dead, we become the natural target of suspicion. Everyone can see the truth. Stannis fled, Jonaran is dead, and King's Landing is, for the most part, under Lannister control. Even if we had nothing to do with it, appearances favor us. It was Jonaran who held the realm together, Kevin said thoughtfully. Yes, Tywin agreed. Our good old Jon was a peacekeeper, nothing more. He dared not offend the Martells or the Tyrells. He turned a blind eye to Robert's excesses, letting the king drink and whore as he pleased. That is not rule, it is surrender. Lisa is a foolish, unstable woman, Kevin muttered. But Stannis, he's not so easily dealt with. And then there's the narrow sea, the Targaryen remnants, and that bastard king. They may well unite. Tywin's eyes narrowed. The bastard, he's dangerous, ruthless, by all accounts. If he unites with the dragon princess, the realm could burn again. Kevin sighed. We were merciless to the Targaryens once. Perhaps the gods now demand payment. I can already feel the storm gathering, Tywin said grimly. Chaos is coming. But I will win this war. I have spent my life restoring the glory of House Lannister. I will not allow it to fall. Outside, thunder rumbled faintly beneath the rock, echoing through the Hall of Heroes as if the very stones of Casterly Rock sensed the unease of the age to come. Far to the east, in Tyrosh, one of the 9 free cities, dark clouds gathered over the sea. Tyrosh stood proud upon the northeasternmost tip of the step stones, its walls of fused black dragonstone gleaming under the sun. From atop the high watchtower of the black inner city, the High Lord of Tyrosh gazed grimly at the horizon. Out upon the waves, the Wolfpack fleet prowled, sleek, deadly warships that once bore the banners of Myr but now flew the grey and white sigil of the Howling Wolf. Around the High Lord stood his council governors, nobles, mercenary captains, and a few exiled Myrish lords. Tyroshi culture was famed for its flamboyance, brightly dyed hair and beards of blue, green, purple, and crimson, and extravagant hats adorned with jewels and feathers. I am willing to surrender my ships and half my fortune, the exiled governor of Myr cried, his voice trembling. If only you will help me retake my city. Do it, your grace, urged one of the governors. This isn't a matter of whether we can, it's whether we dare. The Wolfpack fleet has blockaded the sea from Myr to the Stepstones. Our slave ships cannot sail, our merchants are trapped in port. If this continues, Tyrosh will crumble. The High Lord, his beard dyed a vivid green, sighed. And what can we do? Fight them ourselves. Our slaves whisper of revolt, our estates in the disputed lands have been seized, and now the sea is closed. The reinforcements from Lys and Volantis are slow, we can scarcely hold the walls. What of the Unsullied? Someone asked. The price is too steep, and their march too slow, the High Lord replied. Besides, Bravus despises slavery. They will not tolerate it. We cannot stand alone, another governor declared. But we have allies. Lys, Volantis, even Slavers Bay. Will they allow this movement of slave liberation to spread unchecked? Across the narrow sea, said a Myrish noble, King Robert's bastard has joined forces with an exiled Targaryen princess. They've made enemies of the great houses and Tywin Lannister is among them. Then we cannot expect help from the Iron Throne, the High Lord muttered. Jonaran is dead, and the king's interest in foreign wars died with him. Distant water cannot quench nearby fire, said another bitterly. We are burning now and no reinforcements will come in time. The council fell into uneasy silence. Tyrosh's politics were as tangled as its streets, endless elections and rival factions pulling in every direction. Decisions came slowly, if at all. If only your tongues were as sharp as your swords, the purple-haired admiral sneered. Perhaps we'd win a battle or two. We have barely 200 warships, the admiral continued. That mercenary king commands more than 200 of his own, plus 140 Myrish vessels, and his armies are well trained. The Pentoshi are weak, Bravus remains neutral, Lys hesitates, and Volantis is still under the Elephant Party. Even the Golden Legion is seeking to ally with the mercenary king, another added grimly. Then are we doomed, one governor whispered. Is there truly no way out? The High Lord of Tyrosh slammed his fist on the table. There is always a way. The Horse Kings, those greedy savages, will not tolerate Mir's independence for long. They crave tribute. If we offer them gold and slaves, they will march. He looked around the chamber, eyes gleaming beneath his jeweled circlet. Now is the time to unite. The crisis we face threatens Tyrosh more than any Silver Tongue or Wolf King ever could. Each of you must give what you can: wealth, ships, men. We will hire swordsmen and knights, and send envoys to the Horse Kings to buy their aid. The governors exchanged uneasy glances. The sea roared outside, echoing through the high windows of the council hall. Far beyond the waves, the wolves of the west and the dragons of the east were both stirring, and in the heart of Tyrosh, the colors of the free cities gleamed bright as blood. The new era of chaos had begun. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Weekend offer going on 50% off, claim it before close, last 3 days more. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, The Orphans of Dragonstone. Dragonstone was a lonely fortress adrift in the sea, a desolate bastion of black stone surrounded by storms, mist, and the endless roar of waves. Its jagged shores were nothing but damp, cold wasteland, shrouded year-round in wind and salt. Behind it loomed the smoking mountain, its volcanic fumes spreading a grim shadow over the island. It was a place where light itself seemed reluctant to stay. The castle walls were adorned with thousands of grotesque stone beasts, gargoyles, hellhounds, and long-winged dragons carved in the ancient Valyrian style. They stared down from the battlements like silent sentinels, frozen in mockery and menace. When Stannis Baratheon had first arrived here, he had hated the sight of them, and even after all these years, his resentment had not lessened. Inside the stone drum tower, in the round table room, Stannis sat brooding beside the great painted table of Westeros. Only one man shared his company, Sir Davos Seaworth, his most loyal confidant. The round table was a marvel of craftsmanship, carved at the command of Aegon the Conqueror himself. It stretched 50 feet long, 25 at its widest, narrowing to 4 at the ends. It was no ordinary table. Its surface was raised and ridged, shaped like the 7 kingdoms as they had been in Aegon's day, every mountain and river, every fortress and city carefully marked and lacquered. 3 centuries of polish had made it gleam like dark water. Near the spot that marked Dragonstone stood a solitary chair, Stannis's chair. From there, he could look upon the entire realm of Westeros laid out before him, as if daring the world to deny him his place within it. "Is there a letter from King's Landing, Davos?" Stannis asked, his voice flat as iron. Sir Davos shook his head. "No, my lord. Nothing yet." "I knew as much." Stannis's mouth tightened. "I have served my brother faithfully for 15 years, governed the realm alongside Jonaran so Robert could drown himself in wine and whores. By rights, the old man should have retired to the Vale long ago, yet he clung to his post till death. And now, with Jon dead, Robert still refuses to look to me." His tone was calm, but the tension in his jaw betrayed him. "My brother trusts no one but fools and flatterers. And now, I wager he will name Eddard Stark his hand. His brother in blood is not me, it's Ned Stark." "My lord," said Davos quietly, "this is no time for anger. King's Landing is no safe haven. The city reeks of lions now. The Lannisters hold all in their claws. Yes, Stannis agreed, but is Dragonstone any better? This cursed rock was no gift, it was punishment. I never wanted this fortress. I took it only because Robert's enemies held it, and I did my duty, as always. And how did he repay me? He made me Lord of Dragonstone, a barren island without men or coin, while handing Storm's End and its rich lands to Renly. Bitterness darkened his face. That old injustice was a wound that never healed. Without dragons, Dragonstone is nothing, he muttered. It is a shell, an empty relic of Valyria's pride. My bannermen are few, my vassals weak. The outer islands are rocks with fishermen's huts. I have no men, no taxes, no means to defend myself. Davos sighed inwardly. Stannis's strength was his unyielding resolve, but that same steel made him hard to love. He inspired respect, never affection. Few lords would rally to his cause willingly. The Stormlands bent their knees to Renly, while others cast wary eyes eastward toward a certain bastard rising across the narrow sea. My lord, Davos said at last, our true enemies are the Lannisters. If your brothers could only stand together, you would be unstoppable. I will not beg, Stannis replied coldly. If Robert and Renly wish for peace, let them come to me as younger brothers should in obedience. Renly will never yield, said Davos. And if war comes, we will need strength from across the sea, mercenaries, sailors, ships. But most of those men now serve Gendry's forces. Many fled to Tyrosh or bent the knee to the free army. Stannis's lip curled. Gendry, that bastard! My brother's get! He has not yet usurped the throne, but the thought festers in him, I am sure. He plays at kingship in the east, clinging to that silver-haired girl like a fool chasing prophecy. All he desires is a crown. My dealings with him only fractured the realm further. Even so, said Davos, Commander Gendry is busy holding Myr and the Free Army's territories. He's building something, perhaps even peace. There may still be time to negotiate. Peace? Stannis's eyes flashed. Peace with a bastard? He's as ambitious as a black fire. I trust him no more than the Lannisters. But you still have contacts in Lys and Myr. Use them. Hire men, ships, whatever you can. Settiga, Valyrian, Balliman, useless as they are all I have left from Robert's wars. Davos bowed his head. As you command, my lord. Though I am old, I have not forgotten how to steer a black ship through storms. I'll see what I can find. To Davos, mercenaries were at least predictable, their loyalty could be bought. The lords of the Stormlands, though, were another matter. They despised Stannis not because he was unjust, but because he was unbending. The heavy door creaked open then, and Maester Cresson entered, his back bent with age, his steps slow upon the cold stone. The old man leaned on his staff, his breath wheezing faintly. I knew you'd come, said Stannis without turning. You never wait to be summoned. If I did, you'd wake me regardless, Cresson said with a weary smile. You were younger then, Stannis replied dryly. Now you're old and weak and need your rest. Stannis never learned the art of kindness. Every word he spoke was sharp-edged truth, cutting without malice but cutting all the same. As Lord of Dragonstone, said the Maester, you owe your king obedience. Returning here unbidden may be seen as defiance. Have you written to explain yourself? Explain? Stannis barked a humorless laugh. Did Robert ever explain when he cast me on this rock? When he named Renly Lord of Storm's End? He has explanations for everyone but me. Robert wronged you, Cresson admitted softly, but he did so for reasons he deemed sound. Dragonstone has ever been the seat of House Targaryen. He needed a strong hand to rule it, and Renly was but a boy. He's still a boy. Stannis snapped. A vain, arrogant child who disrespects his elder brother. I've done every duty asked of me, but what have I received in return? Cresson said nothing. His heart ached for the man before him, this proud, wounded soul who had known duty all his life but never warmth. Since the storm had claimed their father, Cresson had raised the Baratheon brothers as if they were his own sons, Robert the Storm, Stannis the Stone, Renly the Spring Breeze. Yet time had driven them apart, and Cresson's heart was heavy with guilt. "Come, old friend," said Davos gently. "Let the Lord have his peace." They descended the tower together. Behind them, Stannis stood alone at the table of painted lands, his shadow falling long across the wooden hills and rivers stretching all the way to the Blackwater and King's Landing beyond. "Stannis, my son," thought the old maester, glancing back once, "you are not an orphan. You are loved, even if you cannot see it." At the foot of the stairs, they came upon a small girl and her fool in the courtyard. The girl was shy and thin, her face half hidden behind a curtain of dark hair. Her name was Shireen. Behind her, lurching and jingling with every uneven step, came her fool the Patch-Face. His garb was a mad medley of colors, patched with bells and bits of metal. Upon his head sat an old tin bucket with antlers tied to it, each hung with cowbells that clanged and chimed as he moved. "Ah, my lady Shireen," said Cresson kindly, "how fares the day?" The girl gave a small, uncertain smile. "Have you seen my father, maester?" "Yes," Cresson replied. "The lord is busy with matters of the realm." She nodded, lowering her gaze. The right side of her face was pale and smooth as marble, the skin hard and cracked, the legacy of the grayscale that had nearly claimed her life as a babe. The sight of her always broke the maester's heart. So much sorrow had befallen this family. Stannis's second tragedy stood right here, this gentle child marked by stone. Then Patch-Face began to dance, his bells ringing madly. "Under the sea, the mermaids sing," he chanted. "Silver seaweed in their hair, silver seaweed everywhere. I know, oh, oh, oh." His voice echoed strangely against the cold walls. Shireen giggled softly, the first hint of joy the courtyard had seen all day. But to Maester Cresson, the fool's song sounded like an omen. On this lonely isle of stone and storm, shadows were gathering once more. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Weekend offer going on 50% off, claim it before close, last 2 days more. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Terrace's plea for peace. Wolf's Lair welcomed the envoy from Tyrosh, a young governor named Aquito Adres, a man with fiery red hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and the pointed hat distinctive of Tyroshi nobility. He arrived with great pomp, escorted by 30 brightly dressed mercenaries and 3 Tyroshi nobles, followed by a long train of servants carrying supplies and gifts. After being halted and questioned by scouts, Governor Aquito was finally led into the military camp near the Wolf's Lair. What he saw immediately impressed him. The soldiers were disciplined and precise, spearmen, swordsmen, charioteers, scouts, and attendants all moving in perfect order, their banners of grey and white snapping in the sea wind. Sir Yura announced him in a booming voice as he entered the command tent. "Your Excellency, it is my honor to present Governor Aquito Adres, envoy of Tyrosh." Inside, Gendry sat behind a heavy oak desk. His piercing blue eyes studied the kneeling envoy. The young commander was broad-shouldered, with black hair and the quiet power of a predator ready to strike. The air inside the tent was heavy with tension. "So, you are called Aquito as well?" Gendry asked coldly, tapping the hilt of his sword. The envoy trembled slightly under his gaze. The Tyroshi had come to sue for peace exactly as Gendry had predicted. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief," Aquito replied, bowing low. "Silver-tongue Argydo Adres was my ancestor." A quiet murmur rippled through the tent. The name of Silver-tongue, the legendary Tyroshi tyrant, was well known. Few expected one of his blood to stand here today. "I see the descendants of Silver-tongue still walk the earth," Gendry said, almost amused. "I am but a shadow of my ancestor," Aquito replied humbly. "I hold one of Tyrosha's governorships, though not the most powerful." The old Maester Qyburn, white-haired and sharp-eyed, observed the scene from his folding chair beside Gendry, flanked by 2 unsullied guards. Yora stood silently to one side. "Well then, Lord Aquito," said Gendry, "you have come to speak for Tyrosh. What matter brings you here?" Aquito took a breath. He knew that every word he spoke could determine the fate of his city. Before stating our purpose, he began carefully, "Allow me to present the gifts Tyrosh offers in goodwill." He straightened, raising his voice. 100,000 gold rhombuses from Tyrosh. 100 barrels of our finest pear brandy. 100 sets of gold and silver wolf head armor, crafted by our master smiths. And lastly a token of our sincerity, the 3 severed heads of the fugitive governors of Myr. A stir of surprise and dark satisfaction moved through the tent. Gendry smiled faintly. "Your generosity is impressive," he said. "Now tell me, what does Tyrosh wish in return?" The envoy's composure stiffened. "Peace, Your Excellency. Tyrosh seeks peace with the Free Army. We will cede the manors and towns in the disputed lands to the wolves and recognize your rule over Myr. Once the treaty is signed, Tyrosh will send a gift 10 times greater than what we offer today." Gendry leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "And if I refuse? If I take Tyrosh by force, its wealth will be mine without condition." Aquito's eyes hardened. "Tyrosh is not Myr, Commander. We are not weak. Our walls are black dragonstone, stronger than steel. Our craftsmen forge armor unmatched in the world. And above all, Tyrosh stands united beneath the 3-headed god. Our people will not yield easily." He paused, then added in a calm but cutting tone. "Why choose a long and costly siege when the wealth you desire can come through alliance? You cannot free every slave in the world, nor rebuild Valyria from its ashes. Even leading the Targaryen orphans home would be easier than waging endless wars. The Free Army has enemies on all sides. If you fight everyone, Commander, soon the whole world will stand against you." The tent fell silent. Even Gendry's closest officers seemed struck by the envoy's boldness. The young governor had spoken with rare courage. Gendry studied him for a long moment, then drew the Valyrian steel longsword from its scabbard. The dark blade shimmered, reflecting cold firelight. "Do you know what this is?" Aquito's gaze did not waver. "Valyrian steel, sharp and bloodthirsty. One look is enough to know it is death forged into metal. But killing me, Commander, will only make Tyrosh stronger. You'll turn me into a martyr, and my people will fight to the last." Gendry smiled. "A sharp tongue indeed. You were forced into this role, weren't you?" "Yes," Aquito admitted. "The Adres family fell long ago. I am barely tolerated on the council, a convenient figurehead. Yet I do what I must for my people." "Tyrosh has a peace faction and a war faction," Gendry mused. "Which one do you serve?" "The peace faction," Aquito answered firmly. "The 9 once conquered Tyrosh, and you, Commander, are as powerful as the 9 combined." Gendry's expression softened slightly. "I admire you. If ever you find yourself exiled or betrayed, seek refuge with me. Men of reason are always welcome in my ranks." "Your generosity honors me," Aquito said, bowing again. "Though I pray that day never comes." "Your gifts tempt me, Lord Aquito," Gendry said finally. "But they have not yet convinced me." "I will inform the Great Khan," Aquito promised quickly, "and ensure that an even greater tribute is prepared." Gendry gave a curt nod. "Very well. You've travelled far, rest for now." The guards escorted the envoy and his entourage to a secluded part of the camp. When they were gone, Gendry turned to his officers. "Summon all military commanders. The time has come to prepare our strike on Tyrosh." "Yes, Commander," said Coburn, rising to carry out the order. That night, a secret war council convened within the largest tent. Present were all the major leaders of the wolf pack and the Free Army. The handsome man, Chief Financial Officer and Gendry's Economic Advisor. Dick the Arrow Maker, Master of Logistics. Maester Coburn, Intelligence Chief and Gendry's Mentor. Long Spear, Commander of the Wolf Pack Cavalry. Steel Fist, Commander of the Infantry. Black Billy, Captain of the Archers. Giloria, Commander of the Long Pistol Regiment. Grey Wolf, Leader of the Unsullied and the Royal Guard. Sir Yoram Mormont, Knight and Commander of the Royal Escort. The Tyroshi envoy brought us gifts and talk of peace, Gendry began, addressing them all. But do not be fooled. Tyrosh is desperate and desperate men are dangerous. Their sudden goodwill means they are stalling for time. Their true aim, said the handsome man darkly, is to delay until Rhys and Volantis send reinforcements. Once they arrive, Tyrosh will strike Myr again. Maester Coburn shook his head. Not necessarily. The help may come not from Rhys or Volantis but from the Horse Kings. The Dothraki, someone asked in surprise. Indeed, Coburn said. Only Khal Drogo's riders could reach Tyrosh swiftly enough. The rulers of Rhys harbour Myr's exiles, but they hesitate to act. Attacking by sea is costly, and none dare face the free army on land. Volantis is leaderless, its elections have collapsed into chaos. And in Westeros Jon Snow is dead, Stannis has abandoned King's Landing, and the capital itself may soon fall into ruin. Giloria nodded thoughtfully. It's true. Myr once paid tribute to the Dothraki to keep them from raiding. If Tyrosh now bribes them to attack us, Drogo might ride again straight into the disputed lands. Grey Wolf spoke calmly, his tone steady. The Dothraki are fierce, but they can be beaten. Our Unsullied have faced their like before, at the Black Goat City. As long as we hold formation, horsemen cannot break our lines. Gendry listened, then rose to his feet. His voice cut through the tent like a blade. We cannot allow a three-front war. We strike first. Tyrosh must fall before Drogo rides. The officers nodded, grim but resolute. Harris's fleet will blockade Tyrosh by sea, Gendry continued. Grey Wolf and Steel Fist will lead the Free Army and part of the Wolf Pack to guard against the Dothraki. I will command the reserve personally. A few commanders exchanged glances. A third line of defense, one asked. Against whom? Gendry's eyes darkened. Against the enemy within. There are still traitors and mere spies and turncoats who would stab us in the back when war begins. We must be ready for them. The tent fell silent once more. Outside, the cold wind howled across the cliffs of the narrow sea, carrying with it the scent of salt and the promise of blood. The Tyroshi envoy might have spoken of peace, but all present knew the storm was only beginning. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Weekend offer going on 50% off, claim it before close today is last day. Chapter 70 Bloodbath with Tyrosi. The narrow sea roared with churning waves, and the wind drove the fast ships forward. The deep, guttural blast of war horns rolled across the water horse, unearthly cries echoing from vessel to vessel like the call of sea-born demons. At the head of the fleet sailed the Wolf Pack, Gendry's flagship once known as Lady Lace, a proud relic of Myr's fleet, now reborn under his command. Its silver sails gleamed beneath the pale sun, each bearing the sigil of a howling grey wolf. 300 oars bit into the sea in perfect rhythm, while rows of heavy ballistay lined her decks. Catapults at both bow and stern waited, loaded with barrels of burning pitch. The ship was not only formidable, it was fast, fierce, and alive with the promise of battle. I didn't expect to see you here, Sir Davos, Gendry said, grinning. The young commander was dressed plainly in a grey leather vest, his helmet resting at his feet. Heavy armour had no place at sea, his admiral had warned him of that. Sir Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, bowed slightly. He had crossed the narrow sea under Stannis's orders to gauge the mercenary market and the state of foreign fleets. Finding Gendry here already commanding a formidable armada was not what he'd anticipated. To his greater surprise, the infamous merman Marosh had joined Gendry's ranks, bringing his mercenary fleet under the wolf pack's banner. A king reborn, Davos thought as he studied the young man before him. Handsome and broad-shouldered, Gendry bore the same easy charm and raw strength that once marked Renly Baratheon in his youth, but there was something different about him. Where Renly's presence was princely and flamboyant, Gendry's was forged in hardship and tempered by steel. Both, however, possessed that unmistakable Baratheon fire, a magnetism that drew men to follow them. Davos felt an ache of dissonance. For more than a decade he had served Duke Stannis faithfully, yet now he found himself standing beside the Duke's illegitimate kin, half by circumstance, half by choice. "It's an honor to meet you, Commander," Davos said with a weary smile. "Though I never thought I'd be betrayed by an old friend." Marosh laughed, a sharp, sardonic sound. He was a lean man with olive skin and calculating eyes, the very image of a merman rogue. "Ah, Davos! Always so serious. I used to command Myr's mercenary fleet, but now I serve as admiral of the wolf pack. The pay is good, the wine is better, and the company well, you see it yourself." He gestured to the bustling deck, where sailors worked the ropes and the oarsmen chanted in unison to the beat of the drums. "It's business, old friend. Nothing more." "This isn't like you, Marosh," Davos replied, frowning. "You used to take pride in smuggling, in living by your own rules. When did gold become your master?" "Not everyone's like Salador San, content to be a pirate forever," Marosh said with a shrug. "You were the first to realize there's more to life, Onion Knight. That's why you took the risk that made you a knight of the realm. I've simply done the same. I've no taste for smuggling anymore. Stannis, gods bless him, is as dull as the rocks of Dragonstone. Better to follow a man who knows how to win and how to spend." Davos's brow tightened. "I've always been loyal to Lord Stannis," he said quietly. Gendry regarded him with a thoughtful look. He had heard tales of the smuggler knight's courage and cunning, his unmatched skill at reading the wind, the tide, and the treacherous coastline. Among sailors, there was none better. "So, Stannis sends you to the other side of the sea," Gendry mused. "Seems he's not doing well on Dragonstone. A lonely island, a dead hand, and a dwindling court. The Storm Lord's power wanes." Davos said nothing. He had no gift for words, and even less for deceit. "Good," Gendry concluded. "Then you'll sail with me today, Sir Davos. See how the wolf pack fights. Let's show Tyrosi what real steel looks like." Davos sighed. He could not leave the ship now, even if he wished to. "Then I'll watch, Commander. The sea has its lessons for all of us." At the edge of the horizon, the Tyrosi fleet glimmered like a wall of steel and canvas. Beyond it lay the rich harbour of Tyrosh, its towers pale against the dawn. Marosh turned to his officers. "The narrow sea fleet is under Commander Harris," he announced. "The mill fleet, ours, is under my command." Davos's thoughts churned darker than the sea beneath them. So this is it, he realized. A show of force against Stannis himself. Gendry's influence now stretched across Lys, the Stepstones, and the disputed lands. Tyrosh was next. No wonder Marosh had sold his loyalty. His new master offered coin and command, not austerity and sermons. What truly surprised Davos, though, was Gendry's restraint. Youth often breeds arrogance, but Gendry listened to veterans, to sailors, even to smugglers. With the wolf pack's warships and the narrow sea pirates allied, Tyrosh stood on the brink of ruin. "Commander," Marosh cried, his eyes gleaming. "Our scouts are back. It's time to strike." The air grew taut with expectation. Davos's instincts whispered caution on open water. Victory belonged not to the rash but to the patient. "Hold formation," he muttered under his breath. "Probe their lines before you bleed." But the drums had already begun. "Down oars!" Marosh bellowed. "Form ranks! 300 oars plunged as one, and the ships surged forward to the rhythm of thunderous drums. The beat was like a colossal heart, steady, relentless. Each strike drove the fleet closer to the waiting storm. The wolf pack and the narrow sea fleet spread apart, curving into twin wings that would soon close around their prey. The narrow sea ships were a wild assortment: pirates from the Stepstones, escaped slaves, and raiders. They numbered over 200, smaller and lighter than war galleys, but swift as knives in the surf. The wolf pack ships were their opposite: heavier, armored, purpose-built for war. Faster! Maroche roared. Push her hard! The wolf pack led the charge, flanked by war galleys with 200 oars each. Behind them came the second column: smaller ships crewed by hardened sailors and river pirates. Farther back followed the merchants and supply vessels, their decks laden with siege materials and pitch barrels. The first two columns carried knights and infantry, but not in great number. Too many armored men would sink a ship. The main force waited in the rear, ready to land once the sea battle was won. Remember, Maroche cried, turning to Gendry, the wolf pack fleet is the king's mere armada reborn. We are the right fist. The narrow sea fleet, under Commander Harris, strikes from the left. The war horns blared once more, low, savage notes that shook the air. Woo woo woo. The sound rolled across the water like thunder. On every deck, soldiers beat their swords against shields, a rhythm of defiance and bloodlust. Archers took their positions. Catapults groaned. Fire barrels hissed as pitch was lit. Gendry stood at the prow, eyes fixed on the city rising from the mist. Tyrosh's bright harbour loomed ahead, beautiful, rich, and doomed. The salt wind carried the smell of oil and fear. He gripped the railing, his jaw set. Ready the bally stay, he ordered quietly. Let the wolves hunt. The drums quickened. The oars dipped faster. The two fleets converged, closing like jaws upon their prey. A new dawn rose over the narrow sea, red as blood, loud as war. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 71, Chapter 71 Storm. The storm is coming, Gendry said, looking at Tyrosi. The seas surrounding the island roared with chaos, horns blared, men shouted, drums thundered, flutes trembled, and thousands of oars struck the water in rhythm. Warships armed with rams and catapults struggled against the waves, their heavy equipment slowing them down. From the prow of his ship, Gendry saw Tyrosi rising before him, a city larger than Sun's Pair, perched on its island like a crown upon the sea. In its harbour stood the Tower of Blood, and within the city lay the Fountain of Dionysus. The river banks and streets glittered with countless temples and shrines dedicated to every god imaginable. The outer city won't be too hard to take, Gendry muttered. But that fortress of black dragonstone in the inner city, that's another matter. The fleet sailed closer. Ideally, they would seize the harbour first, then assault the city itself. Even if they couldn't breach the fortress, they had to claim the outer city. Soon, the sea before Tyrosi erupted into battle. Over 220 Tyrosi warships, reinforced by 20 exiled ships from Myr, sailed out to meet them in full force. Our numbers are greater, Gendry said to himself. And I've chosen my best captains for this. Today, we'll take Tyrosi. The combined fleets, the Narrow Sea Fleet and the Wolf Pack Fleet, fanned out, surrounding the Tyrosi ships. The battlefield became a whirling storm of splintered wood and flashing steel. The Light of Myr narrowly escaped a ramming strike by retracting its oars in time, but the gunpowder grass lost its left bank of oars, snapped like matchsticks by a charging Tyrosi galley. Loose the arrows! Maroche roared. A deadly volley darkened the sky. Arrows rained down, felling sailors and captains alike. A purple-haired Tyrosi captain crumpled on his deck, his name lost to history. Hooks clashed, iron hammers smashed through hulls, and smoke thickened as the decks ran red. Forward! Maroche bellowed again. The Wolf Pack and Warhammer rammed a massive Tyrosi warship almost simultaneously, splintering it from bow to stern. The impact was so violent that even sailors on nearby ships were thrown into the sea. "Back oars!" Marosha commanded. The oarsmen reversed stroke, pulling the wolf pack away as sea water gushed into the shattered enemy vessel. The Tyrosi ship broke apart before Gendry's eyes, its crew flung screaming into the waves. Survivors thrashed desperately in the crimson water, the dead floated silently as the cries of the wounded filled the air. The sea had become a maelstrom of broken ships and blood. The battle lines scattered, each ship now fought on its own. Gendry's wolf pack, flanked by two smaller escorts, plunged deeper into the melee. "Die!" a Tyrosian warrior shouted, his accent thick and rolling. He wore leather armor, marked with the sigil of a Tyrosian naval officer, likely a vice-admiral. With a bellow, he charged at Gendry, blade flashing. Gendry raised his Valyrian steel scimitar. "Die!" he echoed. The black blade swept in a silver arc, cleaving the man cleanly in two at the waist. Blood and entrails splattered across the slick deck, turning every step treacherous. The Yarrick scimitar was forged for slashing from horseback, but in Gendry's hand, even on a pitching deck, it was death incarnate. Beside him, Sir Davos seized a fallen sword. He had come as an envoy, not a warrior, but on this day he fought coldly, grimly determined not to die in vain. For hours the battle raged. Ships burned and sank, the sea itself seemed to scream. "Captain, are we ready for the next phase?" Gendry called to Maroshu. Naval warfare was still new to him, a brutal art he'd come to respect. Experience and instinct ruled here, and he trusted Maroshu and Harris more than his own judgment. "It's time, Commander," Maroshu replied, raising a horn. The long, deep note sounded again. The Narrow Sea Fleet and the Wolfpack Fleet regrouped, striking together. Their speed and numbers overwhelmed the Tyrosi line. The swiftest ships, sleek and deadly as sharks, darted through the gaps, ramming and boarding with savage precision. "Let's see how long the Tyrosi can hold," Gendry muttered, eyes narrowing. Warships collided in brutal succession. When rams struck, boarding parties followed instantly. The slow were doomed to sink, only the quick survived. The tide itself became an ally or an enemy depending on one's nerve and timing, and Maroshu, once a pirate, had mastered both. "My old friend," Davos called out, a grim smile crossing his face. "Seems you haven't forgotten your tricks." "Ha! You forget the days we scraped a living at sea," Maroshu laughed over the roar. "Back then, if you were slow, you lost your head." The battle raged on, a storm of iron and fire. The Tyrosi governors and slave masters had spent vast sums to build this fleet manned by free citizens and mercenaries, and to keep enslaved sailors in check, fearing betrayal. The result was a merciless fight, the enslaved rowing under the whip while free men fought above them. But they had made one fatal mistake. By sending their best free sailors and mercenaries to sea, they had left Tyrosi itself nearly defenseless. Suddenly, a deafening roar rose from the city behind them. "Kill! Kill the slave owners!" Flames and smoke rose over Tyrosi's towers. Catapults that had been prepared to repel the Wolfpack's landing were now aflame, destroyed by rebelling slaves. "It's happening," Gendry breathed. Relief flickered in his eyes. Before the invasion, his free army had smuggled leaflets, messages, and weapons into Tyrosi. The governors had suppressed dissent for a time, relying on their mercenaries' numbers, but now, as the battle intensified, the city itself was breaking apart. Mutinies spread among the Tyrosi ships. Enslaved rowers turned on their masters, mercenaries hesitated or fled. The fleet began to unravel. "Kill the slave owners," voices howled across the decks. Smoke and fire swallowed the horizon. The once proud Tyrosi fleet, the pride of the Narrow Sea, began to collapse from within. Some captains turned their ships toward the city, desperate to defend their homes. Others fled outright. "Surrender!" voices shouted. "Surrender!" White flags rose on the masts of a dozen Tyrosi ships. Gendry watched silently as the enemy broke. Beyond the burning harbour, the city of Tyrosi smoldered, its fate sealed. Amidst drifting wreckage, small black-sailed ships fast as swordfish sliced through the waves. Once used by pirates for raiding, they now carried Gendry's soldiers ashore, men of the Narrow Sea Fleet and the Wolf Pack, leaping from their boats and charging toward the city walls. The outer harbour was blocked by scorched masts and half-sunken ships meant to bar entry, but Maroshu, ever the smuggler, knew every hidden passage and shallow reef around Tyrosi. Forward! Land and raise the banner, he ordered. Archers, marines, and infantry stormed the beaches, following the path opened by the revolting slaves. Some outer gates were already ajar. Gendry's men surged through, planting the banner of the wolf pack on Tyrosi's soil. From within the burning streets came the clang of steel and the screams of dying men. The city guard and mercenaries of Tyrosi fought back, but they lacked knights and heavy cavalry, and they were vastly outnumbered. Blood soaked the stones. Spears flashed, axes whirled, and the cries of battle rose to the heavens. "It seems the gods have heard your prayers," Davos said to Gendry amid the chaos. "Victory is yours." Gendry gave a grim nod, though Davos's heart was heavy. With Gendry commanding the fleet across the narrow sea, the mission Duke Stannis had given him was already lost. As the storm clouds gathered overhead and thunder rolled across the sea, Davos looked once more toward the burning city. A storm had come, but not from the sky. It came from another stag. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 72, Chapter 72 Breaking the Formation. Telozi was now nothing more than an isolated city. Once its disputed territories and vassal towns were lost, it became at best a vast, lonely metropolis. Over the years, the most brutal naval battle had been the Battle of Roer, which involved the Black Dragon Party. Of the 91st class warships belonging to the Three Cities Alliance, most never returned. Although today's battle was not as savage as that one, it would nevertheless determine the fate of Telozi. The war now raged along the city's coast. The Tyrosi fleet, apart from the ships destroyed or surrendered, had only a few stubborn vessels left, and they soon met their end. The banners of the Triad fell one after another, while only the banners of the wolves still roared. Bang! Bang! The arms of the catapults on the outskirts of Tyrosi rose and fell 1, 2, 3 at a time. Hundreds of stones arced through the crimson sky, each the size of a man's head. They crashed down, splashing up enormous waves or smashing through oak decks, turning sailors into shattered bones, mangled flesh, and bloodied pulp. But the catapults' power did not last long. Many of the slaves operating them turned against their masters, overturning the siege engines or turning them upon their former owners. Kill! Kill all the slave owners! The dockside slaves of Tyrosi also took up arms, welcoming the Wolf Pack fleet and the Narrow Sea Fleet. These slaves, who had long borne the hardest and most grueling labor, harbored no affection for their masters. Tyrosi fell like a ripe fruit torn from the branch, bursting open with blood and chaos. The city was in uproar. The rioting slave army acted as agents within, throwing open many of Telozi's outer gates. Gendry set foot upon Tyroth's soil, clad in heavy armor and bearing his warhammer and Arak scimitar. Kill! Sir Yora shouted, charging alongside Gendry into Tyroth. For Yora, it was as though time had turned back. She felt the vigor of her youth again before she had met that fateful woman from the Reach. She remembered when she fought in the Greyjoy Rebellion, storming the island's stronghold of Pike. She had been the second knight over the walls and was knighted by King Robert himself for her valor. Now, the war horses thundered across the dusty streets as the cavalry encountered a group of flamboyant Tyrosian mercenaries with brightly dyed hair and gaudy armor. "Die, boy!" snarled their leader, a lithe man with a smooth face, glittering clothes, and a mouth full of golden teeth. These mercenaries, desperate and trapped, were searching for any means of escape. Black City was already beyond their reach. The mercenary leader wielded two gleaming swords, their hilts carved into the shape of three-headed gods. The clash of steel rang out like a storm so swift that onlookers could scarcely follow the movements. The mercenary's blade struck against Gendry's black scale armor, ringing with a deafening clang. Bang! Gendry's warhammer roared as it descended, crushing the Tyrosi hero's head into a bloody pulp. Combat demanded strength, speed, and courage. The mercenary's body fell limp like a fish smashed against the rocks. "Why in the hells don't you wear a helmet to battle?" Gendry growled as he pressed forward, his wolf riders flooding through the mercenaries like a raging tide. Ser Yora swung her long sword with deadly grace, cutting down enemies left and right. She was like a roaring bear, her power immense and her fury unrelenting. Her skin was tanned and rough, her hair thinning, yet her strength had not waned. Archers on the city walls loosed bolts at Gendry and Yora, but they were too far away, the arrows skittered harmlessly across the stones. The wolf packs and the free army stormed into Tyrosi, and soon the fighting filled every street and alley. "Put down your weapons!" Gendry's knights advanced in an arrowhead formation, crushing all resistance in their path. The Tower of Blood rose over Tyrosi's harbour, and the Fountain of Dionysus glittered in the square, but Gendry paid them no mind. While the bloody battle raged here, Myr was likely descending into turmoil as well. The uprising within Tyrosi spread like wildfire. The slaves, shouting with rage, seized weapons from their former masters and threw open the gates. The die-hard nobles and slave owners retreated into Black City, vowing to resist until the end. "Tyros truly breeds mercenaries," Gendry muttered. There were more mercenaries here than in Myr. After the division of the disputed lands, and with the freeing of slaves, countless embittered sellswords had fled to Lys and Tyros. Spears, crossbows, battle axes, and the screams of men filled the air. The streets ran red, and when the inner city fell, the victory was complete. Gendry established his command post by the Fountain of Dionysus, a prominent landmark in the city. "Commander-in-Chief," Ser Yora reported, "we've captured the outer city of Tyrosi and secured the docks. Only the inner city remains." She brought with her a tall, blood-stained man with a thick red beard. "What's your name?" Gendry asked, studying him. Though his hair and beard were dyed red like the Tyrosi, his features and build marked him as a man of the north. "Raymond," the man said, kneeling. "Raymond the Savage. I was born a free man beyond the wall. When I was a boy, the Tyrosi slavers captured me and sold me here. I worked as a guard, a child trainer, and a boxer until I bought my freedom. I have never forgotten what the slave masters did to us." "The Tyrosi stole your freedom," Gendry said, helping him to his feet. "Both the old gods and the new would curse them for it. The Tyrosi were infamous for their cruelty. Their slave raids reached even across the wall, where they captured free folk to sell in their markets. Now, their vengeance had come. Keep your freed slaves under control, Gendry ordered. I don't want their revenge to turn into another slaughter. If we become like the masters we overthrow, then what's the point of our victory? Yes, Commander, Raymond replied with a fierce bow. Where is Lord Tyroth and the priests of the Triad? Gendry asked. Prince Tyroth is hiding in Black City with the High Priest, Ser Yora said. Good. Maintain order in Tyrosi. The banks, warehouses, and shops must be secured. Those who surrendered won't manage it properly, so put our own men in charge. Where is Aquito? Gendry asked next. Governor Aquito has been imprisoned by the Great Khan, Yora answered. He told the Khan you would not attack so soon. Let's hope the poor man's still alive, Gendry muttered. Ser Yora pointed toward the distance. And Black City, my lord. Before them loomed the Black City of Tyrosi, a 200-foot wall of molten black stone, oval and immense. A direct assault would be costly. Surround it first, Gendry commanded. Cut off their supply lines and water. Bring up the remaining catapults. Yes, Commander. Once the siege lines are secure, clear out the remaining Tyrosi fortresses and hunt down the die-hard slave leaders. We'll wait for word from Mir before the final strike. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 73, Announcement from Author. Party Popper Patreon Giveaway Announcement. Party Popper. For the next 3 days, I'm running a special giveaway for everyone who subscribes to my Patreon. Glowing Star. How to enter? Simply subscribe to my Patreon within these 3 days on any tiers. Wrapped present. What you can win. 2 lucky subscribers from this 3-day period will be selected to receive free annual access to my Patreon completely free for an entire year. Hourglass with Flowing Sand Duration. Giveaway active for the upcoming 3 days only. Fire, don't miss this chance. Join now, support the content, and stand a chance to win a full year of exclusive benefits. Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 74, Chapter 73 Red Viper. Liberators. Liberators. Father. Father, the freed slaves cried as Gendry rode his black horse through the streets of Tyrosse. Apart from the inner city, the city had fallen entirely to the wolves and the Free Army. The grey-white banner of House Stark's wolf and the Free Army's standard now fluttered above the ramparts, replacing the old flag of the three-headed god of Tyrosse. No slaves. No killing. Gendry raised his hand high, gazing at the faces of the freedmen who crowded both sides of the street, cheering his name. They smiled with unrestrained joy, trampling their broken shackles underfoot and tossing their identification tags into the air. The Onion Knight followed close behind. He had to admit this was the true charm of the Baratheon line, charismatic, direct, and capable of turning enemies into allies with little more than honesty and strength. Yet beneath that straightforward exterior, Sir Davos sensed something deeper, a shrewd and strategic mind. Stannis Baratheon might have been the exception of his house, but this boy had inherited its true fire. Behind Gendry and Davos rode the wolf riders in grey-white cloaks, the cavalry of his lance regiment and Free Army knights who had joined his cause. The Unsullied marched in disciplined ranks, shields and spears ready, the cold steel studs on their helmets gleaming like daggers as they scanned their surroundings with silent vigilance. Gendry halted before the largest temple in the city, the Temple of the Tri-Solarans. The structure rose like a great tower ringed by 3 corner spires. The first head of their god devoured the dead, the third bestowed new life. A massive statue with 3 heads stood guard before the entrance, and a broad square spread out before it. There, the knights saw them, the hanged slaves. An oppressive stillness fell. Hundreds of corpses swung in the dawn breeze like a black forest. The governors of Tyrosse had executed them before sunrise for daring to rise against their masters. But now, the world had turned. They died for freedom, Gendry said solemnly. He stepped forward, kneeling to drape a shroud over the first of the fallen. We will remember them. Burn their shackles. Cleanse ourselves. Yes, Commander, a grey-cloaked rider answered. Inside the temple, the nuns of Tyros performed their rites, chanting prayers for the souls of the dead. In this city, even slaves were entitled to their final passage. The bodies needed to be burned quickly before stench and plague could spread. Commander-in-Chief, Sir Yoram Mormont and the wildman Raymond hurried to him. There have been incidents of looting and rape within the city. Most were not by our soldiers, but by freed slaves who've joined our ranks. After the city fell, I declared order, Gendry replied, his eyes cold. In the north, we have punishments for rioters. Both men nodded. Talent and discipline were hard to find. Even if Gendry restored order, he would still need trustworthy men to rule what he had won. Commander-in-Chief, called Grey Wolf, the unsullied captain, arriving with a black raven perched on his arm. A message from Maester Qyburn. Gendry unrolled the parchment. The words darkened his expression. As you predicted, riots have broken out in Myr. The rebels are attacking Free Army soldiers and freed slaves alike. The Brownmen might have suppressed them, but the Centaurs have crossed the Lorne River. They're not ravaging the disputed lands, they're marching on Myr. Judging by their banners, they don't seem to belong to Khal Drogo, but their numbers are great. The same dilemma Daenerys will face, Gendry muttered to himself. Reformers and liberators always met rebellion from the old masters. The difference was that, unlike the Dragon Queen, he commanded disciplined soldiers and the strength to meet the storm head-on. Now came the bitter days, the endless fighting. He faced not only the siege of Tyrosse but also the uprisings in Myr and the oncoming Dothraki horde. Such blood and hardship were beyond what any cunning mercenary would endure. Only true soldiers could see it through. Which call could it be, he wondered aloud. The scale didn't fit Drogo's horde, but Enikel's riders were deadly on the plains. This is a rare opportunity, he said at last. If I can defeat them, my name will be made and the nobles of Myr and Tyrosse will bear the blame for betrayal. It's a victory whichever way it ends. Summon all commanders immediately, Gendry ordered. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Grey Wolf bowed and rode off. The camp at the Fountain of Dionysus was packed with soldiers. Unsullied stood in a ring of steel and silence, while their leaders gathered at the center. Gentlemen, Gendry began, a bloody battle is inevitable. We cannot waste time battering Black City's walls. The Tyrosse lords and the fleeing governors of Myr have bribed the Dothraki to strike at us. What? Cried Raymond the Savage. Are you abandoning us? Not abandoning you, Gendry said evenly. But the Dothraki have crossed the river, they will destroy Myr if we delay. I must defeat them first. He turned to the rest. To save Myr and Tyrosse, and all the disputed lands, I will march to Myr. The rest of you will hold here. The commanders exchanged grim looks but raised no strong objection. Fighting on two fronts was dangerous, yet Myr was their rear and supply base. To lose it was to lose everything. Give the order, someone called. Give the order, Commander-in-Chief, the rest echoed. The siege of Tyrosse will continue, Gendry said. The handsome man will command the siege of Black City. Sir Yora, the Free Army, and the wolf pack remaining here will be under your command. Raymond the Wildling will serve with you. Do not attempt a full assault before my return. Harris will command the Tyrosse fleet, and Marosha will handle troop transport. Black City was nearly impregnable. There was no need for reckless assaults. Once Myr was pacified, the fortress would fall naturally. Yes, Commander, the handsome man replied. Though he had lost the feeling in his sword hand, his mind was sharper than ever, a loyal and brilliant strategist. Gendry would not have left such an asset behind were it not for necessity. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, Sir Yora said reluctantly. He would rather face the Dothraki in open battle, but he knew Tyrosse also required warriors. Sir Davos, Gendry said then, turning to the Onion Knight. Myr will be dangerous, and your task is nearly done. Stay in Tyrosse and aid my treasurer. His tone left no room for debate. It was not only because Davos was not of his household, but also because Gendry did not wish him to see too much of what came next. That evening, under secrecy, Marosha ferried Gendry's chosen soldiers across the sea to the coast opposite Telos in swift boats. Across the river from Tyrosse, Gendry saw Prince Oberyn Martell and 100 Dornish light cavalry approaching. The Dornish lived up to their reputation, their bronze-rimmed armor gleamed red-gold in the torchlight. They carried round shields, long spears, and double-curved bows. Lightly armored in leather scales stitched with bronze, they wore turbans over their helms to shield against the desert sun. Few in Westeros could match their speed or skill in mounted archery. A brilliant victory, Commander-in-Chief, Oberyn called, raising his lance in salute. He had already seen battle at sea, ships burning, men screaming, the waters of Tyrosse harbor choked with wreckage and blood. And now, on land, flames of rebellion engulfed the city. You didn't come all this way just to watch, Gendry said with a wry smile, studying the Red Viper. They rode side by side. Oberyn's admiration was genuine, but his heart was uneasy. The mercenary king he had sought to ally with was a Baratheon by blood. Yet Gendry, who carried the lost Targaryen heir within his ranks, shared his hatred for the Lannisters and the corrupt order of the throne. "I'm not here for spectacle," Oberyn said. "I came to fight beside you." "Then your timing is perfect," Gendry replied. "The centaurs are on the move. Myr is in revolt. War's at hand." Oberyn's eyes burned with excitement. "I've heard the same rumors. The Dothraki massing, the city's in chaos. The world's turning, Commander-in-Chief." "Tyrosi is also an opportunity," Gendry said. "Why not help me take it?" "I will not attack Tyrosi," Oberyn answered sharply. "The city's lords have long ties with Dorne. Many of their sons were fostered at the Water Gardens. We have no quarrel with them. Aren't you afraid the Iron Throne will hold you accountable?" Gendry asked. Oberyn laughed. "It's only Oberyn who's here, not Dorne. I haven't set foot in King's Landing in years. Besides, Dornishmen and Mermen look alike. Who will know whose knights I bring? Oberyn Martell has always been his own man. What's wrong with earning a little honor on the battlefield?" Gendry's lips curved into a faint smile. "Then welcome to the war, Red Viper." The night wind swept through the camp. Somewhere in the distance, drums began to beat the rhythm of another storm approaching. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Last 2 days more for giveaway. Chapter 75, Chapter 74. The past cannot be relived. Gendry and Prince Oberyn Martell advanced along the rugged coastline. Once the land flattened, their pace quickened toward Myr. A portion of their forces had already been ferried ahead by Marosha's fleet. Some understandings required no words, only shared instinct. The Martells had few allies left, and a bastard lord commanding an army was too valuable to ignore. "How does the Commander-in-Chief plan to deal with those centaurs?" asked the Red Viper. Oberyn's face, long and melancholy, carried an intense, smoldering beauty. His dark eyes glimmered like oil lamps beneath sharply arched brows. His forehead and nose were equally pointed, and his black hair, streaked with a few silver strands, shimmered in the sun, a true man of salt. Gendry, by contrast, bore the storm's mark. With hair as black as polished jade and eyes as blue as the sea, he embodied the Baratheon spirit, tall, powerful, and unyielding. "With soldiers and the walls of Myr, I've no desire to plunder for the centaurs." "That's what merchants do," Gendry replied. "Most of the free cities lie on flat lands, perfect prey for them. If we truly want to crush them, we must face them head-on. Even Kohal's walls once held against their raids." He turned toward Oberyn, his voice firm. "And now, we have your strength beside us, your highness." Oberyn smiled faintly. "Dorne's wars are rarely fought in open fields. We strike fast light cavalry, short spears, and heat. We wear our enemies down under the sun. But that won't work here. These lands are too open, too fertile." "Then let your men be our reinforcements," Gendry urged. "The wolf pack and the free army will take the brunt of it. Together, we'll drive the centaurs back to their plains. If we don't, they'll soon be raiding the ports of Myr for scraps." Oberyn's grin widened. "Then I'll be waiting to celebrate your victory, Commander." As they rode on through the disputed lands, they passed rich soil and sprawling plantations. The masters were gone, dead or fled, and the freedmen who remained worked the earth in anxious silence. Even with the Dothraki burning towns like locusts, faith in the liberators ran deep. "Distribute the land," Gendry ordered. "Some of it will belong to the people, smaller plots to the freedmen. I want every acre measured, every head counted." Oberyn blinked. "Measure the land? Count the people?" "Yes," Gendry said. "Land and people are the pillars of rule. Too many slaves live without names, too many lords hid their numbers to dodge taxes. That ends now. A realm without order is no realm at all." Within his mind's framework lay a vision, a kingdom bound by records and reform townships, land registries, and a merit-based system for governance. Oberyn gave a low whistle. "That's a cold and clever plan. The wealth of these lands could make any lord jealous. In Dorne, we lack both soil and numbers, even if we owned every grain of sand, it wouldn't be enough. He gazed over the green fields wistfully. You know, I've known your father a long time. Gendry's jaw tightened. Oh, I doubt he remembers how many bastards he's fathered. I've no reason to know him well. His tone was calm, yet steel lay beneath it. I'll wait, watch, and grow stronger. Westeros will tear itself apart soon enough. Other houses might manage that, Oberyn said slyly, but the Baratheons? Your founder was the bastard brother of Aegon the Conqueror. Gendry's eyes flickered. That's just rumor. And whoever inherits Storm's End, what's that to me? The Baratheons are a shattered line now. There's no profit in meddling with their quarrels. Maybe not, Oberyn said, but the lords of King's Landing, Casterly Rock, Storm's End, and Highgarden don't see it that way. You took in a Targaryen orphan, didn't you? Tell me you don't dream of that ugly chair in the capital? You don't crave vengeance for the exiles you shelter. Gendry chuckled. You're a skilled persuader, Prince Oberyn. Oberyn met his gaze. I speak truth. Power tempts all men. Even King Robert's grandmother was a Targaryen princess, and in the end, the Baratheons burned the dragons down. The war of the usurper wasn't ambition, Gendry countered. It was madness, Aerys's madness, Rhaegar's folly. They destroyed themselves. He smiled faintly. Flies don't swarm a flawless egg. The Mad King cracked his own shell. Oberyn nodded grimly. Still, the Battle of the Trident buried a prince and a dynasty. When we were young, he continued, Robert Baratheon's wildness was legend. Women, wine, and duels, his storms of laughter shook every hall. They called him the Laughing Storm. He chuckled bitterly. He'd sing the crudest tavern songs when drunk, a barrel of ale, 44 barrels, or the Bear and the Girl. Gods, he found joy in filth. The Silver Prince and he truly were opposites, Gendry mused. My maester told Daenerys and me of Prince Rhaegar, how he was born in tragedy at Summerhall, carrying sorrow like a crown. He loved music, the ruins, the stars. They said he'd lie beneath the moon, plucking his silver harp and singing of dawn, tears, and lost kings. Oberyn's face hardened. And yet that prince destroyed himself the day he crowned the wolf girl from the north. He doomed himself, my sister, and Robert alike. His voice fell to a whisper. So many years ago, and still the wound bleeds. Gendry nodded. The great tournament at Harrenhal, an omen of a doomed spring, lingered in every tale. Oberyn's gaze drifted to the horizon. If the gods hadn't played their tricks, I'd have been my father's firstborn. Doran would be the third. You've seen it yourself, I'm bloodthirsty. I crave battle. I'd rather be fighting in King's Landing. I've dreamt of it for half my life. Gendry raised an eyebrow. You say that, yet you'll still obey Prince Doran. Oberyn gave a wry smile. I must. Duty binds tighter than blood. You've heard of our humiliation, 10,000 Dornish dead, and Prince Luwin among them. Gendry knew the tale well. During the Usurpers' War, the Mad King had taken Princess Elia hostage and forced her uncle, Prince Luwin, to march with 10,000 Dornishmen under Rhaegar's banner. The host was slaughtered. Luwin died with his sword still red. There will come another chance, Gendry said quietly. A chance to challenge the Lannisters. On that, at least, we stand together. Oberyn's dark eyes gleamed. That's all I ever wanted, to avenge Elia and her children. To kill the mountain that murdered them, and if I can, the dog's master too. He kicked his horse into a gallop, wind whipping his crimson cloak. Come, Commander. Let's drive those stinking centaurs into the dirt. Gendry followed, the thunder of hooves echoing across the plain. The ghosts of the past could not be relived, but the battles ahead would decide the future. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Last one day for participate giveaway. Chapter 76, Chapter 75 Mill's Savior. The morning breeze was cool, carrying the salty tang of the sea and the faint stench of blood. Mill, the city by the shore, smelled of fish and iron. Sunlight spilled across the waves, gilding the walls, towers, and palaces of Mill with a golden sheen. After the naval battle at Tyrosh, chaos erupted in Myr as its military forces weakened. Some of Myr's slave owners, refusing to accept defeat, attempted to restore the old order. But their efforts met a swift and brutal counterattack. Brown Ben stood atop Mill's walls, surveying the battlefield below. Civil war raged fiercely within the city, yet the restorationists were faltering, their resistance all but broken. The Free Clans and the Second Sons still held Mill's walls, high ground, and most of its districts. These two forces supported the city's new order, while most of Mill's citizens had chosen to bar their doors and watch events unfold from their homes. After this round, Brown Ben muttered, "We've still won." His wide, black almond-shaped eyes, an inheritance from his Dothraki mother, narrowed as he spotted banners in the distance. Relief washed over him. The approaching standard was not the three-headed god of Tyrosh that the rebels longed to see, but a grey-white banner emblazoned with howling wolves that seemed alive, crying out through the wind. The flag-bearer led the procession like the first of a charging pack. Behind him followed ranks of steel-fisted knights, their armor glinting as they marched down the Valyrian road stretching from Myr to Mill. "Tell our men the savior of Mill has returned!" Brown Ben roared. The ancient bugle call echoed once more over the city, its notes sharp and urgent. The blare of the horn mingled with the shouts of Second Son's soldiers, Free Army fighters, and the cheers of the city's carriage drivers who manned the walls. "Mill's savior has returned. Commander-in-Chief Gendry is back. Tyrosh has fallen." The restorationists, those still locked in chaotic resistance, turned pale. Their leader, once Mill's governor, was a retired noble. Many citizens of Mill, still resentful over the abolition of slavery and the dismantling of plantations, had seen Tyrosh's counterattack as an opportunity to reclaim their privileges. They had risen eagerly in rebellion. Now, panic gripped them. The wolf banners drew closer. Gendry's knights galloped to the gates of Mill and reined in their mounts. On the wall, Brown Ben rushed down to greet them, followed by several dozen riders. "Commander-in-Chief." Brown Ben dismounted and knelt. "As expected," he reported, "some of Mill's governors and slave owners rioted after hearing of the Tyrosh War. But we anticipated this. We control the walls and the high ground. The restorationists are fighting a hopeless last stand." "Where are the port and the city hall?" Gendry asked. "Also secured, my lord." "Good. That's well done," said Gendry, his tone approving. Brown Ben had commanded only 500 Second Sons cavalry and a few hundred Free Army drivers, yet he had taken the advantage with shrewd foresight. "But the Dothraki are coming soon. I've no time to waste on these would-be slave masters. I've compiled a list of the restorationists," Brown Ben whispered, handing Gendry a sealed document. "Very good." Gendry nodded and raised his warhammer high. "Victory is certain." "Victory is certain," the soldiers echoed, drawing their weapons, longswords, axes, flails, and hammers. The clang of steel resounded like thunder. "Into the city!" Gendry commanded. The gates opened, and his cavalry thundered forward. With Brown Ben's cunning preparations, the battle within Mill was nearly decided. The wolves of the north and the Free Army would now deliver the final blow before the Dothraki arrived. "You are Prince Oberyn!" Brown Ben exclaimed in surprise as he spotted the familiar face beside Gendry. Years ago, Oberyn Martell had served briefly with the Second Sons. "It's been a long time, Brownie," the Red Viper said with a smile. "You've gotten older." "You too, Your Highness." The brown man returned the smile but asked no questions. There would be time for talk later. First, the city had to be secured. "Once we crush these traitors, I'll see you again." Dash. Knights flooded into Mill like a tide of iron. The grey-clad cavalry of the wolf pack led the charge, smashing through barricades, while the lighter Free Army and long-pole regiments swept through side streets to cut off retreat. This day would mark the end of many of Mill's old noble families. Gendry's knights struck like a hurricane, slaughtering traitors in the alleys and courtyards. Blood spattered their armor and dripped from their lances. They had no mercy to spare for those who dared to raise arms against the new order. The rebels fought back with what weapons they had: triple-shot crossbows, fine armor, and desperate courage, but they lacked siege engines, high ground, or discipline. The men of Mill were merchants, not warriors. Their ranks collapsed like wet parchment under the fury of the northern charge. The second sons were stretched thin, but Gendry's arrival tipped the balance completely. The restorationists' defeat became inevitable. Kill! Gendry bellowed. His warm arose and fell like a storm. Before him stood a young Mill noble, olive-skinned, black-haired, and clad in ornate armor. The youth's stance was proud, but his skill was pitiful. Gendry's first blow crushed his chest plate inward, the second shattered bone. The young man collapsed, blood bubbling from his lips. "Devil!" screamed his companions, but their words were faster than their blades. Gendry's hammer swept again, crushing skulls and scattering their line like wheat before a scythe. Behind him, Oberyn followed silently, watching the massacre unfold. This was no battle, it was an execution. The restorationists had thought Tyrosha's defeat would open the door to their return, but Gendry had laid the trap from the start. "The liberators are back," shouted one of Mill's free citizens. Doors began to open across the city. A few brave souls joined the fight, striking at the restorationists who had oppressed them. These traitors had slaughtered free citizens and threatened any who refused to obey. Now the people turned on them. Battle cries rolled across Mill from south to north, east to west. Cavalry rode through the streets, cutting down the rebels and dragging their corpses to the city square. By dusk, the last stronghold of the restorationists had fallen. Governor Casa, the ringleader of the coup, poisoned himself and his family in their mansion rather than face capture. Veterans broke open the gates of the governor's palace and dragged out the bodies of Casa and his co-conspirators, throwing them before Gendry. The young commander looked down at the lifeless faces, his expression unreadable. Power, he realized, was colder than steel. The order he had forged would always breed resentment, and hatred would be its shadow. But the crown, the command, the burden of rule, wasn't this the path he had chosen? The only path left to him? "You know what to do next?" Gendry said quietly to Brown Ben. "Understood," Brown Ben replied solemnly. "Those named on the traitor list will be declared public enemies. Anyone who knew of their plots but failed to report them will be summoned to City Hall." "Good. Get it done," Gendry said, his eyes already fixed on the horizon. "The centaurs will arrive soon. That's the real battle." Dash! The shouts of victory echoed over the blood-soaked streets of Mill. The wolf banners fluttered in the sea wind, grey and white against the red-stained sky. The city was safe for now. But the storm that Gendry felt stirring beyond the sea had only just begun to gather. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Today is last day for Participate giveaway. Chapter 77, Chapter 76 1 against 1,000. The iron-shod hooves of dozens of horses struck the hills east of Myr in a steady, rhythmic cadence, sending small stones tumbling down the slopes. Dust floated behind the riders in a long plume, trailing them like a pale, wavering tail. Across the river that cut through the rolling terrain, the distant horizon shimmered with movement. A vast sea of Dothraki riders was gathering. From the vantage point Gendry shared with Prince Oberyn Martell and their scouts, the enormous Khalasar looked like living waves, dark, ceaseless, rippling across the grasslands as they made their way toward the river to water their horses. The Dothraki had already crossed the Rhoyne and now pressed deeper west, moving across another river without hesitation. Once they watered their horses and reorganized, their march upon Myr would resume. Gendry raised a Myr-made telescope to his eye. Myr was famous for its precision tools, glass lenses, intricate bronze fittings, and delicate devices that scholars and sailors alike coveted. The telescope collapsed into itself like a bronze serpent, no larger than a dagger when folded, but when extended it brought clarity to distant chaos. Through the lenses, Gendry observed the formation with meticulous care. The screaming warriors rode in the vanguard, bare-chested, long hair braided with bells that chimed ominously as they rode. Behind them came the elderly, the young, and the non-combatants of the Khalasar. Their loose formation still moved fast across open land, but its size slowed the warriors slightly. If they weren't weighed down by their people, they would reach Myr today, Gendry thought. Beside him, the Red Viper of Dorne peered into the distance. His expression was half amused, half concerned. Oberyn was a veteran of conflicts throughout the disputed lands, yet even he seemed wary of a full Khalasar. The Dothraki are not like traditional nomads, Gendry said, lowering the telescope. Most nomads face famine, disease, or harsh seasons. But the Dothraki sea gives them too much strength. After they destroyed the Giscari cities and took the land, they've had more wealth and livestock than any horse tribe deserves. Their warriors were the proof. Tall, muscular, hardened. Their lack of armor was not from poverty, only tradition and confidence. By noon tomorrow, Gendry predicted, they'll be at Myr's gates. Prince Oberyn nodded. If they weren't slowed by the Khalasar, they'd arrive today. At full speed, the screamers can cross a plain like fire. The Dornish cavalry behind Oberyn were dressed less heavily than Gendry's own knights. They wore silk robes that fluttered behind them, their shirts layered with copper scales that gleamed like coins in the dawn sun. Where Gendry's knights wore dented but sturdy plate armor, the Dornish preferred speed and maneuverability. The two leaders had come with 10 mounted scouts each to observe the Dothraki movement before battle. Even in the face of thousands, both remained calm. They knew their advantages: better horses, superior equipment, and knowledge of the terrain where their traps were set. A carefully hidden ambush waited not far from this ridge, one that would hammer the Dothraki once they charged. We'll focus on their cavalry formations, Gendry said. Observe how they group, how they break, and where they turn. There's always a pattern to nomadic riders. With luck, we find a weak point, Oberyn said. Intelligence says this Khalasar belongs to Kuljes Khan, Gendry continued. Oberyn snorted. A slippery one. Comes to Qohor for tribute every few years. Takes gold, spares the city, rides off again. I suppose Tyrosh paid him well last time, too well. Now he wants a new city to squeeze. And Drogo? Gendry asked. He still leads the largest Khalasar. Yes, Oberyn said. Khal Drogo commands the mightiest force in the Dothraki Sea. Over 40,000 screamers. Undefeated. And Jez Khan? 2,000 screamers at most, Oberyn calculated. His whole Khalasar, perhaps 7,000, if the weak and young are counted. One Khalasar crushed, Gendry said, and the rest will hesitate before crossing the river. Agreed, the Red Viper said, spurring his horse forward slightly. Behind them, the arrow maker, one of the finest archers alive, sniffed as he watched the distant riders. Your archery is excellent now, he grumbled at Gendry. Your commander didn't need to send me to scout. But if the Dothraki want a taste of my arrows, I won't deny them. Oberyn laughed. Pity not to show off, old man. The arrow maker adjusted the all-tipped arrows in his quiver. The tips could pierce plate armor, let alone bare chests and leather straps. Mounted archers prized recurve bows, and his was a beautiful yew bow reinforced with bone. The three men compared observations. The Dothraki have one great strength, Gendry said. Their horsemanship is unmatched. They have numbers, agility, and fear neither death nor pain. And weaknesses? Oberyn asked. 2. They wear no real armor. And their siege warfare is primitive. Then we use the old Qohor strategy, Oberyn said. Form a solid defensive line. Let them break themselves against it. The arrow maker frowned. Qohor had 3,000 unsullied. We have, free folk. Former slaves. They won't stand like unsullied. No, Gendry said, but we have Mir's walls. First the wolf pack will hold the line. They only need to withstand the first few impacts. After that, the cavalry will strike. He tapped his helm. The shield is necessary but the hammer decides the war. Before they could discuss further, movement across the river caught their attention. A small group of Dothraki scouts had spotted them. Dozens of screamers broke off from the main Khalasar and charged, the thunder of hooves rolling across the water like a storm. Their faces were fierce, bronzed, and eager for blood. They raised araks and bows, shouting war cries that echoed between the hills. They're coming, Gendry said calmly. The arrow maker didn't wait. Good. I've been itching to stretch my fingers. He drew his great bow. His first shot landed cleanly, an arrow slicing through a screamer's chest as if through cloth. The man toppled from his horse, dead before he hit the ground. Gendry switched to his recurve bow, better suited for horseback. His arrow struck another rider in the throat. Blood sprayed as the warrior tumbled, choking. Prince Oberyn fired from the saddle as well. His posture was elegant even mid-gallop, and his arrows flew in swift, deadly pairs. The Dothraki were surprised. Rarely had Free City's warriors dared to fight them in the open. Most merchants fell to their knees or shut their gates. But this was no merchant caravan. The wolf pack knights beside Gendry braced their shields, while the Dornish riders moved lightly, avoiding incoming arrows. The Dothraki arrows bounced harmlessly off plate armor, whereas every Dornish and Myrish arrow that found a target brought down a rider. The remaining screamers slowed, hesitating. Their numbers were dwindling fast. Gendry raised his warhammer and shouted, voice ringing like steel struck on an anvil. I am the magistrate of Myr. The Dothraki faltered. Nearly all the scouts had fallen. The few survivors turned their horses around, too outnumbered to attempt another charge. They watched in disbelief as Gendry, the Red Viper, and their scouts rode away, unscathed, armor glinting, banners snapping in the wind, and confidence radiating from their retreating forms. It was a small engagement, but it sent a message across the plains. Myr would not kneel. And Gendry Baratheon was no merchant lord hiding behind walls. He was steel, fire, and fury on horseback. Tomorrow at noon, when the Khalasar arrived, the real battle would begin. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, The Speech Before the Storm. The news reached Myr long before the thunder of hooves did. The Dothraki are coming. It spread first as a whisper, then as a rumor, and finally as a roar that rolled across the free city like a dark wave. For ordinary citizens, it felt as though a shadow had descended from the eastern plains, ancient, merciless, and hungry. The Dothraki screamers had always been a name synonymous with slaughter. Their coming meant torched villages, butchered families, and cities turned to ash. It meant a storm that left behind nothing but charred soil and grass growing over ruins. Their cruelty was not random. It was rooted in belief. The Dothraki held the earth itself as a mother goddess, and they viewed ploughed land, cultivated fields, and stone buildings as a violation against her. Anything shaped by tools, anything that broke the raw will of the grasslands, they considered an affront. So they burned. They burned farms. They burned houses. They burned entire city-states. During the Century of Blood, after the doom of Valyria shattered the balance of the world, the Dothraki swept across the continent like a plague. Peasants fled their huts. Nobles abandoned manors. The old kingdoms Sarabi, Ifirvan, the trade towns of the Red Waste, the Ibinese outposts were reduced to grass and rubble. Only the Unsullied at Qohor ever stood against them and lived. A tide of destruction was once more on the move, and this time its path led straight to Myr. But what ignited the fury of the Myrish people was not simply the invasion. It was the betrayal. Reports emerged spread deliberately by Qyburn's scouts that the Dothraki had been purchased. Bought like mercenaries by the Archon of Tyrosh and by the exiled Myrish magisters who had fled during the recent unrest. These men had once been pillars of the city-state. Nobles, merchants, political elites, now selling Myr for their own return to power. The scandal hit the city like a spark in dry tinder. Traitors! Shame on them! Treason! Crowds swelled in the streets. Panic mixed with outrage. Those old noble families, once privately respected by the conservatives, had now become the most despised figures in all Myr. People who had once walked past their estates with lowered eyes now shouted openly for their heads. The city needed order, and it needed a leader strong enough to face both internal turmoil and the external thunder approaching from the steppe. In Myr's Lace Plaza, the towering white towers of the city hall glowed under the sun. These pure spires had once been symbols of wealth and artistry. Now they stood like cold witnesses to the greatest crisis of the age. Soldiers lined the square. Their long spears shimmered like a forest of steel. The wolf pack mercenaries stood firm, disciplined and grim. The free army, once formed of ragged slaves, now looked ready for war. Unsullied guards with shields and spears formed a reliable backbone to the growing force. Even the Myrish citizens felt a flicker of courage. Mercenaries could be bought and could flee, but these armies, the wolf pack and the free army, were loyal to the city, to Gendry, to the new order being born. And so Lord Gendry stepped forward. Heavy armor wrapped his body like a black tide. His deep blue eyes were sharp as hammered steel, scanning the tens of thousands gathered in the plaza. He stood before them not as a blacksmith, not as a bastard, but as commander-in-chief of the new Myr. Behind him stood the arrow maker with his dragon glassbow, a weapon the Red Viper openly admired with envy. Golden heart bows were prized, but the dragon glassbow was on another level entirely. It was a weapon that could pierce both armor and myth. Gendry raised his voice, and the plaza fell into a hush. Dash! Citizens of Myr! Free folk! Farmers, artisans, soldiers of the wolf pack and the free army! Even you merchants and former nobles who have chosen to stand with this new order, hear my words. A tide of heads turned toward him. Myr stands at the edge of annihilation. The Dothraki riders are on their way. They will not negotiate. They will not occupy. They will burn. They will slaughter. They will take everything we have built, our homes, our children, our parents, and leave nothing but ashes. He lifted his warhammer high, its surface gleaming with runes. What will you do? A roar rose like a crashing wave. Kill the Dothraki! Kill the traitors who brought them! The free folk shouted passionately. No one despised slavers more than the newly freed. The Dothraki were slave-takers by tradition. For the free folk, to let them conquer Myr meant to return to chains. Even death was better. The older citizens of Myr, usually hesitant and fearful, now found themselves stirred. They were not warriors, but they recognized a truth: if the city fell, none would be spared. Even the timid understood that survival meant standing behind those who could protect them. Gendry watched the swelling unity with satisfaction. The Dothraki's approach, terrifying as it was, offered a political miracle. Once the horsemen attacked, the exiled magisters would be despised universally. Myr's population, mostly common citizens, would naturally rally behind the new leadership. Defeat the Dothraki, avenge Myr, win the people all in one stroke. From the Round Table Council, voices rose in support. The council, made up of representatives from the carpet guilds, lace industries, screenmakers, lens artisans, painters, merchants, and free folk delegates, declared in unison. At this moment of life and death, you commander-in-chief are the shield and sword of Myr. Gendry nodded once. Then I accept this charge. He raised his warhammer again. We will crush the Dothraki butchers. We will defend Myr and the disputed lands. We will fight for millions of free citizens. Victory! Victory! Long spears and swords clashed in a ringing chorus. The sound rolled across the plaza like thunder, echoing off the marble towers. Even the hesitant citizens felt fire ignite in their chests. Men who had never touched a spear stepped forward to join the city watch. Women volunteered to assist with medical preparations. Merchants opened their coffers. For the first time in generations, Myr felt unity. In a shaded corner, the Red Viper observed quietly, arms folded, lips twitching with a knowing smile. So the boy can sway crowds, perhaps age truly does give way to youth. Next, Brown Ben Plum, commander of the Myr City Watch, stepped forward. The people recognized him well, a familiar figure, honest and reliable. Brown Ben raised a scroll and announced, "Because of the treachery committed during the riots, because the exiled magisters and nobles bribed the Dothraki to invade our homeland, because they abandoned us and committed crimes against Myr, I hereby declare, in the name of Myr, the disputed lands, Tyrosh, the narrow sea, and our new magistrate of the Stepstones, Lord Gendry." He unrolled the parchment. "These traitors are stripped of all honors, of all wealth, of all titles, and of all protection. Their assets shall be confiscated. Their names shall be publicly shamed throughout Myr." The crowd erupted. "Kill the traitors! Kill the Dothraki!" Posters began circulating immediately, listing the names of those who had betrayed Myr. Their estates would be seized. Their properties divided among the city for the coming war effort. "Deploy the troops!" Gendry commanded. Grey Wolf, commander of the Free Army, saluted and led his forces toward the city gates. Other soldiers took defensive positions along the walls. Volunteers streamed behind them, armed with whatever they could find. Thousands of banners unfurled in the wind. The army's formation stretched outward like an iron tapestry. Before the Dothraki arrived, Grey Wolf would position the Free Army and Wolf Pack in a deliberate pattern, bait for a trap the horsemen would not see coming. Gendry turned to the last of his forces. Knights. Heavy cavalry stepped forward, steel-armored warriors mounted on destriers bred for battle. In this war, these knights would be the decisive force. The Unsullied were disciplined but rigid. The majority of the men gathered were not full Unsullied, but they would hold the line long enough for the knights to break the enemy's advance. Gendry's gaze hardened. The Dothraki were coming. But Myr was no longer a city of silk makers and slavers. It was a city of steel. And steel was ready to fight. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 79, Chapter 78, A Desperate Battle. The sky over Myr slowly lightened as dawn crept over the horizon. In the cold morning mist, the grey-white banners of the wolf pack billowed proudly above the walls. From their vantage point, Gendry, the Red Viper, Brown Ben, Qyburn, and the Arrow Maker gazed toward the open plains. There, stretching as far as the eye could see, was a vast, rolling tide of humanity, the Dothraki Khalasar, tens of thousands of riders glistening like a sea of dark steel under the early sunlight. The Dothraki would attack at sunrise. They always attacked at sunrise. Out on the waters of Myr Bay, Morrow's tall warships cruised steadily. The Dothraki feared the open sea, and the fleet armed with soldiers and longbowmen acted as a steadfast wall on the western flank. "We rely on the walls. We hold, then counterattack," Gendry said, his eyes fixed on the enemy formations. "The Dothraki fight simply. Western Essos isn't prepared to resist them, but Myr is not like the rest." And indeed, Gendry had reshaped the entire city's defences. A multi-layered system now protected Myr. Unsullied forming a hardened shield wall outside the gates. Longbowmen positioned along the city walls. Catapults arranged behind the gatehouse. A fleet guarding the sea approach. The Dothraki fought like wolves, fast, vicious, overwhelming. They advanced in strict patterns, scouts sweeping ahead, vanguard riders guarding the flanks, and after the slaughter, Jackakars with great axes harvested heads from the dying. Child slaves plucked arrows from corpses to refill the riders' quivers. The land outside Myr had already been prepared. Civilian houses around the gates were dismantled and taken inside the city, leaving wide killing fields. Directly before the west gate, Gendry's infantry stood in perfect formation. At the front, the Unsullied struck their shields with long spears, a booming metallic roar rising like thunder. Boom! Boom! They wore spiked helmets and carried spears and reinforced shields, armor newly fitted by Myr's skilled craftsmen. Though there were only a few dozen Unsullied, they stood like statues carved from obsidian. Behind them stood the wolf pack soldiers, Gendry's trained free army infantry. Further back were another 2,000 infantry in plate armor and chain mail, their weapons drawn, their faces set and grim. They were not the most disciplined of warriors, some had never fought beyond a tavern brawl. But Gendry had forged them into something that could stand for a time against the storm to come. "Lady of Spears," the grey wolf murmured from beside him, "bless us. Bless our commander, our liberator. Give him victory." Dash! The Dothraki draw near. The roaring of hooves shook the earth. The once fertile fields of rye and lentils were torn to shreds beneath thousands of horses. The Dothraki screamers howled, the jingling of the bells braided into their hair merging into one chilling music. From atop the wall, Gendry spotted the leader of this Khalasar. There! Kulyahako! Kulyahako rode a pitch-black horse. Around 40 years old, he had bronze skin and long black hair braided into a thick rope that fell to his thighs, adorned with tiny golden bells. His posture was regal, his body sculpted by years of battle. Age had carved thin lines on his face, and a few white strands glimmered in his braid, but his presence radiated authority. "The scouts counted around 7,000 screamers," said the Red Viper calmly. "Kulyahako has brought his whole fortune to this assault," Gendry said. "The Dothraki don't cross the sea for charity. Since they accepted Tyroji gold, they expect a grand harvest. Myr, if taken, would be that harvest." Gendry had also gathered every mounted unit he could muster. The Wolf Pack Cavalry, the Elite Spear Company, Free Army Knights, 100 Dornish Light Cavalry led by the Red Viper. The Second Sons were also cavalry, but Gendry trusted them as far as he could throw a fully armoured warhorse. The Red Viper laughed. "Let's see who brings down the first barbarian of the Dothraki Sea." His attendants handed him a wicked-looking weapon, an 8-foot Dornish long spear with a leaf-shaped steel head. "I forged this for another brute," he said. Gendry didn't need to ask. The mountain. Gregor Clegane 8 feet tall, 30 stone of pure violence. He wielded a two-handed great sword with one hand, and his armor was so heavy no other man could even lift it. "Indeed," the Red Viper said. "A spear is the best way to slay that monster. But I don't plan to let him die peacefully." Gendry frowned inwardly. The Viper's confidence bordered on arrogance, and arrogance on the battlefield killed even the greatest warriors. But he held his tongue. The ground trembled again. Kulyahako's forces had come within striking distance, but strangely, he did not order an immediate charge. Instead, "Run! Run fast!" A group of enslaved boys were driven forward like cattle. No girls were among them. Girls were property, worth keeping. These boys had bronze skin, almond eyes, flat faces, and short cropped hair. They ran barefoot toward Myr's gate, screaming. "They're sheepmen," Brown Ben muttered. "Lhazareen. A gentle people from Lhazar. The Dothraki call them Heshkalati sheepmen because they herd sheep and submit easily. And this is how the Dothraki show off," Gendry said, jaw tight. "With blood." The boys scattered chaotically, far too slow to escape the mounted riders behind them. The screamers lashed them with whips. Blood sprayed. Some boys collapsed and crawled on hands and knees. A few Dothraki, bored, lazily drew their bows and shot arrows into the children's backs. In moments, all of them lay dead. The battlefield fell quiet. "Savages," the arrow maker growled. What the Dothraki displayed in cruelty, they lacked in strategy. Their violence only hardened Myr's resolve. Gendry turned to his commanders. "When our cavalry rides, I leave it to you three. Brown Ben, Qyburn, and the arrow maker nodded. I want to test how good these riders really are, the arrow maker muttered darkly. The massacre had been an appetizer, a warning. But something puzzled Gendry. The Myrish infantry had not moved or fallen back in fear. The Unsullied remained firm. The Dothraki scouts soon realized the truth. There were no thousands of Unsullied, only dozens. Their tension evaporated. They relaxed. They sneered. Kulyahako raised his arak and gave the long-awaited order. Errrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Under the clear blue sky, the Dothraki thundered forward. Their long black braids whipped behind them. They wore no helmets, no heavy armor, only painted leather vests, horsehair leggings, and bronze belts. Kulyahako's golden belt gleamed brightest among them. The catapults released with a deafening crack. Massive stones hurtled through the air. One boulder smashed into a cluster of riders, spraying red mist and broken limbs. A horse exploded beneath its rider. Another stone flattened a man entirely. But the Dothraki did not falter. They surged forward, screaming curses. Cowards in armor! The Unsullied braced. Behind them, the wolf pack infantry lowered their shields and spears. Grey Wolf and Steel Fist moved through the formation, shouting orders. The ground suddenly shifted as the first wave of horses hit the soaked earth. They slipped. Because Gendry had prepared something special. Before the battle, he had ordered his men to soak the battlefield with wildfire residue, turning the hard earth into sticky mud that slowed cavalry to a crawl. A deadly trap. Horses stumbled. Riders toppled. The Unsullied spear wall met the charge with brutal efficiency, impaling riders who crashed into them. One Dothraki screamed as an Unsullied spear pierced through his throat. Another was crushed under his own horse. The shield wall did not break. A second wave hit. And a third. Free Army infantry, though less disciplined, held behind the elites, pushing forward and reinforcing weak points. Every man knew that if the shield wall collapsed, Myr would fall. Above, Gendry clenched the battlements so tightly his knuckles turned white. "My victory," he whispered, "depends on how long the Grey Wolf and Steel Fist can hold." The fate of Myr rested on that shield wall. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 80, Chapter 79. The warrior descends to earth. The battlefield before the walls of Myr had become a shifting tapestry of clashing colors and sounds. From the high ramparts, the commanders saw everything: the black tide of the Dothraki screamers, the pale stone of Myr's walls, the off-white banners of the wolf pack, the red stains of blood that spread across the mud, and the gleam of steel and silver armor flashing under the weak daylight. Below, the world had dissolved into noise, the thunder of hooves, the shouts of men, the ring of steel, and the guttural cries of survival. Gendry listened carefully. The battlefield always told its own story: rage, fear, desperation, and today was no different. Every sound was a reminder that this was man killing man, the oldest language of war. A series of deep horn blasts rolled across the plain. Whoosh! 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 Long, low, and deliberate. Gendry's men were not like the Unsullied, they were not bred from birth to fear nothing. They needed horns, commands, and their commander's presence to steady their hearts. And so the horns sounded again and again, hard, iron notes meant to force trembling hands back to discipline. Gendry inhaled, steady and calm, studying the flow of the battle. The Grey Wolf's shield wall was still holding, though it contracted slightly with every Dothraki wave. Behind them, the Unsullied stood firm, directing the Free Army soldiers and taxi soldiers to maintain formation. Their long spears jutted outward like a forest of death. The Dothraki had charged repeatedly, chipping at the formation, never enough to break it, but enough to make each clash cost blood. Gendry's jaw tightened. There is only a brief moment left. I have to strike before that window closes. His soldiers were not Unsullied. A man who had known freedom, family, pain such a man could not stand through 18 consecutive cavalry charges. The shield wall would not last forever. The instant it showed signs of collapse, the Dothraki would pour through it and the battle would be lost. The time to attack was approaching. The Kul's advance. On the opposite side of the field, Kuljes Khan pushed forward resolutely. His hair bells chimed with each thunderous stride of his horse. The Unsullied are only a handful, he growled. The ones behind them are soft people who live behind stone walls, wrapped in armor. They are prey. He led his front ranks directly through the free infantry behind the shield wall. The slaves recently freed and barely trained had shaky morale and no battlefield discipline. They scattered easily under the Dothraki's pressure. Charge again! Kill them all! The Kul's voice cut like a whip. The Red Viper, watching from the city wall, muttered, "The Dothraki truly are born riders." Westeros relied heavily on infantry. Few would dare build an army entirely around cavalry the way the Dothraki did. Their speed, discipline, and unity in motion were unmatched. "Kill!" the Dothraki roared as they plunged forward again. Their light cavalry stormed the field, wielding araks, longbows, and whips. Even the mud slicked with oil did not slow them much. They advanced like a sandstorm. But Myr was not idle. Behind the gates, trebuchets hurled stones in rapid succession. Each boulder smashed into the charging lines, crushing men and horses alike. On the walls, long bowmen released volleys that hissed downward like sheets of rain. Death reaped in all directions. The Dothraki fell in dozens. So did Gendry's infantry and Free Army soldiers. Armor helped little against arrows, hooves, and the crushing chaos of close combat. The Screamers had already made 7 full charges. Each one chipped away at the shield wall. Some horses, unable to avoid the hedge of long spears, impaled themselves and collapsed, shrieking. Their riders were cut down before they even hit the ground. But the falling bodies also smashed into the shield wall, crushing soldiers with sheer weight and causing brief moments of panic. "Hold the line! Stand firm!" Steel Fist leading the elite wolf pack infantry bellowed commands as he braced the collapsing front. The wolf pack stood like an iron barrier, while the Free Army soldiers behind them hurried to plug every gap. Arrows whistled as the Dothraki pulled back then scattered, peppering the shield wall once more. And still the Grey Wolf lived. Still Steel Fist stood. But too many soldiers they knew had already fallen. The Grey Wolf glanced back toward the walls, licking dry lips stained with blood. "The rest is up to you now," he whispered to Gendry, though the young commander was out of earshot. The Kul's impatience. Drums began to beat from the Dothraki line. Boom, boom, boom. Boom boom boom. The sound was heavy, like the judgment of the gods. Kuljes Khan scowled at the still intact wall of shields. 7 charges should have broken them. If he pressed too much longer and failed to shatter the formation, his own men would be the ones broken beneath Myr's defenses. This must end now. He regretted listening to Tyrosha's promises. He had expected an easy victory. But Myr's defense was proving costly. Gendry's decision. On the walls, Gendry watched for the precise moment. The Dothraki morale was beginning to dip. Their fatigue, though well hidden, was starting to show. Meanwhile, the wolf pack's shield wall was seconds from collapse. It was time. Gendry spoke to Brown Ben and the arrow maker. "Disrupt their momentum. Launch fire arrows. Even a moment of confusion will be enough." He pointed across the field. "The second sons will act as the rear guard. Hit the Dothraki from behind." Orders were relayed instantly. Gendry descended the wall with Long Spear, the Red Viper, and Brown Ben. The upcoming clash would decide everything. There would be no retreat, no holding back. The Red Viper murmured, "The warrior will grant us strength." Gendry nodded. "And may the smith strengthen our weapons." The fire arrows. Draw. Lose. A rain of fire arrows streaked into the trampled, oil-covered ground in front of the shield wall. Some spots still ignited, forming small pockets of flame. The ground had been churned too much for a full blaze, but the smoke and sparks startled several horses. The Dothraki reacted with irritation, confusion, and a hint of surprise. That is all they have. Such tiny flames. Before they could recover, Myr's cavalry surged out from a second city gate. Dash! The charge of Myr. Gendry led from the front. 600 wolf pack cavalry. 800 spear company riders. Hundreds of free army knights. And 100 light Dornish riders under the Red Viper. Over 2,000 cavalry. The best that Myr had. Their charge struck the battlefield like a hammer. A Dothraki warrior charged at Gendry, a rack raised high. Gendry met him head-on. His warhammer smashed into the man's chest, crushing ribs and lungs in a single brutal blow. The rider fell dead before his body hit the ground. Gendry did not stop. He swung again and again, battering through enemy riders. The heavily armored cavalry under his command punched into the Dothraki ranks like a massive, unstoppable fist. Kill! Kill Kuljes Khan! Gendry roared, driving his horse forward. With his black scale armor, massive warhammer, and unmatched momentum, he was the spearhead of the entire assault. Dash! Gendry meets the Kul. Dust swirled. Steel clashed. Horses screamed. Then Gendry's gaze locked onto him. Kuljes Khan. Over 40 years old, not in the prime physical condition of Khal Drogo, but a veteran of countless battles. A true Dothraki warlord. The Khal recognized him too. The armored warrior atop a powerful Dornish warhorse, surrounded by elite knights. The king of stone houses, Jez Khan muttered. The bells in the Khal's hair chimed as he raised his arak, shimmering like a crescent moon. Face me! He charged. His arak cut through the air with terrifying speed, agile and vicious, like a leopard's strike. The blade seemed to blur as it slashed toward Gendry's throat. But Gendry did not retreat. In that moment, with the battlefield roaring around him, he felt no fear. Only purpose. Only strength. He raised his warhammer. The warrior had descended to earth. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 81, Chapter 80 The Death of Khal Yahako. The battlefield of Myr shook beneath the thunder of hooves and the clash of steel. Smoke and dust swirled on the wind, mixing with the sharp scent of blood. In the midst of the chaos, Khal Yahako roared like a maddened beast. Coward! Milk drinker! Hiding in an iron shell, come out and die! His black eyes blazed with fury. Armor and stone walls were foreign things to the Dothraki. They believed strength lay bare skin against steel, blood against blood. To them, armor was the clothing of cowards. Yahako's arak sliced through the air, silver steel flashing like a streak of moonlight. The bells woven through his thick braid jingled wildly, each bell a mark of a victory he had earned in single combat. The weapon in his hand was half sword, half scythe, its curved edge designed to carve flesh with horrifying ease. He charged at Gendry with the force of a desert storm. Die, coward! The arak crashed down, sparks flaring as Gendry blocked with his heavy warhammer. The blow shuddered up his armored arms, but the thick black scale plate absorbed the worst of the impact. Gendry neither flinched nor stepped back. He stood firm like an anvil planted in the heart of the battlefield. Dash! The clash of the cows and the smith. Around them, the battle raged. The wolf pack knights, heavy and disciplined, pressed forward behind their long spears. Jaloria, commander of the spear company, slashed his long sword in precise, deadly arcs. The silent specialists who guarded Gendry engaged Yahako's Blood Riders, men as fierce and loyal as the Khal's own arms. Grey Wolf and Steel Fist led the infantry forward, carving through the disordered ranks of the Dothraki. The screams of dying horses and men mixed with the thundering advance of armoured cavalry. This was not the endless grass sea of Essos. This was Myr. Here, the Dothraki met a different kind of enemy, armored, trained, unyielding. Gendry's armor was the finest of them all, black scale plate, reinforced at every vulnerable joint, complete with gorget, vambraces, and helm. His warhammer, a massive thing of iron and steel, gleamed with the promise of death. The Dothraki knew how to split flesh, tear tendons, and open throats. But splitting armor was another matter entirely. Strength vs speed. Kulyahako circled him, a rack slicing, stabbing, and hacking with relentless speed. The blade drew silver arcs through the air, each swing aiming for the gap's armpits, knees, the small of the back. But Gendry's armor had been forged perfectly. The joints overlapped, leaving no weakness to exploit. Clang! 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 Each furious strike ricocheted off the black scales, ringing uselessly. Yahako snarled, baring his teeth. Hiding behind iron. Coward! Fight like a man! Gendry answered coldly. My strength. My armor. My rules. He swung his warhammer in a brutal arc. Even when Yahako managed to dodge, the wind pressure alone forced the Kul to stagger. When the hammer did land on arm, rib, or shoulder, it shattered flesh and bone alike. Yahako's muscles burned. He felt his grip tremble. Every clash made the bones in his arms ache. Gendry, on the other hand, felt stronger with every heartbeat. This was the difference between a man in the prime of his youth and a Kul past 40. Experience was valuable, but strength decayed with age. Yahako's body could not keep pace with his fury. Panic in the Kul's eyes. This can't be happening. Yahako whispered, voice trembling. He had fought thousands of battles, cut down hundreds of warriors. He had ridden the Dothraki Sea with the confidence of a man born to conquer. But this iron-clad giant refused to break. Refused to bleed. Refused to fall. Yahako realized, perhaps for the first time, what it felt like to face a stronger foe. Dothraki culture despised weakness. Their cows could not retreat. Their screams and songs celebrated glorious death. Yet Yahako's heart pounded with fear. Take off your armor and duel me properly, he yelled, desperation cracking his voice. Gendry's response was a hammer blow aimed directly at his chest. The Kul begins to falter. Yahako barely dodged. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes. His swings slowed. His curses grew shorter. At last, his arak struck Gendry's vambrace with a dull clang. And that was the moment Gendry had been waiting for. Now. He pivoted and unleashed a crushing hammer strike into Yahako's shoulder. The bone shattered instantly. Aargh! Yahako's scream tore through the battlefield. His arm dropped uselessly to his side. And the second. Gendry reversed his grip and hammered down on the Kul's skull. The impact was devastating. Yahako's head burst like an overripe melon, blood, bone, and brain matter splattering across the muddy ground. The Kul collapsed like a lifeless eel. Silence fell for a heartbeat. Then. The Kul is dead. The Kul is dead. His blood riders screamed with rage, charging in a frenzy to avenge him. But they were disorganized grief clouding their judgment. Jaloria intercepted one blood rider, blades clashing before Jalo severed the warrior's throat in a single clean stroke. Longspear hurled his javelin with lethal accuracy, piercing the heart of the second. With their Kul gone, the blood riders joined him in death as tradition demanded. The collapse of the Khalasar. Once the Kul fell, the entire Khalasar began to quake. The Dothraki despised weak leaders. Without a Kul, a Khalasar was just a scattering of tribes. The minor Khals Yahako's KO looked at the exploding battlefield, the advancing armored cavalry, the rising dust clouds, and realized. There was no victory here. They gathered what remained of their tribes and fled. The proud Dothraki formation dissolved like wet sand, turning from an army into a mass of frightened riders fleeing for their lives. Trumpets blared across the walls of Myr. War drums thundered triumphantly. Long live Myr! Long live Commander Gendry! Long live the Commander-in-Chief! The people of Myr roared in celebration, their cheers rolling across the battlefield like waves. Dash! The ambush springs to life. But the battle was not yet fully won. Gendry had planned far ahead. As the fleeing Dothraki galloped toward the open plains, 2 hidden ambushes activated like sprung traps. The first to appear was the Red Viper. The Dornish prince rode a tall, charcoal black stallion with a fiery mane. His armor-layered copper plates glittered under the sun. He raised a long black ash spear, and the sigil of House Martell flashed bright on the shield strapped behind him. Spear of the Sun! Ride! The Dornish light cavalry surged after him. Their lighter armor gave them speed, and their skill with longbows and javelins made short work of scattering Dothraki remnants. To them, hunting scattered horsemen was routine business. From the opposite flank, Brown Ben and the Second Sons charged. Their objective was not the warriors, it was the vulnerable rear of the Khalasar. Women, children, supplies. All the things Dothraki normally took from others were now taken from them. With the Khal dead, the Khalasar dissolved into chaos. Dash! A victory echoes across Myr. Gendry raised his hammer high, spurring his horse into pursuit. The battlefield spread out before him, broken, bloody, victorious. The wolf pack knights advanced like a moving wall of iron. The spear company rained death in disciplined ranks. The free army swept through fleeing riders with ruthless precision. The people of Myr watched from their walls, ecstatic. Their home had been threatened with slaughter. But now, the Khal was dead. His blood riders dead. His Khalasar broken. A new legend had been written on the fields of Myr. One forged not in prophecy, but in steel, sweat, and the strength of a smith who had become a commander. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 82, Chapter 81. The results of the battle. The great plains outside Myr still trembled with the echoes of hooves, screams, and steel. What had begun as a brutal clash had now turned into a rout. The wolf pack's cavalry, supported by the spear company and the free army knights, tore after the fleeing Dothraki like hounds on a fox. And when Prince Oberyn of Dorne and the Second Sons sprung their double ambush, Khal Yahako's mighty Khalasar, once proud, once feared, collapsed like a punctured wineskin. At the very head of the charge rode the standard-bearers, holding the grey-white banner of the wolf pack aloft. It flapped in the wind like a ghostly wolf running across the sky. They carried it with a pride seldom seen among sellswords, for today they rode not merely as mercenaries, but as victors of a great battle. Gendry Baratheon thundered across the blood-soaked earth, his stallion foaming with sweat. The Dothraki, once the embodiment of untamed ferocity, scattered before him like leaves in a gale. Their famed discipline had turned to sheer panic. The death of their Khal had shattered whatever remaining courage they possessed. Gendry's warhammer swung left and right with brutal efficiency. Any unlucky rider who crossed his path met a swift and terrible end. His blows came down like falling towers, crushing bone and shattering armor. With each strike, he felt the weapon grow lighter, smoother, more natural in his grip, as though it were an extension of his own arm. Blunt weapons are king in chaos, he thought. Give them speed, give them strength, and they will do the rest. Across the battlefield, a thunderous roar began to rise. The Khal is dead! The Khal is dead! The cry spread like wildfire. Dothraki morale shattered completely. And on the walls of Myr, the bold citizens who had dared watch the battle unfold erupted into cheers. Khal Yahako's shadow had loomed over them for months. Now the man who threatened their homes lay cold on the field, and the people of the Black City let their joy spill out like wine from a broken cask. Myr itself seemed to vibrate with celebration. Even so, the Dothraki tradition weighed heavily upon the scattered Khalasar. Their Khal had fallen, and his 2 blood riders had perished with him, as their sacred custom demanded. But those Khals who followed Khal Jezkan had no such duty. The moment the Khal's head hit the dirt, they had fled with their own cause, choosing life over loyalty. The dust of battle began to settle at last. The smell of sweat and iron lingered in the air, mingling with the stench of burning grass. With Kulyahako and his heir dead, and Kuljez Khan's forces dispersed, the remaining spoils were enormous. Horses, weapons, tents, armor, food, slaves enough to outfit an entire army. Brown Ben Plum was the first to regroup the second sons. He formed them into a tightening circle, sweeping the plain like a closing fist. Captured Dothraki were pushed forward in clusters. One by one, they approached Gendry and severed their braids, the black, heavy braids that symbolized their victories, their glory, their pride. The pile of discarded hair grew into a mound, a symbolic mountain marking the triumph of the wolf pack over the horse lords. Gendry rode slowly past the humbled warriors. His warhammer rested on his shoulder, still stained with the blood of their kull. The Dothraki bowed their heads as he passed, their eyes lowered. Around them, the various soldiers who had fought under Gendry's command erupted into deafening cheers. The wolf pack hollered. The Free Army knights brandished their swords. The spear company clattered their shields. The second sons whistled and roared. Even the Unsullied, usually so silent and stoic, beat their shields in rhythmic unison. Victory was a sweet wine, especially for those who dwelled in the disputed lands. They had suffered too long under the terror of the Dothraki raids. Today, they had struck back. Gendry studied the defeated screamers. These were proud men, hardened by endless riding and raiding. Tall, bronze-skinned, light-eyed, and wiry strong. They were born killers, yet now they looked like beaten dogs. Brown Ben stepped forward, raising his voice. Being part Dothraki himself, he spoke the language fluently. Commander Gendry is now the protector of Myr, he declared. Your cows have fled. Your kull is dead. Pledge loyalty to Gendry or return to the Dothraki Sea. A long, tense silence followed. Then the cries rose. Kull! Kull! Kull of the swinging warhammer! The decision was unanimous. The Dothraki tradition was simple, brutal, but simple. Strength ruled all. If they returned home without a kull, other Khalasars would devour them. They would lose everything. Better to bend the knee to a new kull. A strong one. Gendry nodded slightly. The Dothraki were savage, unpredictable, and often little more than mounted raiders, but used correctly, they were a fearsome force. He could put them to work where they excelled. The roars of the horse warriors rose into the sky, shaking the earth itself. The plains bore witness to the making of a new leader. Prince Oberyn Martell the Red Viper spotted the commotion from afar. He spurred his horse and raced toward Gendry, a grin on his sun-browned face. I bring a gift, he announced. He tossed a body to the ground, a young Dothraki with a long spear wound through his chest. This is Kulyahako's son, Oberyn said. After the kull fell, he tried to return for revenge. But I caught him. Gendry stared at the corpse. The youth's features were still soft, unweathered by age. Under different circumstances, he might have lived a long life. Poor child, Gendry murmured. But he understood. Among the Dothraki, blood was always repaid with blood. Kulyahako himself had risen by slaughtering his predecessor. And the atrocities committed under his rule were notorious. He recalled stories of brutality like when Kultima destroyed Kuldahako's Khalasar. Dahako, the northern dragon, had been old and weakened. Tima had captured him, cut off his limbs and manhood, roasted them before his eyes, burned Dahako's wife and child alive, and then burned him to death. Violence begot violence. I will use the heads of 2 generations of Khals to send the Archon of Tyrosh a warning, Gendry said coldly. Let them see what becomes of those who meddle in Myr. Oberyn nodded approvingly. And there's more, he added, motioning behind him. A group of warriors marched forward. At first glance, they resembled Dothraki bronze skin, narrow black almond eyes, but their faces were hairless and emotionless. They wore bronze unsullied helmets with tall spikes. 200 of them. Dothraki unsullied. When they knelt, Gendry understood. Oberyn had brought him not spoils, but men. These, Oberyn explained, were once captives from a Khalasar battle. Sold into Slaver's Bay. The Kohorish bought them, then gifted them to Kulyako to curry favor. The irony was bitter. Despite receiving them, the Dothraki despised eunuchs, despised anything they saw as incomplete. They had kept these unsullied as guards, barely used, barely acknowledged. Now, with their Khalasar broken, they had nowhere else to go. Gendry dismounted and approached their leader. When he extended a hand, the unsullied hesitated, then took it. Grey Wolf, commander of Gendry's own unsullied, stepped forward and embraced the newcomers. The sight was unexpectedly touching. Cast-offs of two worlds, finding kinship in discipline and hardship. With time, Gendry said quietly, they will become soldiers of the wolf pack. Oberyn smirked. A small gift. You did the real work. Your cavalry crushed the Khalasar. Gendry inclined his head. He respected men who fought bravely, and Oberyn had fought like a demon. Turning to Brown Ben, he issued more orders. Count every Dothraki taken alive. Not just the warriors, the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Brown Ben nodded, understanding the gravity of the command. And one more thing, Gendry added, voice lowering. Watch them closely. I won't tolerate them harming women or anyone else. The Dothraki had many vile habits: violence, raiding, forced marriages, cruelty. These matters had to be curbed immediately. Yes, Commander, Brown Ben said. With most spoils secured, Gendry, Oberyn, and Brown Ben led their men to finish scouring the battlefield. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the plains. Victory was won, but work remained. The dead had to be counted. The living sorted. The wounded tended. The spoils claimed. The Battle of Myr was over. And Gendry Baratheon had emerged not merely victorious, but as a rising lord of war in the disputed lands. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 83, Chapter 82. Looking North. Enough. Davos, I don't want to hear such dispiriting words from you. Stannis Baratheon slammed his palm against the edge of the map table, his stern voice cutting through the damp, salt-tinged air of Dragonstone's war chamber. His thick eyebrows shadowed sharp blue eyes, and though he wore only a tight leather jerkin and coarse brown trousers, he looked as rigid and unyielding as a drawn blade. Sir Davos Seaworth, standing opposite him, bowed his head. The Onion Knight had seen this mood before: the iron-faced stubbornness that defined Stannis Baratheon. Stannis had fled King's Landing with no intention of ever returning. Lannister power had grown like a cancer, strangling the capital. Jon Arryn's sudden death and Lady Lysa's frantic escape had only reinforced Stannis's belief that the Lannisters had murdered the Hand. His suspicions evolved into something darker: paranoia. Stannis was now convinced that the lions pulled far more strings in the capital than anyone else dared admit. I know bending is as alien to you as the sea pouring itself into a cup, Davos said gently. Were you not this unyielding, you would not be Duke Stannis. But right now. He hesitated, searching for the right words. We have very few friends. Davos understood Stannis better than anyone. The Duke was cornered. Storm's End was in Renly's hands. King's Landing bowed to the Lannisters. Jon Arryn's widow, mad, fearful Lysa, had locked herself in the Eyrie and refused all appeals. North of the Narrow Sea, across ships and storms, perhaps allies could be found, but nothing was certain. And across the Narrow Sea, Davos sighed. Even there, support is scarce. You are a poor envoy, Sir Davos, Stannis snapped. I sent you across the sea to Myr, to Tyrosh, to Lys, to find friends. Allies. But you return only to say that not even pirate lords will send me a single ship. The weaker ones have already pledged their loyalty to my bastard nephew, and the bolder ones hide behind their black galleys, feasting on the scraps of war. Stannis's mouth tightened into its familiar iron line, a mouth made for scowls and judgments. My old associates valued gold above all, Davos admitted. Moros of Myr, Salador Son of Lys, the captains of the sail fleets, they once chased coin without hesitation. But men who love gold will not die for it. And besides, they have found a patron with deeper pockets. Stannis's jaw clenched. Because of the new king's appearance, Davos continued carefully, it has become far more difficult to recruit allies. What I mean is, perhaps we cannot treat him as an enemy. Stannis snorted. I would almost prefer a mercenary king, one who loves gold and only gold. But that bastard. He spat the word like poison. He has my brother's blood. And he has the exiled Targaryen girl beside him. He lacks neither gold nor fame. He lacks only a crown. And a bastard with power, money, and ambition. Stannis's voice grew colder. Is a threat to every lawful order. Just like that traitor Daemon Blackfyre. You are not wrong, Davos said. But the fact remains we have no friends. His fleets, his Dothraki screamers, the wolf pack mercenaries, they all serve Gendry now. Even if he does not help us, we cannot allow him to ally with our enemies. He gestured toward the sea map. With so many ships under his banner, he could seal Blackwater Bay. Dragonstone would be isolated. Dragonstone. Stannis exhaled. A fortress of black stone, and a few barren rocks in the narrow sea. That is all my brother has left me. His voice was flat with self-mockery. Yes, I have lords who follow me. A handful. Scattered. Too few to matter. Stannis's fingers drummed against the table. It seems I have no choice. I have never fought such a bitter war. Duke, the Lannisters remain our greatest enemy, Davos reminded him. If we could find aid, an army, a fleet, even a few trustworthy allies, everything would change. If you had seen those men across the sea, the sellsword legions, the screaming Dothraki, the wolf pack knights, if we only had a fraction of such strength. Some things, Stannis interrupted sharply, cannot be compromised. We only speak of alliance, Davos insisted. Alliance? With former enemies? Stannis snorted. Viserys and the girl have not forgotten who drove them from this island. He paced around the table. There is a simple solution to all this, Stannis muttered at last. Resist House Lannister from the west, and Robert's bastard from the east. Davos understood immediately. If Robert Baratheon, living king of the Seven Kingdoms, had only once acknowledged Stannis's rightful claims, much of this suffering could have been avoided. But there was no if in the world of men. Still, Stannis's words sparked an idea. In that case, Davos ventured carefully, perhaps we could contact Lord Stark. Stannis paused mid-stride. Eddard Stark. Davos nodded. Historically, Lord Eddard has never trusted the Lannisters. He is known for honor and justice. And his wife, Lady Catelyn, her sister, is Jon Arryn's widow. They share blood ties through House Tully. Stannis's rigid expression softened by a hair's breadth. Robert often said he and Eddard were like brothers, he muttered. He never said such things about me. But compared to Renly, and that bastard Gendry, Eddard Stark is not entirely detestable. Davos bowed. Shall I prepare a raven? You may leave, Sir Davos, Stannis said tiredly. Let me think. Davos nodded. He understood the gravity of their situation better than anyone. Even with allies, they had little to bargain with. Without allies, they had nothing at all. Oh, and one more thing, Stannis added sharply as Davos turned to go. Keep a close eye on House Valyrian and House Celtigar. I do not trust them. Both families had once served the Targaryens loyally. If the Black and Red Dragon banner ever rose again, Stannis feared that their loyalties might shift, or perhaps had already begun shifting. Winterfell. The courtyard of Winterfell lay quiet and cold beneath the shade of ancient walls, but the Godswood was even quieter. Beneath the heart tree's crimson leaves, Eddard Stark washed ice, the great Valyrian sword of House Stark. Catelyn Stark approached, her expression troubled. "My lord," she said softly. "A letter arrived. From King's Landing." Ice stilled in Eddard's hands. "Lord Jonnaran is dead." Eddard's shoulders tightened. His breath came out slow and heavy. Catelyn knew how deeply Jonnaran's death would wound him. Jonnaran had been more than a liege lord. He and Eddard had once been foster brothers, family by everything except blood. When the Mad King had called for their execution, it had been Jonnaran who rose in rebellion, living up to Hauserand's ancient words, "High is honor." He died suddenly, Catelyn continued. Though he was old, he was still vigorous. Too vigorous, some would say. But the letter insists it was a sudden illness. Lisa and the boy have returned to the Eyrie unharmed. The gods. Eddard whispered, lowering ice. "I feared such news would come. But not so soon." "There is more," Catelyn said. "King Robert is coming to Winterfell." Eddard blinked. And then for the first time in days a faint smile broke across his stern features. "We have not seen each other in many years," he murmured. 5 years at least." "How many accompany him?" he asked. "About 100 knights, and their retainers," Catelyn said. "Along with many hired swords and half the royal court. The queen and her children included. Where the king goes, the court follows." "That gives us some time to prepare," Eddard said. "A party of that size will travel slowly." Catelyn hesitated, then added, "The queen's brother is with them as well." Eddard's face darkened again. He had never forgiven House Lannister for joining Robert's rebellion only at the final moment after victory was certain. Their opportunism sickened him. Catelyn bit her lip. "My lord, have you heard the rumors from across the narrow sea?" "The mercenary king?" Eddard asked. "How could I not? Every sailor in White Harbor talks of him. They say he rules Myr and Tyrosh. They say he commands sellswords, fleets, Dothraki, and even the Targaryen children." Catelyn lowered her gaze. "But, he is just a bastard." "A king's bastard is no trifling thing," Eddard replied. "Long ago, Prince Durin fought King Aegon's bastard, Daemon Blackfyre. Bastards with power and followers can shake kingdoms." He sheathed ice with a heavy sigh. "This boy, this child with armies and ships, he will not stay across the sea forever." He looked northward, toward the dark horizon and the endless snows. "It seems I must face war once more." Catelyn trembled. "War, my lord?" "Aye," Eddard said quietly. "But not with the wildlings beyond the wall." He turned toward the south. "But with King Robert's own bastard." Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 84, Chapter 83 Heading South. Draw loose. The instructor's voice echoed crisply across Winterfell's training yard. Snowflakes drifted lazily in the frigid air as young Bran Stark lifted his bow and released. The arrow shot forward but only grazed the edge of the bull's eye before veering off. From the sidelines, laughter erupted. Robb Stark grinned proudly at his little brother. Theon, Jon Snow, and several household men chuckled as well. Winterfell's atmosphere today was relaxed, warm in its own northern way, despite the biting chill. Across the yard, Lord Eddard Stark watched silently from the gallery, his wife Catelyn Tully standing beside him. Their expressions remained composed, but a hint of pride flickered in Ned's grey eyes. Of the lads watching, Theon Greyjoy was the oldest. 9 years had passed since the Greyjoy rebellion, 9 years since Theon's father, Balon Greyjoy, had risen in defiance and paid dearly. His 2 elder sons died in the rebellion. Theon, then only 10, had been taken to Winterfell as hostage and ward. He wore the Stark colours often and carried himself with confidence, but the shadow of his heritage always lingered. Jon stepped closer to Bran, voice calm, gentle, so unlike the sharp cold he often faced from certain members of the household. "Keep your aim steady," Jon murmured quietly. "Clear your mind." Bran shot him a quick glance, took a breath, and knocked another arrow. This time his movements were smoother, his expression focused. The string snapped thwip and the arrow landed squarely in the center. Robb clapped Bran on the shoulder. "Well done, little brother. Well struck." Theon added with a laugh. "Look at our good knight." Theon's grin was wide and smug, that same smugness that often irritated Jon. The Ward of Winterfell was handsome, sharp-tongued, and carried his arrogance like a cloak. Robb, nearly grown, was tall and athletic, with auburn hair and vivid blue eyes, traits inherited from House Tully. Jon, by contrast, was pale, lean, with long dark hair and grey eyes like the dire wolf banner of House Stark itself, features inherited from a father whose name he bore only partially. "Knight," Jon murmured under his breath. What a proud title indeed! Robb's skill with spear and shield had grown quickly, but Jon's swordsmanship and horsemanship surpassed nearly all the boys in Winterfell. Yet even with his talents, he knew well, there was no place for bastards in noble dreams. A sharp whistle from Theon snapped him out of his thoughts. Theon smirked. "Speaking of knights, have you all heard the news?" Robb raised a brow. "What now?" "The king's bastard. The one who ran across the narrow sea." Theon leaned in conspiratorially. "They say he's become a mercenary king. Commands unsullied, screaming warriors, freed slaves, a whole army of them." Jon narrowed his eyes. He'd heard the same rumors of a warrior born a bastard, rising high on his own merit. Someone rumored to be unstoppable. Someone living a life Jon dreamed of. Theon continued, "Some say he fights with spear, hammer, sword, everything. They say even the Dothraki fear him." Robb frowned. "If he clashes with his father, that would be disastrous." Kinslaying was no light matter. It was a sin condemned by all gods. And the king was aging, his belly growing larger every year. Robb's voice dropped. "What if the king is defeated?" The instructor scoffed. "Humph! Cowardly rumors from cowards across the sea. No sellsword can match a true northerner." Jon remained quiet. His eyes drifted toward the balcony where his father and Catelyn observed. Something weighed heavily on Lord Eddard these days. Jon could feel tension in the air, an instinct sharpened by a childhood spent quietly reading faces. What is troubling him? He wondered. A conversation in the gallery. "If that day comes," Ned said softly, his eyes tracking his children in the yard, "Robb will inherit Winterfell. And Bran and Rickon can be good bannermen to him." Catelyn nodded. She liked seeing the boys together, liked the unity of her children, except for the one who wasn't hers. Her gaze drifted to Jon Snow below the gallery, the dark-haired boy who resembled Ned far more than Robb ever did. That resemblance hurt her every time she looked at him. No matter how many years passed, she could never feel kindness for him. Jon was a constant reminder of the one thing she could not forgive Ned for. And worst of all, Jon bore the Stark look so strongly that one might mistake him for the trueborn son. She pulled her cloak tighter. Ned noticed but said nothing. "I have a feeling," he continued quietly, "that Robert isn't coming here just to visit old friends. He will ask me to go south." "South?" Catelyn frowned. "With the kingdom in turmoil." "Jonaryn is dead," Ned said with a sigh. "And Robert's bastard has joined forces with Targaryen remnants across the sea. For every reason, political and personal, the king needs my help." "Will you refuse?" Catelyn asked, though she already sensed the answer. "I want to," Ned admitted. "I belong in the north. My place is here." Catelyn looked out across the snow-covered courtyard. "The south is a different world. They worship different gods. Play different games. A mistake in King's Landing can be deadly." Ned smiled faintly. "Robert loves me more than his own brothers." Even if he scolds me, we'll be drinking together within a week. That was then, Catelyn whispered. Not now. Ned didn't respond. The wind blew harder. But if Robert truly insists, if south means war, I will go. Ned's voice was steady. The last time I rode south was Balon's rebellion. And this conflict may well be worse. Catelyn shivered. They both knew the threats looming across the narrow sea. The threat across the sea. Mere, Lys, the stepstones, all once part of the Triarchy, Ned said. 3/4 of their strength remains. And the Targaryen children, orphaned or not, they still carry dragons in their blood. If Robert's son provokes war with that bastard and his allies, Catelyn murmured, will they blockade King's Landing like the three daughters did? Ned nodded grimly. A blockade could starve the Crownlands. And 2 free cities combined wealth, ships, mercenaries, that is no small force. Catelyn felt a chill. It reminded her of the stories of the Long Night and the others' stories of cold and darkness descending unexpectedly. And fighting a brother, Ned said quietly, is easier than fighting a father. Robert wants Joffrey to inherit. His son must deal with the threat across the sea. Catelyn sighed. Then, going south may be unavoidable. She hesitated, then added, it may not be entirely bad. The girls Sansa and Arya are growing up. Marriages in the south could bring honor and security to the family. Ned raised a brow. Catelyn didn't voice her deepest hope that Sansa might one day wed into the royal family. It was too grand, too dreamlike to dare say aloud. Instead, she looked again at Jon Snow in the courtyard. And Jon? She asked carefully. Ned's face hardened. He can go anywhere, Catelyn said, but I do not think he should remain in Winterfell. Ned held her gaze for a long moment, then turned away without a word. Snow fell silently between them. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha. Chapter 85, Chapter 84 The New King. The royal procession moved like a glittering river of gold, silver, and steel across the muddy road. Banners embroidered with the crowned stag of House Baratheon fluttered high above, catching the weak northern wind. More than a dozen standard-bearers marched proudly at the front, followed by knights in polished armor, bannermen, sworn swords, and free riders, nearly 300 people in all. Behind them, the Queen's massive wheeled palace creaked and groaned under its own weight, slowing the entire column to a sluggish crawl. After days of travel, King Robert's entourage finally entered the neck a narrow, rugged stretch of wetlands and decaying swamps. The causeway twisted like a snake through endless stretches of black mud, its stones slippery from moisture. Traveling through the neck usually took more than 10 days, even in good weather. And the weather was not good. What a terrible, dreadful journey! Joffrey complained loudly, staring at the black bog stretching as far as he could see. Joffrey Baratheon, tall, handsome, with golden hair and sharp green eyes, wrinkled his nose as if the swamp itself insulted him. The neck was not kind to travelers. Thick forests sagged under the weight of moss and fungi that hung like curtains. Huge flowers bloomed from murky pits, floating on pools of stagnant water. Quicksand surrounded the causeway, poisonous snakes hid in the shadows, and half-submerged lizard lions lounged beneath the surface, waiting for prey. Tyrion Lannister rode near Joffrey, his small legs dangling comically from his saddle. Although this place is harsh, Tyrion said, studying the swamp with interest, the causeway is the only safe path to Winterfell. Even a prince shouldn't wander off the road. Tyrion looked almost amused by the scenery. I've only read descriptions of the neck in books. Seeing it with my own eyes is a rare treat. Joffrey scoffed. Why must we travel thousands of miles to this miserable wasteland? It's cold, filthy, and no place for a king. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, rode beside the prince. His burned face twisted into its usual expression of disdain. Black armor clung to his massive frame like a carapace. My prince, Sandor growled, the king's lands belong to the king. All of them. Even swamps? Joffrey clicked his tongue. It's probably about that bastard again. Tyrion snorted. A powerful bastard is no longer a simple bastard. Across the narrow sea, you'd have to call him a cull. Tyrion himself looked as odd as ever, mismatched eyes, one green, one black, a large head, a too prominent forehead, nearly white blonde hair, and a tangled beard of brown and gold. But despite his deformities, his voice remained sharp as a Valyrian blade. A king doesn't need nonsense, Joffrey retorted. When I'm king, I'll execute him myself. With my long sword, long spear. And what is he anyway? I don't want to hear another word about that whining bastard. Tyrion chuckled. On a battlefield, no one gets to whine. If you lose, you die. And from what I know, your sword is not nearly as sharp as your mouth. You. Joffrey glared at him, then spurred his horse forward, unwilling to lose face. One day, he shouted back, I'll show you what it means to be king. Sandor looked down at Tyrion from his monstrous height. My lord, the prince will not forget your mockery. He'd better not, Tyrion replied casually. A king is not made by words alone. You, his loyal dog, travel with him every day. Do remind him again. At that moment, Jaime Lannister rode up beside his brother. The golden lion of Lannister armor gleamed even under the gloomy sky. Do you truly believe the cull across the narrow sea is preparing for war? Jaime asked, his tone lighter than most members of his house. Tyrion shrugged. I was merely teasing Joff. You didn't actually believe it, did you? Jaime gave him a pointed look. Tyrion sighed and lowered his voice. If our so-called mercenary king is sane, he'll wait. He'll watch. He'll gather strength. Would the sellswords and slave traders of Myr and Tyrosh truly be so willing to risk everything? Tyrion's voice turned serious. The sweet rule of Myr and Tyrosh is fragile. If he leaves his kingdom and loses a war abroad, everything he built will crumble like sand slipping through fingers. Jaime frowned. Even so, the armies across the sea are not to be underestimated. A bastard king is bad enough, but then there are those last two Targaryen siblings. Indeed. The mercenary king is consolidating power. Once he's done, the Triarchy will find a place to strike. Jaime nodded. We should be prepared. If those armies truly land in Westeros, I'll have to draw my long sword like Sir Duncan the Tall of old. He sighed, glancing ahead at King Robert's heavy wagon. But the enemy is still 1,000 miles away, and Robert insists on traveling north. He trusts Eddard Stark. Everyone knows the Starks and Lannisters stand on opposite ends of everything. Tyrion raised a brow. And yet, here we are. Jaime clenched his jaw. I'm not afraid of Eddard Stark. The Mad King was a monster, yet I'm the one they call Kingslayer. Years ago, Jaime killed Aerys II Targaryen and his Pyromancer, saving countless lives. But history remembered only the stain, not the sacrifice. He recalled sitting on the Iron Throne afterward, his blood-soaked sword across his knees. When Eddard Stark entered, he found Jaime waiting in silence. From that moment, they were destined to clash. Dash. Across the narrow sea, the fall of Tyrosh. Far away, above the black stone walls of Tyrosh, the Archon and his governors stood watching the outer trenches. The inner city was surrounded completely, like a sealed iron barrel. Tyroshi nobles with their brightly dyed green, purple, and red hair looked pale under the tension. Outside the walls, the sight was gruesome. Long spears had been stabbed into the trenches, each spear topped with a severed head, those of Kulyako, his son, several Dothraki screamers, and rebellious Myr soldiers. The message was clear. The mercenary army had no intention of retreat. Inside the city, panic simmered. The Tyroshi had always been proud, but pride did not fill stomachs. Famine had carved deep hollows into their cheeks, fear made their dyed beards tremble. The ratio of slaves to citizens is 3 to 1, the Archon murmured. Volantis has even more 5 slaves for every free man. And still they hesitate. His governor looked equally grim. Volantis and Lys are both waiting. Waiting for us, or waiting for us to collapse. If we hold out, we starve, another whispered. If we open the gates, we die. The Archon's shoulders sagged. Prepare what men we have left. If Tyrosh must fall, then let us pray to the three-headed god that our end is swift. Tyrosh was not built to withstand a prolonged siege. They had once obeyed the man called Silvertongue. Now they were forced to bow before someone even stronger. As the mere rebellion collapsed outside and the Dothraki fell, voices of surrender inside the walls grew louder. It was either starve, or be slaughtered. The Archon knew the truth. Without foreign reinforcements, no aid from Bravus, Lys, Volantis, or even Slavers Bay, Tyrosh was doomed. Then a terrified shout echoed from the walls. Archon! The city gate! The city gate has been opened! What? The Archon nearly collapsed. The worst nightmare had arrived. Merchants! Some merchants could no longer endure their hunger. They opened one of the gates. Outside, a roar shook the air. Kill! Sir Yoram Mormont charged forward, a green cloak flowing behind him, the stitched bear sigil whipping in the wind. His plate armor shone under the dim sunlight, gleaming with battle hunger. His long sword swung downward in a deadly arc, cutting through defenders. For the first time in years, Yora felt the same fire he felt during the Greyjoy Rebellion, an unstoppable surge of strength and courage. Behind him, the mercenary forces surged through the breached gate like a tidal wave. Tyrosh's fall had begun. Advanced chapters available on Patreon, Obito_Uchiha.